Thank you, panelists, for joining with us. We will begin in just a minute. Sorry for the delay.
Hi everyone, I'm Namita Sachdev. Welcome all of you to the third exciting edition of Women Disruptors to celebrate and encourage the growing force of women leaders in diverse industries. So there will be a day-long conference spread across panel discussions, fireside chats, and keynote addresses focusing on how women are at the forefront of change in these challenging times. Yes, top boss ladies, along with other stalwarts from various trades, will be presenting case studies and sharing their insights on various matters. For more information, you can check out our website, which is adgali.com, and do follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, of course. Before moving forward, let's take a quick look at the introductory video of Women Disruptors. I must say that this event would not have been possible without our presenting sponsors, Colors Marathi. And the event is co-powered by InMobi and Truecaller. Our gold partners are PhonePe and Sugarbox. Our silver partner is Ride by Red Bus, and gifting partners are Clovia, Purple, and Vedix. So may I request our team to kindly play the AV for our sponsors as well?
लाभले आम्हास भाग्य बोलतो मराठी ऐकतो मराठी जगण्याचे रंग मराठी कलर्स मराठी मराठी मनोरंजनाची नवी ओळख बनलेली आपली एकमेव कलर्स मराठी वाहिनी
भिवू नकोस मी तुझ्या पाठीशी आहे
भक्तीपासून श्रद्धेपर्यंत संस्कारांपासून संस्कृतीपर्यंत संघर्षापासून अस्तित्वापर्यंत
तुझ्या रूपाचं चांदन
प्रेमापासून नात्यांपर्यंत लहानापासून थोरापर्यंत महाराष्ट्राच्या घराघरात पोहोचलेली वाहिनी कलर्स मराठी जगण्याचे रंग मराठी.
In the age of the connected consumer, InMobi helps brands deliver communication that are timely, personalized, and real. Brands can understand, identify, engage, and acquire customers using InMobi's integrated marketing platform. Understand and identify your consumers using the Pulse and Audiences platforms. And engage and acquire using InMobi's trusted and transparent media buying platforms. Connect with your consumers in ways that matter. InMobi, driving real connections.
हम भरोसे के रास्ते चलते हैं, इसलिए घर से निकलते वक्त पलटकर See you in the evening वाली नजर से देखते हैं. इसलिए बहुत से जाने पहचाने चेहरों में एक अननोन नंबर को डाउट की नजर से देखते हैं. फिर चाहे Will you marry me पॉप अप हो चुका हो, हम आज भी मम्मी पापा के I do का वेट करते हैं. हम तो भाई ऐसे ही हैं, हम हर चीज जान समझ कर ही करते हैं. ये बात ट्रू कॉलर समझता है, इसलिए हम 20 करोड़ भारतीय इस पे भरोसा करते हैं. देश का ट्रू कॉलर.
Just PhonePe.
Sugarbox is an internet enabler that makes the digital experience faster, cheaper, and exponentially better. It uses a patented CDN technology which stores data in localized servers that can be accessed at any time by anyone with little to no connectivity. Which means Sugarbox bridges that last mile gap of the internet, making it virtually unlimited and releasing a ton of free and reliable local bandwidth.
What you gonna do when the rain is coming down? Nothing more to do when there's no one else around. Bring it back to the middle, push, take it back to the rhythm. Keep it up for good when the sky's falling down. All you gotta do is to bring it to the ground. Hit it up to your inner move. Stop, start, down. What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it? I'm getting it down. What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it? I'm getting it down.
सारा का सारा ब्यूटी शॉपिंग कहाँ होता है? पर्पल पे, क्योंकि यहाँ है बेस्ट सिलेक्शन ऑफ मेकअप एंड स्किन केयर प्रोडक्ट्स, इंडियन और इंटरनेशनल. और ये पॉकेट फ्रेंडली है और जेन्युइन सर्टिफाइड प्रोडक्ट्स. और अच्छा नहीं लगा तो 2 दिन में रिटर्न. और क्या सोचना, डाउनलोड नाउ.
Nisha, your hair is lovely.
What are you using for your hair?
आयुर्वेदा.
हम सब भी तो आयुर्वेदा यूज करते हैं.
पर वो कस्टमाइज्ड है क्या?
Customized?
I use Vedic's customized Ayurveda. The next time someone asks you to use Ayurveda, what will you say? Customized hai kya?
So without a further delay, let me call upon Ms. Bijoya Ghosh, who is the founder and CEO of AdGully, to please join us and give her welcome remarks.
Thank you, Namita. Good morning. And a specific day of a month, I would say every day is a Women's Day. That is the kind of impactful interventions our strong women are making every single day. The world has accepted inclusiveness and gender parity as the cornerstone of a modern and vibrant society. We see women making their presence felt in meaningful and remarkable ways in almost all spheres of human life. It takes a lot of grit and steely determination for women to do that. Singer Rihanna has rightly said this. There is something special about a woman who dominates in a man's world. It takes a certain grace, strength, intelligence, fearlessness, and the nerve to never take no for an answer. Today, we look around and see women leaders occupying prime positions, breaking down age old walls, and defying long held stereotypes. Margaret Thatcher once said, if you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman. Be it the CEO who runs a Fortune 500 company to a small time executive making a big difference to a small organization, women are proving their mettle. Unlike men, women leaders come with many innate capabilities. For example, women with a higher emotional quotient or EQ are considered better leaders, and women tend to have higher EQs than men. This trait enables women to excel as transformational leaders with empathy and to excel in assigning tasks, monitoring employees' performance, setting incentives and rewards, etc. Of course, we should practice what we preach. Gender parity and inclusiveness, therefore, should go beyond the narrow precedents of the tokenism. As a proud women entrepreneur myself, I've always strived to be at the forefront of nurturing, promoting, and mentoring women leaders in whatever way possible. Sorry. Women Disruptors is a humble endeavor in that direction. And we at AdGully are proud to salute strong women leaders who are capable of writing history tomorrow. Marilyn Monroe once said, strong women don't have attitudes, and we have standards. Let this unique event set new standards for our strong women leaders. Before I leave the virtual stage, I would like to invite our first keynote speaker for the Women Disruptors Summit and Awards, the Shark Tank India fame, Ms. Vinita Singh, founder and chief operating officer of Sugar Cosmetics. Over to you, Vinita. We are delighted to have you here.
Hi, my name is Vinita. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Sugar Cosmetics. Since we're talking about disruptions, I think one of the biggest disruptions that we've seen in the last few years is the emergence of brands from India, what they call the D2C brands, which is direct to consumer. And Sugar is one of the fastest growing beauty brands, and we are D2C. So I, using Sugar's story, want to talk more about why D2C is exploding and why it's going to be a massive opportunity, even like for the next 2 decades. So firstly, I think a lot of people ask me that, Sugar is competing in a category where there is everybody from, say, a Unilever to a P&G to a L'Oreal. So how did you have the courage to go up against the big legacy brands? I think the answer to this is that we would never have thought about doing this. We actually started as an e-commerce company. that was catering to millennial and Gen Z women. And beauty and personal care products was our thesis, because we were beginning to see that younger women used per capita a lot more beauty and personal care products than their moms, because they were stepping out, they were going to college, they were working, so they had more exposure to the external environment than women of the previous generation. So now these women were actually at the heart of our launch of Sugar, because they had 2-3 concerns with the brands that are available in the market. Firstly, they wanted products that were extremely long lasting, that would last them from the morning when they stepped out to go to college to night when they came back, and especially in the Indian tropical, humid weather conditions, and the pollution and public transport that they were taking was not very kind to their skin and face. So that was the first concern. Second, they wanted products that suited Indian skin tones, including the warmest and deepest of skin tones. And thirdly, they wanted products that could quickly bring them the biggest global trends, but in a way that suited their Indian aesthetic. So these were the challenges that our consumers threw at us before we launched Sugar. And we spent a long time studying these 200,000 women who were at the heart of our launch. And we realized that there was an opportunity to create a young, data-driven, new age beauty brand in the color cosmetics category, which focused on millennial and Gen Z women. And why this opportunity was beginning to be interesting at that point was that, firstly, in the last 5 to 6 years, we've seen that the e-commerce representation of women as shoppers has gone from under 10% to about 43%. So that has driven a lot of makeup purchases online. Secondly, while traditional brands, television ads, the shift that was happening was that having e-commerce where every single product had the potential to get thousands of reviews of customers giving honest feedback about how their experience with the product was going to make products less of a commodity and more of a way to get noticed by the customer faster, just by creating those hero products. Second was that social media was allowing hundreds of influencers as well as customers to create a lot of user-generated content, as we call it, around these products, which would enable these hero products to go viral and spread. The awareness could really spread rapidly through purely word of mouth, which social media was enabling. So as a brand, what Sugar realized was that makeup consumption is always accompanied with education, where women learn how to wear a winged eyeliner before they buy a pen eyeliner. Women learn how to contour their face before they buy a contour palette. Women need to figure out which foundation works best for their skin tone before they buy one. Now, our task was first to create these hero products that could cut through the clutter and have hundreds of thousands of user-generated reviews, both on e-commerce platforms and on social media, that helped us stand out. And second was to ensure that we could move all this education to our app and to our social media platforms. So we spend a lot of time building a content factory internally, where we would really demonstrate how products are used, how makeup product is to be selected, and what works for what kind of skin tones. And all of that we were producing, the content we were producing in-house, using real women with real skin issues, like a whole range of skin tones, including the deepest and the warmest. And that really helped us connect very well with these millennial women. And as a result of this, on like two of the platforms where makeup is one of the most highest engagement categories, which is Instagram and YouTube, we are by far the fastest growing brand. So we have 2 million followers on Instagram. We're able to reach more than 40 million women every month on Instagram. And we're also able to get almost 400 million impressions across our social media properties and our app, primarily because women are really coming there to engage with the content that we are putting out and learn from it. And these young women are now at a per capita level consuming 2 to 3 times more product than the previous generation. And what really also happened in the last 2-3 years is that the average age in India keeps coming down. So 65% of Indian women are now under the age of 35. So we do expect that in the next 4 to 5 years, just driven by this demand that young women have for products that work for them, the entire D2C category, especially for beauty and personal care, the market itself is going to grow about 4 to 5 times. And which is why brands like Sugar that are fast growing and that work well for younger women are best poised market share from the market leaders. So that's been our approach so far to build Sugar as a digital first brand. Now, while we were building, we realized that while 90% of these women were discovering us digitally and were learning about us and figuring out which color they wanted digitally, they wanted to shop us both online and offline. And online was still only about 10 to 15% of the entire market for color cosmetics. So we started with some pilots with retail stores like Shoppers Stop, Lifestyle, and these retailers wanted to get more younger consumers in. So they were okay with trying out young brands like us and giving us a chance. And they realized that it was possible for a brand that was less than 5 years old to very quickly be in the top 3 brands that they were selling in some of their stores. And this led to a massive expansion opportunity that we unlocked. And as a result of this, today, we are present in more than 35,000 retail outlets. So almost 50% of our business actually comes from offline, but 90% of the discovery around Sugar continues to happen online. So we have evolved from a direct to consumer brand to a digital first brand, which is where discovery happens digitally, but the brand is omni-channel. And hence we are very confident that in the next 2 years, we should be able to continue doubling and hit 100,000 crore net revenue in the next couple of years. Very excited about the opportunity that we have ahead of us, and even more excited, I feel that our biggest superpower is our team, because we have 70% of our team is women, and they very closely resonate with our consumers in terms of having the same ambition, aspiration. They are young women who love creating world-class products and can really relate to our consumers. And we feel that while we've managed to create a lot of hero products, our real superpower is actually this team of more than 2,000 unstoppable women that are working for Sugar. Thank you for this opportunity. Bye.
So Vinita ma'am, it's really wonderful to hear your thoughtful insights. Thank you so much. I must say that this event would not have been possible without our presenting sponsors, Colors Marathi. And the event is co-powered by InMobi and Truecaller. Our gold partners are PhonePe and Sugarbox. Our silver partner is Ride by Red Bus, and gifting partners are Clovia, Purple, and Vedic. So may I request our team to kindly play the AV for our sponsors as well?
लाभले आम्हास भाग्य, बोलतो मराठी, ऐकतो मराठी. जगण्याचे रंग मराठी. कलर्स मराठी. मराठी मनोरंजनाची नवी ओळख बनलेली आपली एकमेव कलर्स मराठी वाहिनी.
भिवू नकोस, मी तुझ्या पाठीशी आहे.
भक्तीपासून श्रद्धेपर्यंत, संस्कारांपासून संस्कृतीपर्यंत, संघर्षापासून अस्तित्वापर्यंत,
तुझ्या रूपाचं चांदन जीव माझा,
प्रेमापासून नात्यांपर्यंत,
मनामध्ये भरली एक माझी दुर्गा, एक माझी दुर्गा.
लहानापासून पर्यंत, महाराष्ट्राच्या घराघरात पोहोचलेली वाहिनी. कलर्स मराठी. जगण्याचे रंग मराठी.
In the age of the connected consumer, InMobi helps brands deliver communication that are timely, personalized, and real. Brands can understand, identify, engage, and acquire customers using InMobi's integrated marketing platform. Understand and identify your consumers using the Pulse and Audiences platforms, and engage and acquire using InMobi's trusted and transparent media buying platforms. Connect with your consumers in ways that matter. InMobi, driving real connections.
लफ्जों की दीवार है, हौसले से टूट जाएगी जब तू आँख मिलाएगी, जब तू कदम उठाएगी, जब तू हिम्मत दिखाएगी। उसकी हिम्मत टूट जाएगी। ये लफ्जों की दीवार है, हौसले से टूट जाएगी।
CDN technology which stores data in localized servers that can be accessed at any time by anyone with little to no connectivity, which means Sugarbox bridges that last mile gap of the internet, making it virtually unlimited and releasing a ton of free and reliable local bandwidth.
What you gonna do when the rain is coming down? Nothing more to do when there's no one else around. Bring it back to the middle, push, take it back to the rhythm. Keep it up for good when the sky's falling down. All you gotta do is to bring it to the ground. Hit it up to your inner move. Stop, start, down. What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it? Let 'em get it down. What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it? Let 'em get it down.
सारा का सारा ब्यूटी शॉपिंग कहाँ होता है? पर्पल पे, क्योंकि यहाँ है बेस्ट सिलेक्शन ऑफ मेकअप एंड स्किन केयर प्रोडक्ट्स, इंडियन और इंटरनेशनल। और ये पॉकेट फ्रेंडली है और जेन्युइन सर्टिफाइड प्रोडक्ट्स। और अच्छा नहीं लगा तो 2 दिन में रिटर्न। और क्या सोचना, डाउनलोड नाउ।
Nisha, your hair is lovely. What are you using for your hair?
आयुर्वेदा। हम सब भी तो आयुर्वेदा यूज करते हैं, पर वो कस्टमाइज्ड है क्या?
Customized?
I use Vedic's customized Ayurveda. The next time someone asks you to use Ayurveda, what will you say?
Customized है क्या?
Now we'll move on to our first panel of discussion on India needs more women leaders. What's the roadblock? Ladies and gentlemen, today women constitute half of India's workforce and bring a perspective like no one else would. So there is nothing that they cannot handle with the highest level of efficiency. How can we contribute in the growing force of women leaders in numerous industries? To talk on this, we have today with us an esteemed panel of speakers. We have with us Ms. Anjana Asrani, Head of PR and Communications, Meesho. Welcome, ma'am. Ms. Dipali Nair is with us, who is the Director, Chief Marketing Officer, India and South Asia, IBM. Very warm welcome to you, ma'am. We have with us Ms. Preeti Murthy, who is the President, Group M Services, India. And we have with us Ms. Chaya Bharadwaj, Founder, Managing Director at DC WebWise, who will be moderating the discussion. So over to you, Chaya.
Hi, everyone. A very good day to you. Very happy to be hosting a panel of very, very eminent panelists of women achievers on the topic of India needs more women leaders, and is there a roadblock, and why is there that roadblock? Okay, so without much ado, because we just have about, I think, 30 minutes to have all our achievers speak about their own journeys and what's happening around them. we just get started. I think, I would like to actually speak to Deepali, to just kickstart this, because some strong thoughts, Deepali, on, what you think, how do we have the right panel? Who should we be actually asking this question to?
So, Chaya, I always say this, that I think a lot of the times when it comes to issues on diversity and women leaders and progress that corporate organizations are making on the diversity side or not, I feel that men need to be equal partners to this. I don't think if the discussion is just among women, for women, by women, it's going to help. Because please do realize that there are more male CEOs, there are more male board members, there are more male decision makers than women. And if they are in majority and taking decisions on what is important inside an organization, they're taking decisions on whether diversity is their top priority or not. They're taking decisions on, who is a likely candidate who should be considered for being a CEO and who is a likely candidate who should be on the board of the company. Then I think it is time that we, got them to collaborate with us. It's time that we also made them answerable, to what's happening to the diversity agenda wherever it is. And I also feel, apart from this, that we've made progress. I've been working for 28 years now. And I can tell you that when I passed out of MBA college, nobody had heard of the word diversity and inclusion the way it is, talked about today.
Yeah.
I was one of the first 2 management trainees that Tata Motors ever hired. First 2 female management trainees that Tata Motors ever hired, So there is a lot of first, I'm typically have been the only woman on the, seat of the leadership team and so on and so forth, right? And I want things to change. Things have changed. I think, a lot of the women find it extremely simple and encouraging when they are entering the workforce today. I sometimes even feel that the young girls are luckier, which is good, However, not much has changed in the last 5 years. And, if there's time and if you permit me, then I'm going to refer to a very big study that we've done in 9 different geographies with 2,500 plus respondents, both in 2019 and in 2021. And that study gives us some indicators that a lot of programs are being run by a lot of organizations, but the effectiveness of that is to be seen. In fact, the study has proven and talks about the fact that the pipeline of senior women in leadership roles has actually decreased across the world. And the situation is not different in India. Okay, so Chaya, I want to leave you with these 3 pointers. One is,
Yes.
The men need to be made, collaborators and answerable. And the second is that we have made a lot of progress over the decades, but is the pace of change, enough, especially when otherwise we're galloping, otherwise, technology in society, is galloping. And the third is that if you look at some of the numbers that, the study that we've done at IBM, the pipeline of the senior women leaders has actually decreased. I'm going to leave you with these 3 thoughts.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Deepali. For most of you would know Deepali Nair. She's a very famous name in advertising and marketing. And right now, she is Director Marketing at IBM. For India and South Asia. She's the CMO. And she really does bring so much of experience with her. And I'm going to come back to you, Deepali. Lots more. I think we can do a separate session with you.
There is one little thing that I had committed to Bijoya. I had told Bijoya that I will announce it on her platform that I'm within IBM. I'm moving on to a bigger, better role, which is, outside of marketing. So, watch this space on LinkedIn. I'm going to be doing the announcement.
Oh, great. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, coming to you, Preeti, and taking on what Deepali just spoke about, what are the steps, we are taking and why is that pace not, that rapid? Could you share, Group M, again, we've all worked with Group M, as a client or as a partner or something. What's happening either in your organization or otherwise in your observation? If you could just, share your views. Yeah.
Sure. First of all, congratulations, Deepali. I'm looking forward to getting inspired more from you. I would just talk not just about Group M. Group M is almost 50% of the market, but industry per se, because I've seen Publicis, I've seen Omnicom, I have friends in IPG. And at the entry level, advertising sees a lot of women up to the belly point. It is post that you see them all falling off the tree and not able to climb. The branches fall off, or priorities change, or the pressures given, or whatever the terminologies are being used to or labeled for women to fall off the branches. Because there is a percentage of women which is quite high actually. At the junior level, it will be almost 60% women in many cases, in many roles. And I've also grown up like that, right? I started as an exec, not just media exec, like a servicing exec, taking production printouts to client offices and wondering what am I doing in advertising. From that era to now, we've all seen that. What is important is to understand is what ambition we are showcasing to these, I think, both genders, as to why is this becoming a gender issue, and why is this at an entry level, it really shouldn't matter. At a belly level, it shouldn't matter how we grow. And sometimes I think what we struggle with is programs, like Dipali said, but I have been a beneficiary of such programs. When I was at the belly and trying to grow up, and a Walk the Talk initiative, which was about diversity and empowering women and making those bold moves, empowering them. And I'm a big beneficiary of that. So I've seen the benefits of being in a program like that, and which, of course, I've come back to Group in my second stint very proudly, saying that that kind of got me out of my own inhibitions of crossing that threshold. And many a times we get caught up in the societal language, we get caught up in our own community language, whichever industry you're from, right? Saying, "Achhe to ladki hai, she can't move up the ladder. Oh, these are girls. Oh, she's going to have a baby." I became a CEO after my baby, and I'm very proud of it. My son was 3 years old. Everybody like, "How will you manage?" I mean, we survived as a family unit, right? We're still thriving. Like, I've just told him, "Do not enter the room. Like, this is serious stuff Mama's doing." So he's sitting outside and wondering, "Where's Mama?" But this is life, and it's okay. I'm not glorifying it, or I'm not making it a big deal. Like, my mom used to cook with me for doing homework in the kitchen. So it's okay. It's not a big thing. But we make this bigger than life. We make this bigger life for men and women and give it that. I'm glad to see that a lot of girls entering the industry do not understand what problems I would have faced. And I'm glad. Because for them, the entry view is very different from what I did, say, 23, 24 years back. I think that transition exists. And somewhere we are seeing that consciousness among a lot of male leaders, who are my friends too. I can see a sea change in the language in the industry. I can see a sea change in the mindset in the way they approach it. Making it gender fluid, not worrying about the gender and the impact of it. And I think pandemic taught us more. Working from home taught us much more about the balancing act, which might have been a one-sided story, but now it's for all. Like, everybody's working from home. Every room is a chaos, and everybody's shouting into, kid is also on the screen, husband is also on the screen, wife is on the screen, my grandfather's working, he's also on the screen, everybody's on the screen. So I guess there is that shift, definitely positively. And I'm also seeing a lot more, like if I am mentoring somebody who's 28, 29, far more confident and clear on what they want and what they won't want, and expressing it. And we have a lot of young leaders like that. People are younger to me who are becoming CEOs in their early 30s, or launching their own business, quitting the industry to start something of their own. That mindset shift is a huge impact on any industry, as a matter of fact.
Yes. Thanks so much, Preeti. Preeti is president of Group M Services India. So, again, and one of the largest media buying houses in the country. So, to be at the top over there, we just know, after having the baby, etc. I think that is definitely speaks about what we women can do, whether there is support or not. I myself too, an entrepreneur, I had my baby, I had to work out of home. I was on bed rest with a reclining bed. I had a precious baby, test tube baby. And we onboarded our very first large account of Hindustan Unilever while I was at home, young people. So anything is possible. I think it's a mindset, definitely, that we women also have to take a step and not wait for somebody else to give us the opportunity. I think that's very important. Coming now to you, Anjana, you're, I think, the youngest in this group, I'm assuming. You definitely look the youngest. Okay. So tell me about yourself and your experience, Anjana. How's it been? You're the head of PR and communication at Meesho. So, how did you get there? What is your story?
Sure. So firstly, thank you so much for having me on this panel, everyone. I think such fabulous and inspirational stories that I've already heard, right? And so many things that I can resonate with as, someone who's still growing in her career and has a lot more to achieve. So just a little bit of myself, about myself. I've been in PR and communication from the start, worked with multiple brands across the spectrum, right? Whether that's like, started out with agencies and then went on to work with brands like Puma, Target, and now I feel I think I've been very, very lucky. I've had a lot of mentors, both male and female, who've been super, super, I would say, very open and appreciative of the fact that I'm bringing certain capabilities to the table, right? I've always been judged on my capabilities versus my gender. So that way, I feel very privileged to be in the generation that I am in today. Of course, I do understand that probably some of my cousins, probably my mom, who comes from a different generation, has seen a different side of gender equality, or diversity as we call it today. But having said that, I think I completely resonate with what you all have said on this panel, right? It's about the mindset, because sometimes I question myself, I doubt myself, I question my own confidence, right? I think it's more to do with the mindset of whether or not I'm going to be able to achieve it versus the capabilities. I think this concept of self-doubt, and unfortunately what I've heard is women deal with it a lot more than men. I don't know why this happens to us as women, but this, we need to learn to get rid of it. We need to learn to throw it out of the window, and be a lot more confident, because we are equally capable of achieving everything that we have to. So mindset, and I think confidence, is something that women really need to focus on. I think everything else is an equal on the table.
So, Anjana, from what you're speaking, I can gather that you did not experience a bias at any stage. So far, how many years, if I may ask, have you been in? Yeah.
Sure, it's been almost 14 years so far, and
okay.
Yeah, so I haven't really experienced a bias, a gender bias. Again, I don't want to, just for the sake of this panel, I don't want to bring any excuses or any examples up, but no, and largely, I would say 98% have not had a gender bias. In fact, I think I really appreciate all my mentors for this, whether it's women. I've had a lot of male mentors as well in my careers. Everyone's been super, I would say, it's given me the right platform to kind of prove myself and grow.
That's great. Talking about mentors, like I used to be a journalist and Business World and Business Today. I had Anand P. Raman, who's now at Harvard, and Partha Swami. And I, when I had my baby, I had some issues at home. I think my bosses were very supportive. And I never felt I'm any different from a male colleague ever in my journalistic career. Ever. And there used to be a time when I used to feel, what is everybody making this noise about? I don't see any difference in male and women. But later on in my career, when I saw, like I'm on the ad club jury and I'm seeing I'm the only woman, I'm on a panel and I'm the only woman, I started observing that why is the woman not here? What is it? Why are there so many male CEOs? Why are there so many male CMOs? And yes, so there is, and I think to get to the bottom of it might be very difficult, but definitely we can make our mindset change. And like Deepali was saying, we definitely need to ask these questions to men so that they can genuinely make that mind shift. And instead of us being on the forum, every Women's Day forum should have male panelists. तब मजा आएगा, and let them say what they think, and make them commit and stand to that commitments, etc.
No, no, I
Right?
completely agree. In fact, Chaya, to your point, we should definitely have men participate in these panels because sometimes the perspectives that they bring to these discussions, right, are actually very different, right? And one is either we make them take that commitment, or we probably are, they are also helping women see certain things in a different light.
Yes,
Right.
absolutely.
As much as I love correcting the men around me at work, so it's not something I take very easily. But yeah, I love doing it. But I think today we've come to a place where it's a lot more equitable than what it was earlier in the day.
Right, right.
I would like to add here, Chaya,
Yes,
that
please.
in one of my recent team conversations, my core team, we were discussing something, and one of my team members said, Preeti, but why is this all a gender thing? Why are we talking about more for women? I don't understand. We should give everybody the opportunity. So I then went back and asked, what is the percentage of your team strength and how many of women? She said, 70% are men, only 30%. I said, what would it take it to be the reverse, maybe, or 50-50, or really doesn't matter? I said, till that day, I'll have to ask this question. The day that becomes a non-issue is when I'll stop asking that question. So the good part is there's a generation that's growing up without seeing this as an issue. But at the same breath, we are not realizing that still exists without us realizing also.
Yeah, Preeti, however, I just want to say this, that I think the younger generation has not seen the numbers. Maybe not enough is getting reported and written about, So the question that I would ask your team is, out of, X number of CIOs in the company, how many CEOs in the top 200 companies, are, okay? How many head of sales are women? Okay. And, and if you start looking at manufacturing organizations,
CFOs.
Yeah, if you start, and I was just going to come to that. If you start looking at manufacturing organizations, how many CFOs are women? So I think the focus is not just therefore on marketing and advertising. Maybe we have a better ratio than the other industries actually. But I think that's the question that younger women also ought to ask themselves. It's not just about them, but it's about what's happening in their environment. And the other single most important question: will we get there? When we are younger, we feel everything is okay, but as Chaya was talking about, and as you
top
were
of the
talking
pyramid.
about, what happens at top of the pyramid?
True.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So this is where I just want to ask, considering that we are all right at the top, Deepali, in fact, I've heard about some of the stuff you do. What do you think? Like I've heard about your mentoring practices. What can we do to encourage women and to bring this actual parity in that top of pyramid?
So I do think that all of us need to, demonstrate activism and being conscious of this. Wherever we can raise a voice, we ought to. And there are 3 levels at which it works. One is personally, do I sleep well at night, talking at a forum like this, but then saying, did I do my part? So I think in every organization that I've worked, I've actually made a conscious effort of bringing back women from, sabbaticals, for example. I have probably personally, looked at careers of 12 to 14 women, who today have extensive careers after coming back, from their sabbaticals. That's at a personal level. I mentor women entrepreneurs, that's once again at a personal level, which is my weekend time commitment, to working with these women. I'm very active over there. But I think more importantly, and the study that I refer to, the IBM study, again says that, are we role modeling well? Which is where, for example, when an opportunity comes for me to talk to women, whether it's talk to students, and in a virtual medium, thousands will watch this, but in the good old days, I always said yes, even if there were 15 women in audience. Okay. Even if there were women in Dharavi, I have gone and said yes to, those audiences, whether it was a corporate, whether it was a big platform or a small platform. I think if we can just spread, are you a bystander or are you an upstander? That's a question you need to ask, right? Do you raise your voice only when it happens to you? Or do you raise your voice about the policies that you have and say that, listen, is this inclusive enough? And there, I think one of the things that you must keep in mind is my message to everyone is that I think we should start looking at, beyond gender diversity. I think we should look at, LGBTQI, or community also. And in the US, for example, you're already seeing that, color-based diversity is also an issue that companies are trying to solve. And we're very active over there, as IBM. But I think these are the three levels at which it needs to be involved. So role model, personally do what you can in the near circle that you have. And I think third, be an upstander inside your organization and inside whichever forums that you're a part of. So if, for example, like I'm on the governing council this year for Internet and Mobile Association of India, right? Bring in the consciousness that you can't do things without women being adequately, representing everything that they're doing. I think that's extremely important. So making a difference. And what I said earlier, men need to be collaborators. I would rather have my mentee going and also speaking to another male mentor who will be great sponsors and who will be, get opportunities for the women. I'm so glad to hear Anjana speak about the fact that she had great mentors and they've helped her. And I'm assuming, Anjana, that they were both men and women, who've helped you. So I think it is extremely important to bring those examples to life also. Sometimes, we are talking about how women who've done it and we role model, we profile them, and my request, and I know AdGully does fantastic programs. My request to Bijaya would also be that, why don't we also speak about the men and, bring their stories out who've actually made a difference and made an effort, So I think these are the things that come to my mind, Chaya, immediately.
Absolutely very good idea, and if you can speak about, like I spoke about, my editor Anjana spoke about, if those stories come out, I think it will also probably empower people who are struggling on, like, see, being a woman, it's very easy for me, I feel, to understand what another mother with a young child will need. And I'm of course very supportive, flexible timing, you can leave early, you can come early, whatever, etc. I think, these stories should go out. So probably, to be fair to men, they don't understand what they need to do. And maybe, when they see these stories, they can probably take those lessons on, how they can be supported. Because definitely, I think, yeah, sorry, please, Deepali, you want to say something?
I want to say this, that I think having flexible hours, being able to balance time at home, I think that probably the change has come already. I find that to be de rigueur. I find that most CEOs, most organizations, most boards are, very amenable to that. The government has made so much progress in ensuring that there is awareness of a lot of issues in the country. I think the issue really is, and I'm glad, Anjana said that, look, I've not faced any bias, right? But the point is, a lot of the bias is implied and subtle and silent, okay? Which is why a woman's name is not the first one that comes to everybody's mind while thinking of, a new CEO when you're hiring from outside, right? A lot of people assume that women may not be great at maths. And the reverse is also true. When they're looking for a job which requires a lot of creativity, they will think of women. Okay, so there are stereotypes that exist which lead to biases. And I think that is the real issue. And then, the mindset issues, there's a different issue. We're talking only about work. Have we shifted mindsets at home? So let me give you a small example. If you come to my home, and Chai, I'm talking about you, okay? You're a woman on the other side. If you come to my home and if you find the house dirty or the food not up to the mark, stereotypical thing is Deepali's home is not great. Okay, nobody will think that my husband's home is not great, right? Now those are stereotypes that we need to deal with. I also do the reverse. If I have to call a plumber home, I will never think that there'll be a woman plumber, right? I'm also stereotypical in that, in thinking of a male plumber all the time, right? And I think these are the gender stereotypes that the societal context needs to, where the societal context needs to change.
Yeah, very, very important. Thanks, Deepali, very, very good points. We have a client, Lubrizol, and I was just for Women's Day activity, I was just Googling and I found that there are actually women plumbers. And I did not know. There's an academy, and I was like and I said that we should, feature these women.
So my maid's daughter has trained at the ITI to be an electrician. And that was the first one for me, also when this opens up your mind, right? But those are still rare,
Rare. Yes. And I think, right, not just in the corporate world, but I think spreading the word even down the, I think that, absolutely we can all do that. We should. So, going back, but, inside the corporate environment, if we could ask, like, of course, even despite being a woman owner of an agency, even in my agency, we have, I think, just about 35% women. Okay. I feel also the number of, say, applications or the interviews we do, it's, you see, we wouldn't look for a male or a female, but whoever fits the job. Okay. But in organizations, I think a lot of mandates are being now put out to change the ratio, right? So at Misho, is there anything like that? At GroupM, is there anything like that? At IBM, are there agendas like that you all are following today?
So yes, there is a conscious discussion because the male leads, the senior most people who are male, also are very conscious about the gender and how they are progressing. And what is important, which I love, is the fact that we discuss which roles are more male and female dominated also. So typically in media planning, the ad ops is very male, because historically that's how you don't consider it glamorous enough, or client facing, maybe people don't come women. But I also see a lot of younger women now, graduates, who are getting into the digital ad op space, because that's where you're running the campaign. So there is the shift that's happening. And what is gratifying for me is these are not frivolous discussions of, oh, chal yaar, ladkiyan ghusa dete hain, not like that, but meaningful role discussions of progression, growth, recruitment strategy, making it viable, the whole ecosystem around it, to bring in that diversity story real. And that excites me even more.
Yeah. Yes, thanks. Anjana?
Sure. So I think at Misho, I'd like to say that a lot of the policies that they think of, right? And of late, I think we've come up with some of the industry best policies, first kind of industry first initiatives as well. A lot of it is actually looked at from a lens of how do we enable more people to come back into the workforce, right? Whether that's, hey, we just recently launched a boundaryless workplace model. That means anybody from anywhere can work with Misho, right? And hopefully, potentially in future, also globally, like global talent is what we're looking to hire. I think, very futuristic programs or models like this will actually pave the way. And I'm really happy to see younger organizations. I'm saying younger because Misho is fairly, newer in the ecosystem compared to some of the other larger companies or, legacy companies that exist, right? The fact that Misho is actually making this or taking these steps is paving the way for other organizations to also look at similar models that will help more people come into the workforce. So for that, I'm super proud to be with Misho and actually spearhead some of these initiatives also within the company.
Chaya, let me just say this. I think from a legacy company perspective and technology company perspective, IBM is right up there as a North Star. I think globally, we are the only company to win the Catalyst Award twice. That's a very rigorously audited award that is given, to organizations for their diversity, initiatives. So that's, at a global scale. But personally, I can tell you this, that the kind of programs that we run to ensure that the women stay on the course, the kind of programs we run that we identify their leadership potential, the kind of interventions we do, for them. I'm personally involved in getting some of those done, and it's fantastic. So, for example, there is this whole concept of limiting belief, right? It's about women believing that they can't do it. And, in her book, Lean In, Sheryl Sandberg has documented this extremely well, right? We actually run a workshop, with a women cohort at the middle management levels where we speak to them about it. For example, I just did the keynote for that recently, where my HR team told me, saying that, Dipali, we want you to come there and not talk about your successes. We want you to come there and talk about what are some of the limiting beliefs that you have. While you may be looked, and it'll be great because you're looked upon as a great leader, but then, can you cover that, right? So I can personally endorse the fact that, IBM is a great place. And similarly, I also want to highlight, two other places where I worked. One was HSBC. I think one of the things that I learned, at HSBC was that if you're doing policy making for women, don't do it for women, okay? Ensure that you do it for everyone. So if it's a flexible work policy, it should not only be for women. And I'm talking about, back in 2006, 2007, that's the thing that I learned at HSBC, that, you treat men and women as equal and do make employee friendly policies rather than just making women friendly policies, so, but they were also a great organization. And the third is FCB Ulka. They may not have said, they may not have gone out and made a statement, but when I look back and I look at Anil Kapoor, when I look at Ambi, Nitin Bhagwat, Shashi, whom I've worked with very closely and personally with, they are, truly gentlemen who probably not looked at a difference and said this is a male or a female. They've looked at the skills that you bring to the table, and the opportunities that are given to you is, purely on account of that. That was a place again which was absolutely, employee friendly and therefore women friendly. I hope, I wish there were, more, men like him. But I want to iterate what Anjana said once again. Out of the organizations that I've worked for, your own manager and mentor makes a huge difference, So I want to mention, Joydeep Roy, who was the CEO at L&T Insurance. Now, L&T may not be known for its diversity, ratio, okay? But I think Joydeep was one person who really, Anjana, like you said, who gave me so much responsibility and is responsible for my growth. He was the first one who gave me a P&L responsibility to manage apart from marketing, for example, right? So I think all of this makes, makes a difference.
Thanks, Deepali. I think Preeti also spoke about a similar situation when now she's president at Group and her comeback story. Absolutely, they do play a very, very important part. Now, before we close, I think we have about 5 minutes or so. I do want to also speak about, if you all can touch about how did you deal when those subtle biases happened, and we can share this as a message to the, to the perpetrators as well as to those who are facing it. How do you, the subtle biases, what do you do? How did you all address it, or how have you helped somebody else address it? Do you think, and let's face it, we must have all at some point in time faced it.
Yeah, I'm having this wide grin because I call it out on the face. I never go back and wait and tell next time I will catch them. Nope. Call it out early. And that's exactly what I tell all the girls and all the women I mentor is call it out early and realize that you need to call it out. Don't shy away from saying that, are you saying this because of this? Ask for clarity. They will just go back and eat their own words most of the time. And that's my experience. But the good part is you're making another person, a male member, aware that he said so without maybe even realizing it's an unconscious bias. So it's a service we are providing to them. If he say it then and there, it's not rude, it's not arrogance, but it's very important that we capture it there, not hold on to it for a later time to package it in beautiful words and express it. That's my style of saying things, and I've done it that in the past.
If call it out immediately, Anjana, I know you said that but anytime.
No, I mean, come on, unconscious and bias happens all the time, right? Like, though I've been blessed with great mentors. But there are two things that I want to say here. One is exactly like what Preeti said, call it out on their faces. And a lot of times they go back and eat their words. And I've also done this at home. I've done this, don't do it just at office. I do it with my husband. I do it with my father, and I see that perspective changing. Now that my father has a granddaughter, now the way he looks at things is suddenly changed in a completely different lens, right? And also because we constantly push back saying, acha, we're girls and this is why you're saying this. So that's one thing. The other thing is, the bias can also be from your side, right? When we're looking at other women, or forget women, when we're looking at anybody, it could be anyone from a different, any gender, right? Like whether it's a guy or a girl. There's sometimes that we have our own biases. Like, and I've consciously corrected myself so many times to stop having that unconscious bias when I'm speaking to someone, when I'm probably subconsciously even judging that person for something that they said or did. So I think that's another thing that we ourselves have to learn a lot of times to correct. So correct yourselves, and as much as you want to correct somebody else who's probably not realizing what they're saying.
Beautifully said, Anjana. I think about the self, the bias that you have yourself, and I think if each one of us were to just take care of it, lots of things at work would be wonderful, and we'll all have great culture, inside our organizations. I think Chaya already said it. I'm also an upstander, and Preeti, thanks, for iterating that. I think it's very important, but sometimes, you can't change the culture of a place. It's not easy, and especially if you're not the top boss. You can't change, and the organizations may be too big, too huge in size, and legacy organizations, especially. Then I think you need to ask yourself, is this the place worth working for? It's like taking a call. For example, even when I was in advertising, I was not very comfortable with a cigarette brand, and I had always made it clear that I wouldn't want to work on a cigarette brand. That's a personal call, that you make. And similarly, I think women need to make that call. Do the values of that organization match up with the values that they have? Because let's face it, a lot of the organizations are not, far ahead in terms of their diversity initiatives, and a lot of this flows, from the top. So question that is what I would say.
Thanks, thanks. Yeah, please, Anjana,
Sorry,
go
I
ahead.
just want to say thank you so much for calling that out, Dipali. That is so important. I've been in organizations where I couldn't resonate with the culture, where I couldn't associate with the values of that organization. And probably when I couldn't change anything, the best I could do was to quit, right? And move on to a place where I felt like I was able to create that impact or give back to that organization. But I think as women, we need to make those hard choices. And it's okay to make those hard choices. Like I when I was making that choice, people were telling me, hey, it's such a nice job, it's you're not stressed, it's very easygoing, are you sure you want to make the switch? I was like, yeah, yes, for every reason that I can think of, I want to make the switch, right? So it's very important to make those hard choices as well. Thank you, Dipali, for calling that out. That's super important.
Yeah, I think most of the important issues we wanted to discuss, we have really discussed over here. Of course, it's a big issue, and this 30-minute discussion won't really resolve it. Any last words? Any each of you want to share before we end the discussion today?
Why don't you go first, Preeti?
So actually, as you all speaking just now, I was thinking, who are the other men who impacted my life positively? So a lot, of course, from the workplace, right from Prashant Kumar, because I joined Group M earlier stint thanks to him. I came back again because of him calling me up again. But apart from that, there is my father who taught two daughters to be fearless. Though I was fattu throughout my childhood, I will not climb a tree or whatever, but he taught us to be very fearless. I think both sisters married into homes where we were extremely supported and celebrated for working as a working woman and given the support. So great husband, and not just husband, but the whole ecosystem. My father-in-law, my brother-in-laws. If I look at any of them, they still celebrate. I mean, if this comes out, I know they'll celebrate. That sends a great message in the families itself, and that is where, change begins from home. So I think that is a message I want to give out as a last thought, saying, what made me successful? Change begins at home. And I hope that's the norm now as we see our next generation growing up.
Great. What a great thought. I totally agree with that, Preeti. I think a mindset shift is critical. And, we're not different at work and different at home. If we can change the men at our homes, I think they'll be different at work also. It's just that I feel sometimes that, are we doing what is called a drop in the ocean? Where is the big movement? How do we accelerate this? And I'm constantly thinking of that and saying, okay, how do we make it bigger? Where can the policy making is actually helping today, but what can help the mindset shift at a larger scale? A recent episode that happened, one of the newspapers was doing a banking convention and there were no female speakers. We picked it up on Twitter and we picked it up on LinkedIn, a group of us women, and the organization, the media organization actually then made an effort to include, women on the panels. Now, I'm so glad that happened, because everybody who was involved in that chain will probably not make the same mistake again, right? But how can we correct these at a very large scale is a thing that keeps on coming to my mind. And I go back to the book Lean In, which Sheryl Sandberg wrote. She wrote it with US context, but when she wrote it and when I read it, everything is just the same in India too. So it has not changed across the world. And some of the people are talking about the fact that COVID has actually set us back by many years, in terms of reaching the gender equity, context. So those issues, Chaya, to my mind, are stuff that the narrative needs to change. The gender based pay gap that exists. It exists, and those are the questions that need to be asked, where, once again, highlighting that, mindset shift is extremely important.
I think Dipali and Preeti have summed it up so well, but my only parting thought here is every drop in the ocean counts, right? Like, I think every small initiative that we're taking today will make a huge impact tomorrow. Something as simple as me teaching my niece to say, I look into the mirror and say, I'm strong, I'm confident, I'm wonderful, I'm happy, I'm beautiful. Every other day is going to make an impact on her and hopefully through her on so many other girls in the country, right? So I think we're definitely in the right track as a society. Of course, a lot of work needs to be done, and I feel one is, like Dipali said, policy making. The other is education. Education will play a hugely important role. I'm not saying formal education, but when I say education in terms of, how do we bring some of these aspects? Like today, we're talking about financial education. Bringing financial education into your school syllabus, right? So how can we bring some of these broader topics into, like, a school syllabus and start talking about it in a more open manner from a very young age, to both boys and girls across the country, and that should set us up for a much brighter future.
Thanks, Anjana. I mean, all of you have definitely said so many things. I think, but basis what you all have just said, I think at home. So I have a son, and he watches a woman, boss every day. By mindset, he's always going to know that, I didn't have to teach him. He's seeing it at his house, but not in every home this happens. And, we do know that husbands can talk very insultingly to the woman of the house. That movie, I think Mom with Sridevi, can't remember the exact name of the movie. They showed it, there's always a mummy ko pata nahi, which it's a reality of across the world. I was watching some other movie on Netflix, don't know the language in it. I saw it some country, but there too, the man is talking about the woman in front of his children, that she is, doesn't know, or is wasting her time, or she didn't look after her career now. So these conversations are happening in the houses. And there, wherever we can make a shift, everybody who's watching this, and each of us, if we start making that shift, because a mindset shift is needed. Because otherwise, till men absolutely cognize, see, that cognition has to be there. Otherwise, there's an effort to create equality. That effort itself, sort of defeats the purpose of, having, moving away from a bias. So I think homes definitely need to be there. And we can help men, question themselves as to why in their organization or why in a certain forum, why the women is not there. And they definitely like more women to be there for sure. So why are they not making it happen? And that's, all I can say from my end. It was really, really awesome to, speak to all of you, and, a great opportunity. Thank you to Vijoya and Kali for this opportunity to have me also moderate this. Great to have, interact with you, Deepali, Preeti, and Anjana. And that's it. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching this panel.
Bye-bye.
And more power. More power to everyone, more equality.
Thank you so much, everyone, for sharing your insightful thoughts. That was really a wonderful discussion. Now is the time to move on to our next keynote on the need for more women leaders in companies and how companies can become an employer of choice for women. Yes. So friends, women in India face and take a lot of challenges, as we all know. Their role and responsibilities are even bigger when it comes to childcare, making it nearly impossible to pursue an ambitious career. To talk about the challenges and how firms and corporations can play an important role in this, we have with us Ms. Shalini Chakravarti, who is the Chief Ethics and Compliance Officer at PhonePe. Over to you, Shalini.
You for inviting me today on such a special occasion. Need for more women leaders in companies. This is quite an interesting topic and has been spoken for many decades now. While we can't overlook that there has been plenty of pressure organizations have taken, but we are not yet there. We are not even close to where we need to be. Organizations are changing, but they are changing very, very slowly. In a recent report that was published by World Economic Forum, Global Gender Gap Report 2021, only 8.9% of Indian firms have women as top managers. While there are many such other facts, how many women CEOs are there in the Fortune 500 companies and so on, but I would like to share one very peculiar, though very embarrassing fact today. A 2019 Australian study found that there were more men named Andrew in the position of CEOs than there were women. In fact, only 5.5% of the CEOs were women, on par with those names as Michael. But why do we need higher representation of women in leadership? There have been multiple surveys and studies that have been conducted on this topic. The organizations that have women as part of their leadership outperform financially against the organizations that they don't have. There was a McKinsey report which was conducted based on a survey done in UK, where it was proved that every 10% increase in the gender diversity, earning before interest and taxes rose by glaring 3.5%. This is absolutely a key measurable criteria linked to the bottom line of the organization. But yet, we still found today that a lot of people don't trust women to be, or don't find women to be competent enough to be taking up these senior leadership roles in the organizations. I would like to quote another study that was conducted by Harvard Business Review almost a decade back. They compared men versus women in a leadership position on 16 leadership criteria. These criteria included things like performance drivers, supporting people under you, innovation, strategic perspective, stakeholder management. And you will be surprised and shocked to see that women outperformed men on 15 out of these 16 criteria. The only one criteria they were slightly behind was the strategic perspective. And the reason was because they didn't have the exposure and experience to be in that role before. And that is clearly showing us that we don't have enough women at the leadership position. But beyond these financial performance, empathy, collaborative spirit, better conflict resolution, and diversity of thought, and host of such other superior soft skills that women leaders actually bring to the table. Look at the 4 countries, Germany, New Zealand, Taiwan, Iceland, who were actually led by a woman leader during COVID-19 crisis. Not just that they managed it the best, they were applauded for the efforts and throughout the journey of this crisis, the way they managed this crisis in their individual countries. What this clearly reflects is that the command of a situation when there is a need be. I would say, look at yourself, look at your mother, your sister, and the women around you. We take bold and wise decisions, which actually at the organization really helps us making the environment very more cooperative, less authoritative. People feel being at home. In fact, interestingly, I was talking to one of my colleagues last week, and it was just a very general checkup call. He was new joinee. Has he been able to settle well? Is there any help that he needed? And one of the things, that he mentioned that out of his journey or throughout his career, there were 2 jobs that he has enjoyed. And the reason he quoted was that both the times there was a woman who was leading the team. He really called out saying that women are very empathetic and they really take care. It really feels being at home. And I think I was very happy to hear that feedback. The other thing women have one of the strongest skill is about business communication. They really empower people to have meaningful conversation, encourage people to have meaningful conversations, and make sure they are creating an open communication channel with a lot of sense of clarity while people are talking to each other. One of the best things that I would really call about women is the ability to wear many hats. We are all very good at multitasking. And, one thing that all of us resonate is, with the goddesses that we worship, Ma Durga, Ma Kali, Ma Lakshmi. Have you ever noticed that all of them have got 8 hands? And what does that truly reflect? That truly reflect that we can multitask very effectively and very efficiently, handle multiple tasks at the same time. But yet, we see a lot of women go missing between entry and the middle level. Why the organizations are not able to hold them up? It's not an easy task. It requires a lot of initiative and effort to hold them up. It's a journey that they need to get on to become the employer of choice for women. I would highly recommend to start this journey early on to build a very strong reputation. And I'll call out an example from my own organization at PhonePe. We launched our diversity and inclusion journey within the 5 years of our start of the organization. And then this journey is not only focusing on female gender inclusion, it's also talking about sexual orientation and people with disability. Most importantly, it's not a journey about diversity, it's a journey about inclusion. But what makes these initiatives successful? They need to be driven by leadership. The tone at the top really drives the culture of inclusion. The diversity and inclusion strategy at PhonePe is led by Sameer Nigam, who is the CEO of the company. He, along with his D&I core committee, committed to have increased female representation. We actually committed to have a 25% women leaders in the organization. And within the launch of 6 months, we were able to make this number from 13 to 18%. Don't you find this exciting and interesting? But how did this happen? This happened because the leadership was committed at it. There were certain few other initiatives that the organization took. And one of the challenges that we have seen is about the women engineers. We launched a tech scholar program in partnership with CREO. And the objective of this program was to provide practical training, internship experience to the candidates with a chance to get hired by PhonePe in the end. Also looked at supporting trans women. We went ahead and hired trans women for our front office. This inclusion strategy is not just about attracting and hiring women, it's also about managing their career within the organization. And that includes, after hiring, how you are providing the growth opportunities. What efforts are you taking to ensure that they are retaining with you? They are having the journey to make it to the top leadership, to the leadership positions that you have. Once you have ensured that women are on board, you need to create an environment in the organization that treats everyone equal and is inclusive. And there are multiple ways one can do it. Do a gap assessment like you do for your financial statements. Address unconscious bias, create a lot of awareness about this topic. And this also calls out very specifically preventing any gender-based harassment and discrimination, sexual harassment and bullying. Ensure that you have a process in place to address such concerns and making sure that there are no repeats that are happening in the future. Basically, what it means, promoting an environment of inclusion at workplace, create growth opportunities, create a variety of career paths that facilitate movement up and through the organization, provide the support necessary to identify the next moves, and build the skills accordingly. This would definitely help in creating a pipeline for leadership. One of the ways that has been really successful in a lot of organizations is to launch mentorship program. We have done that at PhonePe and we are seeing some very good results coming out of that program. One other aspect that we really spoke about was a woman going missing in the middle level. And one of what I've seen with my own experience, there are 3 M's that actually impact a woman's journey in their professional career. It's about marriage, maternity, and mobility. And it's the middle M, which is one of the factors that has been cited in many surveys for women dropping out, in the middle career. And what do women need? Women need a lot of caring. Women need a lot of support from the organization. In fact, I would recall, my first own experience. I have 2 daughters today, but I didn't get this support, that I needed at the first time, the organization that I was working for, the caring that I really needed. And I took a sabbatical for a period of 1 year post my first maternity. So what is it special that the organizations need to do? And I'll probably call out of a program that we have rolled out at PhonePe. It's called Mothers at PhonePe. So this program is to make sure that you get this support after your first trimester. You are beyond the basic, benefits that the organizations offer today, like insurance and, leaves. But what it provides you access to a lot of stuff, even including a guidance booklet. But the most important aspect is to, tie you up with a buddy in this program. And who is a buddy here? A buddy is a mother who's gone through that journey, has experienced the challenges that one has to face. So this buddy is available through this journey, helping the mothers to navigate through this difficult time of life, and also help them come back to the organization and help them settle. So this would really help a lot of women to make a comeback post their maternity. So the only thing, that I would really like to sort of call out for women, there are situations that all of us would need to handle, but there is a lot, available today in terms of support, where you can, reach out to many other women. So never give up, from that perspective. But from an organizational standpoint, it's a difficult time. There are situations where women have difficult times. What I would recommend is, one, to start your journey early enough. Make sure that you are addressing specific concerns that the women really face. Support them, do share that you care for them. And that's very, very important. That would really help you to build a pipeline to make sure that you have more women representation at the leadership. Thank you.
So that was really a useful and important discussion. Thank you so much, all of you. Now let's move on to our next set of discussion on nurturing and building women leadership at grassroots levels. See, identifying potential leaders at a very early age and nurturing them for leadership are the most critical part of building women leadership. Then comes the time and the kind of support it requires. To chat more on this, like to encourage women leadership at grassroots levels, we have a panel of distinguished guests with us, starting from Mr. Amit Gujral, who is the Chief Marketing Officer, JK Tire and Industries Limited. Welcome, Mr. Amit. We have with us Ms. Deepshikha Dharmaraj, Chief Executive Officer, Genesis BCW. Along with them, we have Ms. Sarika Naik, Chief Marketing Officer, Chairperson Diversity and Inclusion, CAP Gemini India. Welcome, ma'am. We have with us Ms. Vasudha Agarwal, Managing Director, Asia Pacific in Mobi. And last but not the least, we have with us Ms. Priya Jayaraman, who is the co-founder, 9 Yards Communications Consultancy, who will be conducting this interesting chit-chat. Over to you, Priya.
Good afternoon, everyone. Wonderful to have you all here this afternoon for a great panel discussion. I have with me 4 stalwarts from various sectors in the corporate India, and today we'll be talking about nurturing and building women leadership at grassroots levels. A very, very pertinent subject, and something that's much debated and much talked upon. Not just debated and talked upon, but we're also seeing today significant action across, making this happen and making this a vision for various organizations in the way they are opening up opportunities, changing policies, giving more visibility to women across ranks to ensure that their growth path is set in their careers. And what we'll do today is over the next 45 minutes, hear from Sarika, hear from Amit, hear from Deepshika and Vasuta uh, on everything that we can speak about as far as the subject is concerned. Looking forward to a very engaging 45 to 50 minutes of conversation, and I'll start with something that will actually open up this for further conversation is what are some of the very important what are some of the challenges, and challenges may have been different for each one of you over time when you have observed what happens at grassroots levels within your own organization and through your growth path. What are some of the challenges when it comes to identifying potential women leaders and encouraging them? I will start this with Sarika. Would love to hear your point of view on this, and then we'll take it from there.
So thank you, and thank you, Adgali, for giving me this opportunity to be part of this very pertinent topic. And there is good news and not so good news over the last couple of years. The good news is that the women participation, both at the junior levels and at leadership levels, has been increasing. In fact, what I recently read is that we have an all-time high of number of women at CEO positions. We have 41. Among the Fortune 500 companies. But the bad news is that's still only 8%, so where are all the women leaders, and if we were to just take a look at, what are the components that go into building a leadership pipeline for women? It's not a magic wand that you can wave one day and suddenly transform a person into a leader. Somebody overnight to look at things very differently. So it really is a very long, ongoing process. When you ask me specifically, Priya, about my own journey, to be very honest, I joined from a tier 2 city into a conventional sales job. And the first thing that I was asked is, you're going to be the only woman in channel sales, and are you sure you're not getting married in 2 months' time? Because we spend a lot of time in training people, and we wouldn't want to lose somebody there. So some of the very common challenges that we have faced is around stereotyping. It is the kind of roles that are open to women. And it's also this assumption that women are there just for a job and not really for a career. The good news again in this is that things have changed. I'm talking to you something that happened 2 decades ago. Today, when we hire and we talk to people, and I must tell you, the new generation is really it's really very interesting talking to them. When I interview a lot of young people today, the women are very clear that they're not looking only for a job; they're looking at a career. They want to know, who are the role models in the organization that they can look up to and aspire to be there. Frankly, when I joined 2 decades ago, there were hardly any women leaders where I could say, hey, I want to aspire there. So that's the other challenge, that there are very few people at that time. Of course, that's changed dramatically now, and there are a lot more women leaders across. So many of them here on this panel. So I would say that stereotyping, the fact that there is a lot more of assumptions when it comes to women and what they want. I think these would be broadly the challenges. I would love to throw this more open to my other colleagues as well, so that we get a lot more of ideas from across the board.
Absolutely. So it's great that you're saying that some of the challenges are, of course, stereotyping, and the fact that they're looking, they're cast in a job, and that there may be a lot more to it, but it's still typecast in something that perhaps is what is assumed and understood. It could be because of the stage of life they're in, or assume that they have multiple responsibilities at the time when they're growing up, and not just focus on career. Perhaps maybe let's just talk about it a little more. What do you think, Vasuta?
Yeah, so I think Sarika rightly, talked about the stereotyping issue, right, which comes in. I mean, not as much now, but it was definitely there. A couple of years, I would say, even a decade back in different industries. I would say, a couple of more challenges. Just adding to that is at an organizational level. See, one of the challenges which comes when you're trying to identify women, at least what I've personally experienced, is that sometimes women themselves hold back, right? So whenever there is, let's say, a tough role or a new challenge or a new program, what I've observed is a lot of times, women are uncomfortable putting their hand up for it, and asking for that new challenge or that new role. And I've actually had situations where I've had to go and nudge people on the side and say, why don't you give this a shot, right? Or why don't you put your hand up for this? So I think there is, apart from the organizational side, even from the individual side, there is, sometimes this hesitation, this holding back, which creates challenges, right? Because if, as an individual, I don't step forward for an opportunity or a new challenge, then the organization at times may not even know about the person's interest or, capability even, right? So I do think that adds to the set of challenges in identifying leaders among women, identifying high potential folks. And when I think, as Sarika also talked about these life events, right? Marriage, pregnancy, all of these things. I think, especially in India as a society, these are life-changing events for people, right? And a lot of times, when people think that, okay, I'm going to be doing this in the next 6 months or 12 months, again, they start, holding themselves back because of whatever reasons, right? There is obviously society and family pressures, and then you also think that you may not be able to meet the organizational demands in your after a life event. So again, I think those things also at times hold people back. And again, that creates a challenge from an organizational side, that how do you support these life events better, right, for women, so that you are not sort of losing out on high potential candidates and individuals because of some of these things. So yeah,
Absolutely.
that's what I think.
No, no, totally. I hear you. So you're saying that it's not just about, there's, of course, there's life events and all of this, but there's also a sense of discovery and self-worth, if I were to say so, at that level. And how do you have to outperform your own role to perhaps grow and make it to the top? Can we take a little, a shot at that? And I'll speak to Amit. Amit, your sector is a very interesting one, and what happens, first of all, is there even a good balance at the grassroots level in organizations such as yours? It'd be great if you can throw some light and also talk about the challenges that you face in being in such a sector and kind of an organization.
Thank you so much, Priya, for the question. And first of all, thanks to Ad Gully for having me on this panel among some distinguished ladies as my colleagues here. The sector, as you mentioned, I think it should not be a question here. There are certain stigmas and there are taboos which we heard from even Sarika and Vasudha as well. Certain things, those taboos are developed by society, and certain stigmas are done by the women themselves, as very rightly put by Vasudha. So, however, we got to understand one thing, that it is all driven by, if I talk about industry, we got to closely observe the construct of the industry itself. Typically in our country called India, there are till about late 90s and early 2000s, it was all orthodox businesses which were ruling the roost. Now, when we say orthodox, it is an orthodox society who had picked up certain businessmen. They were doing their businesses in a very, very stereotyped manner. They need hard working, leg working, and a guy only can do it. Let me put it very simply. Okay. Then came liberalism. Then our economy developed. We started seeing some new businesses led by some new people, the youngsters. Now, as the complete society or as a nation, we have been evolving, our thought processes have also been changing. Yes, as Sarika mentioned, possibly 8% of the CEOs, why not 18%? The process is slow, but process has begun. Let me put it that way. Today, a woman, I'm sure all of you being ladies, you know it very well, you are in every field of walk of life. Space, technology, medicine, sports, industry, XYZ, everywhere you are there. Not in many numbers though. I said because again, the stigma is done by ladies themselves and the taboos prevailing. So the situation, as I said, is changing slowly and it's a welcoming change. You know why? As a gender called female, we are known to be more empathetic. And empathy is something which is an integral phenomenon every professional should have, whether in sales, whether in marketing, whether in R&D, whether in XYZ things, whatever they are doing, because we all in the profession actually are serving our customers in one or the other way. And serving customers, I think the biggest DNA required is empathy, and female gender is known to be more empathetic. So at positions, at leaderships, we got to understand which are the opportunities, where this phenomena of being female is best served. And I think we must create opportunities and we must create roles for that. So irrespective of industry, I don't define any blockages in terms of one industry you can work, another industry you can't work. Not really. You're most welcome. That's how I would like to say that.
Lovely, lovely. I think this is a very interesting point, is the fact that acceptance of gender and women as a business issue, right? That itself is such a very important part. And how do we keep this issue and keep this challenge of, leadership development of women on the business agenda, and make sure that we sufficiently, whether we monitor statistics around participation, performance through various assessment programs. I mean, that's a challenge, right? We'll come to the solutions, but lovely point that, acceptance of this is an issue, and therefore monitoring it and doing what's needed is super critical. I'll take this to Deepshika at this point, because it'll be interesting to hear your point of view, Deepshika, especially as challenge, right? What do we do to make a woman's voice at a grassroots level more heard? Is that a challenge? And what do you think about it, given that you come with this background of making voices heard and making stories be seen?
Yes, thank you, Priya. And I think all of them have said a lot and so relevant. So I was just thinking, God, I have to have a different point of view, but I think I will add more because, and Vasudha touched upon it, Amit talked about it, and so did Sarika. I think one of the things which stands out most is the lack of role models. One of the biggest challenges across industries is, do we have enough women leaders who can be role models? And Amit talked about the 90s liberalization, and there are many more women out there today. So I think that's the first and foremost. How do we celebrate the women role models as leaders? I think the more we invest in bringing out their stories, and I'm in the business of communication, and I think it's important for businesses like ours to bring out more of these success stories and talk about these role models, because when other women see these role models, their stories, hear about their challenges, how they overcame their own challenges, it gives them inspiration, right? It allows them to dream bigger. It allows them to aspire. And there are many more such role models today. While, okay, in India, we still say 8% women CEOs, but it's delightful to see across industry sectors where women are going up the leadership chain. Right, and more younger women are looking up to them and learning from them. A conversation like this itself, I think, will inspire so many more young women who are going to begin their professional career and start thinking about how should they react to a stereotype. How will they break the bias in the organization they go into? How will they choose the right kind of organization? And I think these are some of the tough questions that women will need to answer. You don't just look for a job. And I think one of our colleagues talked about this earlier, that you don't just look for a job, you look for a career. So you look for an organization which is going to give you that career, even though you're a woman, and maybe actually celebrate the fact that you're a woman. You have many more additional qualities that you bring to the table. One of the other big things I think organizations should really think about is are there adequate mentoring programs? We don't give enough importance to mentoring programs in organizations. And that's, for me, very often the make or break in. So you said, how do you identify this women leadership potential talent? And it's true. I mean, at a certain level, it's pretty much similar. And to be able to distinguish between man and woman, apart from who has more work hours and who puts in more energy, who takes more leave, who is more asking for more flexibility, and those then start becoming the stereotypes and the biases. But if you get into almost structured mentoring programs for women who show potential, you can actually start developing that potential pretty early. You can be there to handhold them and support them through that journey. Because we all know, and I have to be honest, I come from an organization where I've had wonderful women leaders. And I was fortunate to have been mentored by some of the best in the industry. And I know the value of that. There were many of these life-changing moments in my life where I said, oops, maybe I should step back, and I'm not sure I can do that leadership role. And there was always a mentor who stepped in at that time and say, challenge yourself, have a growth mindset, think about the opportunities that you can create for yourself, and also think about what you can do for the others in your team who are going to face similar kind of challenges. So I think these are some of the things that we should be looking at. How do we create and celebrate more women role models in organizations? How do we set up mentor programs where we are able to identify some of these young women leaders at an early stage and then help them and handhold them in their journey to grow further, which all then sort of puts together a more enabling culture in an organization. So it's not about just giving it speak, but actually walking the talk and having very clear, if I can call it, culture-driven initiatives in the organization to be able to promote this.
Fabulous. Great, great, Deepshika. Also the fact that half the journey begins in identifying the challenges, right? Because once we do that, the solutions automatically emerge. And whether it is a lack of mentorship, perhaps in the way we see it, whether it's in the lack of opportunities, whether it's in the lack of voices being heard or being stereotyped in a particular role, the challenges are plenty, and there's a huge road to move ahead. That brings me to another aspect of this discussion where we're talking about how do we both nurture and build women at grassroots level. I think given all of you would have interviewed, spoken, succession planned, and also met various people, spotted them from non-traditional roles, just the sheer experience. What are those key qualities that you look for while you plan out what has to be their way forward? If you could talk about some of the initiatives that you may have done, but key qualities, things that you would look for and try to spot at a very grassroots level, and at a very perhaps mid to junior level talent as well as they grow. Vasuta, why don't you share some light on this?
Okay, I think that's a very pertinent question, right, in the context of this discussion, especially as we talk about identifying and grooming talent in the early sort of stages of their careers. So, I think what's key is really, at least what I think I look at, or as an organization, is I think a lot of it is around the attitude of the person more than I would say just pure play skills, right? Because skills can still be taught to a good extent, right? But I think attitude really defines a person, because that's something that stays with them, and it's not changeable in a lot of ways, or teachable, right? So I think attitude, and then of course things like smarts and competence and so on come after that. But I think attitude is very, very critical, and I think you get to know that about a person early on, right, with a few interactions, a few projects, some of the things that they start to do. I think in addition to that, I mean, again, because I've been at my current organization for a decade, so a lot of the values by which we define our leaders or assess our leaders, right, I think are again quite important, right? So, for example, things like one big one for us is ownership and accountability, because making the ability to make something happen, right, becomes increasingly important as you grow up the ladder, right? So in spite of obstacles and challenges, if you're able to own and be accountable, right, for the things not just you are doing, but as you grow, for what your team does, right, what your business does, and so on. So ownership and accountability, again, I feel is a very important quality, and that you can start to see in the early days of someone's career, as they start out with small initiatives, small tasks, and so on. So I think attitude, ownership, accountability, and I think it's difficult to probably assess this right on, but also I think just how bold and ambitious an individual is, their ability or capacity to take risks. Because again, I'm talking about things which are important, as you grow up the ladder. So this one's difficult to identify early on, but again, it's something that we look at, as a quality. So these are a few that I talk about. Of course, there's more that you look at as, an individual grows stage by stage.
Great. Yeah. Attitude, accountability, all of this go a long way. And I think a lot of it also is in the value systems that, we as leaders believe in. And how do you want to then start seeing some of them in the way people are looking beyond themselves as individuals, but also grow within the organization, right? Both personally and professionally. Sarika, your thoughts on this?
Actually, very difficult to add anything to what Vasudha said, because frankly, I resonate with all of them. In fact, I think what I will just highlight, because all that she said is important. That's exactly what I look at really when I'm looking at building my leadership pipeline. The most important one stood out for me is ambition. There has to be this ambition to be somebody beyond just being a sister, mother, friend, etc., etc. So I think that ambition is the driving force. And I have had some wonderful examples within my own team. Very, very young, capable people, women, perhaps from tier 2 cities. But the ambition and drive to prove who they are and to contribute and stand up for who they are has been so strong that in fact today they are leading some of the they're doing roles which are like 2 levels higher than their current grade, and doing a phenomenal job. So I think it doesn't really matter after a point what pedigree you come from. It's important which schools you went, which town you came. It's important in a sense that it helps you start a little early, at a little advanced level. But it's really the ambition, it's the attitude. And one piece which I will add is integrity. You did say, Vasudha, values, but I do believe that, especially in today's world, integrity, your awareness and being inclusive, looking at, beyond just yourself and, beyond your entity, looking at the enterprise, looking at the society. Those are a little difficult to gauge at a very young age, but those are the ones that really you will see the sparks at an early age, and those are the ones which will take you to a leadership level. So, my first point would be, my biggest pick would be ambition, integrity, and really the alignment to values.
Absolutely fabulous. Amit, over to you.
Now, I would just like to sum this up, what Vasudha spoke and what Sarika spoke, and would love to talk about especially women here on these values. We talk about the aspects like integrity, ownership, accountability. I think all this is gender agnostic. But where does a woman has an edge on these parameters? इतिहास गवाह है, घर की रखवाली, घर की देख रेख is all majorly known to be by a woman. Who can be more accountable for the home than a lady? Who takes the so-called ownership of growing their kids more comparatively, a mom or a dad? So if we look into these qualities we look for people, I think there are certain specific areas where they score over other parameters. You need to have a bit more of accountability, bit more of ownership. And I think women score slightly over men on these aspects. So as professionals, when we look for solving a business issue or a business problem or taking out some task, I think the onus has to be on us as to who are the best performers, irrespective of gender there. But I personally feel that on these particular parameters, if these are your asks for the particular job, I think an ambitious, integral woman will score over than a man.
Superb.
I don't know what Sarga says about this.
No, I agree that what you said about the qualities that we were referring to, Vasudha and myself, really they are gender agnostic. Somehow, either it is the cultural fabric that we come from, or the society, whichever ways you want to put it. Somehow these are not the qualities which are associated with women in India very easily.
No, Sarika, this is what I was referring to in my earlier dialogue. That is the stigma self-coined, or you have learned from society?
I would say it's both, because really you learn what is around you.
Exactly. Hence I say that all the women who already are in the establishment at any possible position or role has more onus of trying to dilute that stigma among other women colleagues.
Absolutely. Agree. Couldn't agree more, because that's your payback. Absolutely in sync on that.
Yeah.
I want to add here, and I think the whole bit about being gender agnostic on qualities of leadership is extremely important. And if I may, Amit, it's not only the women leaders' responsibility to challenge some of these stigmas. I think it's equally the men leaders' responsibilities to challenge these stigmas in their organizations, right? I would love to see more men stand up and say, why are we saying women are like this? And therefore, only women, or maybe women, will make better at this job. I think that itself, I mean, I have to say, it hassles me, because I think all jobs should be equally open to men and women. And women should have the equal opportunity to be able to showcase their skills, their qualities, and how they deal with it. And I think that's where I believe the biggest thing is, where men and women need to think with an open mindset, and more, I recently I've been reading a lot on this growth mindset concept, and that for me is what leadership should be looking at. How are you curious? How are you creative? How are you open-minded? How are you a problem solver? And I think it's equally open for men and women. And to your point, you're very right, Amit. I think very often women are possibly not given that opportunity to come out into a workspace and demonstrate some of these other skill sets, right? And we go classical.
Things are changing for the better.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think it's people like us,
changing.
Right? And I think it's leaders like us to actually, honestly, whenever somebody says, oh, I'm not sure, or actually trying to be positive and inclusive and saying, oh, a woman leader would be so good for this position. And I would actually challenge that. Why would you say woman leader? Let's evaluate the candidate, right? For the kind of skills and what the candidate brings to the table. So let's look at it irrespective of gender. And I know we're going to come to that conversation of, at an organizational board level, what should we be doing? And while there is a reservation for a certain number of women percentage to be on boards, and which is great, but I would actually like us to reach a stage in India and globally also where we don't need to have a reservation. Women should be deserving enough to be in that space, right? And I think that's the journey we have to cover as leaders, of being more inclusive, break the biases and stereotypes, and say, why should you have reservation? Women should be accepted and evaluated for a role or a job as much as any other gender. And I think it goes today, honestly, beyond man, woman, gender also. We're looking at a much wider definition of inclusion and diversity, and that will be the future of people. and
Actually, it's a very
leaders.
interesting point you
Fabulous.
said, Deepshika, about the reservation. And just to add, yeah, I'm sure each one of us spoken to a lot of women leaders, and none of them have
Yes.
reached where they have because of reservation. They've all reached there
Exactly.
because,
Yeah.
despite of no reservation, they were able to break it. And none of the women today really want to be on the reservation quota. So, yeah, great
Yeah.
point, Deepshika.
I think only one
Would just
point
like
that
to
I
would just like to compliment on what Deepshika spoke just a while ago, and there's the few lines in Hindi, if I'm allowed to talk about it.
Of course.
See, today,
yes.
I think we all are talking about encouraging having more participation of women, and I'm saying of the opinion that the self stigma should be removed from the ladies. Okay.
Absolutely.
So few lines. तू खुद की खोज में निकल, तू किस लिए हताश है, तू चल, तेरे वजूद की समय को भी तलाश है, समय को भी तलाश है, जो तुझसे लिपटी बेड़ियां समझना इनको वस्त्र तू, जो तुझसे लिपटी बेड़ियां समझना इनको वस्त्र तू, ये बेड़ियां पिघाल के बना ले इनको शस्त्र तू, बना ले इनको शस्त्र तू, तू खुद की खोज में निकल, तू किस लिए हताश है, तेरे वजूद की समय को भी तलाश है, समय को भी तलाश है.
Nice. Wow, wow. You have to say wow, wow. What a
I think we should have, I hope you have one more poetry left for the end of our conversation, because this will be lovely to, also close the panel with. But yeah, one small point that I'd like to make, I think one of the qualities that I was also thinking of is, is collaboration physiologically, right? While we would not put any gender layer on it, but because women are different as such, right? So collaboration is a key skill set that at least I would really look for in a lot of leaders, given that we're becoming more and more technology driven as a race, right? It needs somebody to bring back the humanness in workforces. It needs somebody to bring back a very supportive style of working. And when women combine such invaluable assets that they have to fuel, whether it's leadership positions or make a mark in their workplace, I think the organization itself will see significant growth. And that's perhaps a trait that I would also look for. On that note, I think I'll also open it up for, now that we know who we're looking for and how we kind of are taking this discussion forward from a nurturing and empowering point of view, what is there a time frame to this? Is there a typical time that women take to groom into leadership roles? Is there a journey that they have to go through? So at one end, we talked about mentoring and, programs, visibility within organizations, mapping, or giving them that, the flow of the river. But is it cast in time, given that this is the same time when careers are made, women are also building their personal lives. How does this all pan out? So I'm really putting this out there open for all of us, is what is the time that it takes to groom a woman manager, and how do you in your own capacity chart out these growth plans? Anyone? I think why don't we start with Deepshika?
I was actually going to jump in because one of the things we do at Genesis BCW is actually put growth plans for not just women but also men. It's an annual process of charting out what is your growth plan, and this discussion on what is your aspiration, how do you want to grow and develop. And as part of the discussion, often we do have conversations about what kind of support do you need in that growth plan, right? Because while I may say, okay, I want to be a CEO in the next 10 years, which is a great, good growth plan when we work out the steps, but more importantly, what are the support that you require both at a workspace point of view as well as at a home point of view? And again, to your question, Priya, or your comment that this is also the time frame typically between the 25 to 30, 40s when a woman is building her personal life, is getting married, having children. Well, so is the man, actually. He's also getting married and having children. So again, this brings me to the bit about why should it be gender specific. I think that the biggest support systems the biggest key is building support systems. How can we enable our people with a growth plan, or first charting out their growth plan, and once they've charted out their growth plan, how do we help them build that support system? So at the workplace, some of these support systems can be flexibility at work, being able to give them the right kind of team support, and the kind, what require flexibility to be able to manage the multiple roles in their lives. And then when it comes to the home place, and there's this whole campaign which is running on share the load, and it is so pertinent, right? At home also, both the man and the woman need to build the right kind of support systems. And I have to say, we are very fortunate in India. We have access to some wonderful support systems, whether it's grandparents, whether it's extended families, and of course our help at home. We're able to identify some of the support systems who can be part of this journey. I can tell you, in my journey of the last 30 years of becoming a woman leader, I every day celebrate the support system I've got at work and at home, without which I wouldn't be able to do what I do. I think these are some of the things we should watch out for and help people with. So have a clear growth plan, chart out what are the steps that you need to do, which could be adding some professional development as you go along and adding some more learning and knowledge. And of course, how do you get the right kind of support systems, even in your personal life, to be able to take that journey forward?
Yeah, so playing an active role in creating out that support system and being part of those discussions, despite who it is in the organization, I totally second is supremely critical. What have been your experiences, Vasudha, Sarika?
Yeah, so I think Deepshika made a very important one, right? So I think your question was, what's the time frame, right, to groom a leader? And I think
Yes.
this one really is gender agnostic, right? Because this actually depends on what a person's, say, capacity is, what their own aspiration is. See, one part I think maybe we should keep in mind always that everyone has different ambitions and aspirations, right, for their own career. So I would say, in addition to the support system aspect, right, at least when we're looking at growth plans, one thing we also ask people is to define sort of what is their super you version of themselves, right? That who would they want to be both on a professional and a personal level in whatever 12 months, 2 years, 3 years, right? And then create that support system like Deepshika talked about around that, journey. Because I mean, not everyone wants to be, say, a CEO, right? Someone may want to, say, to go do their own startup in a few years, right? Or someone may want to just take a break for a year, right? So everyone has different aspirations. And I find that growth plans to support those aspirations with the right support system, right, is what tends to work best, right? Because then you're also, I mean, the individual is in the driver's seat in that case, right? And then the organization is trying to support that, right? It's an ideal state, honestly. It doesn't work out with everybody, but at least that's what we try to do.
Yeah, I'd like to build on this with a different take. So first and foremost, I think the journey is continual. There is no 1 year or set of years when suddenly a woman feels ready for a very leadership position. And I agree with Vasudha. Not everybody wants to be or can be a CEO. It's what is your ambition, and how do you allow? How does the organization support that? So it's very specific to an individual. There's one piece that I'd like to pull out rather than repeat what they said is, many times it's okay to take a break in a career, and that's something that we should start accepting. And like Deepika said, while the woman is getting married, she's having children, so is the man. But then it's just a structure around us that sometimes it's okay to take a break for a year, 2 years, provided the organization has the ability to bring you back into the fabric, and get you on par. So programs like, the comeback program, and I'm sure all organizations have the program. It's called Captivate at Capgemini, where we encourage women who have taken a career break for, a certain, fulfilling whatever their, personal career life decisions are. And it's not just opening roles which are the peripheral roles. It's opening key roles which will take them to build a career. And it's not just opening the roles and saying, okay, come on, and then lead them to failure. It is making sure that they are trained enough, they have the skills. Let's say 2 years break, technology changes overnight nowadays, so there is a program which helps them skill up before they join, so that when they actually join, they don't feel inferior or lesser than any of the other peers than them. Also, the same program helps them with buddies or friends who will help them settle in the organization. It's quite unnerving nowadays when we've been off from office for 2 years, right? So when many of us are looking forward to getting back, for some it can be quite an intimidating thing that you've been away from work, you don't know the new generation, they're talking things you don't know. So a buddy that will help them settle back into the informal channels of the organization, that is a complete program that organizations should drive. Of course, like I said, we have a very, very strong, and we've seen tremendous results from this program called Captivate. I think more and more accepting that there can be a career break, but providing an environment for them to come back would help them stay on course for a leadership journey.
Yeah, fabulous. I think Amit, I'd put this question to you slightly differently. Is while we're talking about not necessarily having a time frame, and if opportunities exist for them to come back, then that should definitely be the case. But what about fast tracking, right? What about how quickly can a young individual in any organization, if they want to become a leader, or if we see that they can, are there any roadmaps or paths there? Because while each one's decision can drive the course, are there fast tracking channels as well available? What do you want to talk about? What do you want to say about that?
No, certainly yes. We are in an ever-changing technological environment, right? So we need talent who actually goes beyond the defined limits and boundaries and embraces himself or herself with the newer concepts, newer phenomena, new technologies, newer laws, and is definitely encouraged and also identified in the system to fast track, for sure. See, today we are in a new age. Businesses itself are in a new age. We want people who are agile, who are absolutely looking forward to contribute as the first, irrespective of what their levels have been in the system. Of course, yes, hierarchies do play a vital role in organizations. Nobody is asking you to bypass the hierarchies, but there are opportunities, there are programs, there are systems in place to identify such talents and bring them up the ladder, bring them into critical roles, and do as what we say as fast tracking. There are development programs being carved out to identify those talents in the early stages, put them into those specific programs, because we know that they possess the ability and they can be value add and much quicker than some of the old talent which has been prevailing. So I think all organizations today are looking to fast track such talents.
Fabulous. I think we have a good 15 minutes to sort of wrap this with with our concluding question for the day, which sort of will summarize a lot of what we spoke about, but also very interesting is all this, right? All the kind of support that we really need to give women, and diversity is really increasing. Board number of board seats have increased for 5% female CEOs, which is an encouraging start, though there's a long way to go. What is really what is the responsibility of the board, if I may say so, and what does it take? What is the support that we can expect to encourage diversity at leadership positions and encourage women leaders and give them that confidence to take that mantle? I'll open it up for all.
Okay, maybe I'll start off, and then I'm sure everybody will have jump in. So I think one of the biggest things that a board can create is an environment in the organization where people feel valued and heard and listened to. And I think that would go across whether it's for women leaders or even male leaders and so on. So if you encourage diversity, inclusion, conversations around that, it's something that the board needs to not just have as and apologies for this, it's not just about having a policy. Very often organizations will say we have a policy which is about diversity and inclusion. I think it's about pulling it out from policy and making sure it permeates through the organization, and they demonstrate that themselves, and being open to having different points of view, perspectives, and having open conversations where people feel valued and heard. And the second thing I would say is, this journey is not something that can happen overnight. Like, today everybody is talking about DEI and having the right kind of culture in the organization. It's not a 1 or a 2 year journey. This is a long-term journey. It's going to take 5 years, 7 years, 10 years. So be patient and be willing to invest yourselves in that journey. I think that's what a board should really, the role that they should play to make this happen.
Yep, totally agree. Anyone else?
Well, I'll be happy to build on that and say that yes, it has to be beyond just policy, but more of a practice, and it should be something where it's not something that you need to discuss any longer. Deepshika, I think you only mentioned it earlier about reservation. So, sometimes there are these discussions, oh, we are celebrating, let's say, XX thing, we are launching a certain policy for DNI. Ideally, it should be, the board sets an environment where, this is part of the organization fabric. So you don't have to discuss it separately. You don't have to implement special rules for it. It is actually within the fabric of the organization. The other thing that I would say is lead by example, because there are lots of people who are looking up to the board in terms of how they deal with things. So for example, if you're saying that we are committed to an inclusive organization, but when you look at the board and you look at the leadership, they all look the same, they wear the same thing, they eat the same food, then it's just something which is a brand promise which is not implemented. So lead by example. So when they say, no, when you give somebody else something to eat it first yourself. So whatever policies, practices make sure that the board embodies that in letter and spirit. One of the things that I've always it's an interesting introspection for a lot of leaders, to do that. How many of the leaders themselves, when they're looking at the succession plan, really have at least one woman leader in their succession plan by design? It's not because the HR is standing on your side and asking you to do it, but how have you identified, and do you have at least one woman leader who is part of that succession plan? May not be ready today, may be ready in 2 years, 3 years, but that is something that the board could do. And last, I would say, have zero tolerance for something which is, not aligned to the ethos of the organization when it comes to women. So, have zero tolerance policies when it comes to anything which is related to grievances or, behavior that is unacceptable or discriminatory. Make sure that, of course, you keep anonymity of the names, but make sure that the organization knows that where you stand as far as such things. So I would sum it up in that way.
Yeah, I would just add, I think I think both Sarika, Deepshika covered most of the points. And I think the culture and the environment aspect is very, very important, right? Creating that culture or that DNA in an organization, right, from the top down is extremely critical, because then everybody understands, the importance of something. And again, I think the lead by example one is, of course, actual role models whom, women can look up to. But also, a lot of times we talk about these policies and programs, but what's actually happening on the ground on those policies and programs, right? Like when we talk about, for example, childcare or support system for looking after children, do you have a support system, say, on the campus, right? Or are you giving flexible work options to women, right? So actually what is happening in terms of implementation of the policies and programs, I think, and monitoring that even up to the board level, I think is an important element, right? To make sure that you're not just sort of doing lip service to some of this, and you're actually leading by example and actually walking the talk on these things. So I think that part is also very critical from a top-down sponsorship lens.
Correct. It's also, I think, a familiarization, right? It's important that, given that the percentage uh, of diversity is not so high and it's growing only year by year, it's important that there is that familiarization created in the board environment also to onboard a new board member, especially, or to grow into, or for a board to also give that position of power to a woman leader, right? And see them through that, right? How do they, to some extent, be that we've got your back and empower them to therefore perform to their abilities. So that's just one part. Amit, anything you'd like to add?
I think having heard such wonderful thoughts from the women leader here, I would like to answer your original question by a simple poetry by Shailendra Chauhan. आया समय उठो तुम नारी, युग निर्माण तुम्हें करना है, प्रगति की खुदी नींव में तुम्हें प्रगति पथ भरना है, अपने को कमजोर न समझो, जननी हो संपूर्ण जगत की, गौरव हो अपनी संस्कृति की, आहट हो स्वर्णिम आगत की, तुम्हें नया इतिहास देश का, तुम्हें नया इतिहास देश का अपने कर्मों से रचना है. Thank you so very much.
I think on that note, it's a lovely, a summarization of the power that exists today, and how can we, really channelize it, harness it for not just corporate performance, but also, I think, contributing to GDPs, as they say, and if the gender gap is closed, right? Yeah, great. Thanks a lot for everyone being here. And I guess, we'll get back to our routines, and looking forward to catching up with you all eventually later.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Priya. That was really nice.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Priya. Thanks,
Thank you to everybody else.
So thank you so much, everyone, for sharing your insightful thoughts. That was really a wonderful discussion. Now it's time to start our next panel of conversation on how are women leaders bringing more empathy at workplace. See, it's critical for companies to hire and develop more effective managers and leaders who are capable of moving their organization forward during both good as well as challenging times. Several research studies indicate that women leaders and women managers are better in team management and also better in engaging, motivating, and getting better team productivity in comparison to their male counterparts. Yes, to understand this deeply, we have been joined by Ms. Anita Kotwani, who is the Chief Executive Officer, Kera India, Ms. Soumya Singh Rathore, co-founder Winzo, Ms. Shweta Berry, who is the Director of Marketing and Head of Strategic Alliance Industry and Academia, Marcom, Sales Enablement and CSR Divisions, Ms. Siddha Jain, Chief Business Officer, Bombay Shaving Company. We have with us Ms. Suman Verma, Chief Marketing Officer, Hamdard, and Ms. Venda Ferrao, Head of Marketing, Fresh to Home. To moderate this session, we have Ms. Shanta Saikia, who is the Editor-in-Chief at Gil. Over to you, Shanta ma'am.
Thank you, Namita, for introducing the panelists. Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to this panel discussion on how are women leaders bringing more empathy at the workplace. We have an interesting mix of women leaders from a media agency, a tech enterprise, a personal care and grooming company, India's biggest social gaming app, to India's leading Unani pharmaceutical company, and a fresh food e-commerce platform. Some are startups, some are founders of the company, and some are from established organizations. 2 years of the pandemic has brought about a serious rethink in the way we manage our lives and our business. Today, empathy, kindness, understanding, nurturing, for long considered soft skills and a prerogative of women, are being considered strategic business skills. They have become key factors in increasing employee motivation as well as business bottom lines. We also have had examples of some tone deaf happenings during these times. We had the KPMG UK chairperson who told his employees not to keep mourning about this situation and not to play the pandemic victim. We also had Better.com CEO, a very well documented case, who fired 900 employees over a Zoom call. Now, those have been aberrations, but by a very large extent, we've had organizations who have been very empathetic, very understanding of their employees' requirements, of how they can be kept motivated, and how their productivity levels could be kept high. So how did this major change happen, this major rethink happen? And how are specifically Indian businesses becoming more empathetic during these very challenging times? Let's find out from our very eminent panelists over here. Let's start off by finding out from our panelists how important they consider empathy to be in the workplace. Is it a long-term solution to manage employees across the board? Or is it something which is just pandemic modified and probably might revert to the earlier ways of working? So, Anita, would you like to take on this question, please?
Sure, thanks. So I think today empathy is essentially a vital leadership competency. As leaders, we need to be really more person focused. In the context of the workplace, what it simply means is that you establish yourself as true with empathy to job performance, because you can see an empathetic leader is able to get out a lot more from the team, from the people who are working in closely with him, because he resonates with putting himself into their shoes. He understands that it's not about sympathy, it's about getting into that situation, falling into their own place, visualizing that himself, and then taking it forward. So I genuinely feel it's a leadership competency which in this current situation is absolutely vital for not only women leaders, but including male leaders as well.
Right. So this is not gender specific. That's a great response there. Shweta, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, so I believe that, we all are coming from our own value systems. When we join an organization, no matter at what level, we have our own value system. We have a different cultural perspective that we, bring on to with us, whether, it's at the subconscious level or at a very conscious level. And also what makes us unique and different is the way we understand things. So empathy for me is something which is very essential, because if you want to understand what your colleague, expects from you or wants to, the said and the unsaid, basically. So if you're empathetic, you can actually read between the lines. You can hear what they are not saying, because the voice would tell you, that what exactly is meant by the statements being made or by the choice of words being used. Especially, I come from the technical background, 21 years in the industry, and this is perhaps the first time that we have been working remotely throughout. Thanks to the, global workforce, we have different offices across the globe. So we have been used to the remote working, in teams. However, we never paid attention to, there's a lot being said in words with, the tones, the sounds we make, and the gestures and the body language. I think if you are empathetic as a leader, you will hear more, you will understand more, and that would give you the capability of actually creating a support structure and system which is really required for your team members and the organization itself to, sail through the tough times, which are very uncertain. So I think that's my two thoughts about this. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Shweta. Value system, a culture that one follows, and of course, hearing and reading in between lines. So those are some really great takeaways there, Shweta. Siddha, what would you like to add to it from your personal experience as well as what you've observed in the industry so far?
So very valid points made by both Anita and Shweta, right?
Great.
Empathy, in my opinion, in general, is not an input, is not an outcome-based function. It is just an input function where you are not doing empathy to get something. It is just that COVID has sort of exacerbated what lack of empathy looks like, but empathy as an important mandate and part of a thriving work environment is unquestionable. So I think the big thing is what is now coming out as an essential is something that was always known, right? So it's like growing a plant. When you grow a plant, you don't blame the plant if it's not growing. You analyze whether was it sunlight that was too high, fertilizer that was too low, and then you sort of course correct in the process, right? So the longevity, the long-term question. So we are all growing plants and seeds in each individual that we want to help grow an overall organization or an ambition. So it's very important to think of that as a plant that you have to cultivate together. And that is what empathy is to me. It is rather than putting people in their place, it is putting yourself in their feet and figuring out how to fertilize this plant better for them to grow and hence the organization to grow. Thanks to COVID, I think one of the good side effects has been now this has become a very important leadership trait, but through generations and years, in my head at least, what has differentiated impeccable leaders from just good leaders has always been the ability to empathize. And it doesn't stop at just the employees of the organization. The moment you have that radar on, you are closer to your consumer, you are closer to your vendors, you're just closer to the entire ecosystem, and you understand how to parse through needs and questions better and provide solutions. And empathy then becomes compassion, which is one step above, rather than I feel you, then becomes I'm here to help you, which is a very important next step that you have to take from empathy and become like more compassionate in the surrounding that you live in. So I think it's just a life skill that thankfully a lot of women leaders have now come, so it becomes more apparent as to the difference and the impact it makes. But yeah, that's my thoughts on it.
Thanks, Siddha. That was an interesting analogy you drew with plants, growing them and nurturing them, and ultimately leading to compassion, which is actually the great requirement of these times. So from Siddha, we move on to Soumya. So you've been a founder of a startup, co-founder of a startup. You have set up the business on your own. So how have your experience been with empathy, bringing in empathy into your entire work culture, and what you've observed in the industry?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. But at Threshold, I would like to kind of emphasize a point that has been mentioned before, that is absolutely not linked to a gender. The onus of injecting rather empathy into the culture of the company is on every single person, agnostic of the gender, right? So I don't think only women leaders can drive that. We'll need every single person in the organization to drive that. Just as a quick introduction, we at Winzo, we are now a Series C funded venture with 75 million registered users, and massive growth of this company was seen between the 2-3 waves of COVID, right? So, when we went into the lockdown, we were not even a Series B funded venture, and it was 2020 March that we were a 20-25 member team, and today we are 150 member team, 160 member team. And I think the first and the foremost element of empathy is ability to communicate. And for a company like ours that grew massively, through lockdowns, the team scaled through lockdowns, the business scaled through lockdowns, we grew around 20x through the COVID waves. And we were unfortunately not prepared through processes like a Google and a Facebook would have, because we were in very early stages of a building. And unfortunately, we very initially saw a kind of a breakdown in communication, because how engineers are, we are all introverts. for in absence of process, growing exponentially with a small team. There's very, very huge workload on each of us to kind of just address to the market's growing need. You are fighting for capital in the market. There's ambiguity, and in middle of all of that, you just kind of naturally forget to get in touch with every single member in the team that could be fighting a very different battle outside the business, which is battle of ambiguity of a pandemic, a survival threat, right? And I think it's just, as an organization, very early on, we stopped and we said, hey, well, the business can recover, and we are lucky that we are in the business of moving bytes and not boxes. So, well, we will face some lag and some losses, and it's all right. The whole world is facing that. But we need to first get in touch with the pulse of the company and address all the anxiety, uncertainty, ambiguity that each of us are kind of dealing with, right? At that early 20s, we were also talking about, the world was talking about cutting salaries, reducing the numbers for survival, not knowing where the capital is going to come, the runway, the revenue, loss of revenue, so on and so forth, right? So we decided to kind of get on a call and just address that we're not going to do any of that, right? These are obvious things that we initially forgot to address. It just didn't come to us, right? We also put a cadence we put a process to communication, because if you don't have communication, you don't have empathy. How will you empathize when I don't even know your situation? So we started putting processes and cadence to ensure that we are able to communicate with a new joinee, to people who are already there in the system, because most times you're taking people who are there in the system most for granted because you feel they'll understand. But at that time, they are also kind of struggling. And more importantly, we realized the importance of leaders being comfortable sharing their vulnerabilities with their team, so that the team is also able to empathize with you. I mean, it's really a two-way process. And the moment we make it one-way process, we just make it not scalable. So that's something that we learned through our little experience at Windsor. And happy to share that on this forum. Thank you for giving that opportunity.
Thanks, Soumya. So that was very candid, some instances, the ground realities of working through the pandemic period that you shared. Very few people address the anxiety, the stress, the struggle for survival, the ambiguity during these times. And thanks for addressing that, Soumya. Suman, moving on to you. What exactly have been your experiences, and what is the importance of empathy that you see in today's business scenario?
Hi. I'll begin by saying that, while the whole world has worked from home during the COVID times, at Hamdard, other than the 2 months where it was in the beginning of 2020 and, the last year's April second wave, I've never really worked from home. I mean, as an organization, because we belong to the essential services, for us, it was 5 days a week, even through the pandemic, right? Even whether it was the December Omicron, we were. So I really find that little difficult to be, boxed inside my house and to be all the time on Zoom and taking calls. So I really, really don't have the first-hand understanding of the trauma that one can go through when they have to be working all through 12 months of the year from home. I think I'd find it very difficult to do that. So, well, having said that, let me just come back to saying that I also believe that, empathy as is not something that just belongs to a woman. It's not a skill that just needs to reside with women, because I've been fortunate enough to have worked with both men and women bosses who have proved what empathetic leaders can bring on the table. So I think that leading with empathy is absolutely fantastic for any organization and for the people, primarily because I think an empathetic leaders have a genuine curiosity about the lives of the people they work with. whether it is at a professional level or at a personal level. And therefore, resolving conflict, being able to build a very productive team comes naturally to such people. And I think the bridge between the people and the leaders with that high EQ level that resides in them is perhaps the power of communication that resides with them, which really helps you to understand better, the needs of the people with at that time. Because even while we were at work, there could have been members of the family who were going through, the COVID anxieties or COVID thing. It helps when you can, find a little sympathetic way of dealing with them. But that's not to say that, you let them underperform. But, those little nuances that just require to bring in that compassionate way of dealing with them creates a better bond at the workstation. And I think it's an important skill set to have in today's time, more so because, people have got so many different issues to deal with. And if we really talk about having high EQ leading to a happier work cultures, it is an important asset. And therefore, I think it's an important skill set to reside with both men and women.
Right. Thanks, Suman, for that introduction to the topic, and also the emotional quotient, the EQ that you spoke about, which I believe has become, gained in the equity during these times. Vanda, I know you've had to wait for quite some time to share your views. So please speak forward.
Thanks, Shanta. It happens always, I mean to say, when your name starts with P.
Absolutely.
But yeah, thank you. Very interesting topic. And Soumya, thank you. When you were speaking, I was, vigorously shaking my head, because as startups, right, all the examples you gave and the phases which you spoke about are so relevant to every startup out there. And I think empathy is a very, very important topic. I think it's an underrated leadership competence, especially in startups. And yes, it goes without saying, should men or women have it? I mean, say both should have it in equal measure. But I think the need to be and to display empathy during the pandemic became very, very critical. I think it's the ability to understand and recognize the feelings and emotions, as well as viewpoints of other people around you. And for a startup, this is incredibly important, because unlike, there are structured frameworks and phases, etc., in organization, but in startups, it is honestly fairly chaotic. And if you see, like Fresh to Home, right, we've gone through incredible growth phases in these waves of the pandemic, 1, 2, and 3. And, our growth has grown up manifold, 4x, 5x. We've had teams actually come in place across levels, across functions, and across age groups, right? It's been really, we've grown and how. Plus, we have all worked remotely. And teams have actually, grown in size. And Soumya, yes, I know how engineers actually work. I know how tech teams work. Marketing folks talk, but yeah, you need to actually deal with different employees. It's not the same, you can paint them with the same brush. So it was very, very important for us. And I think at this time, right, it just makes sense if the organization put out the feeling out there that your life was topsy-turvy, but I understand. Ultimately, it's all about understanding. So I think the 4 things which were very important was listening. And to listen first, you actually need to communicate. You can never not communicate that I'm out there, put all your goals, objectives out there clear, and also tell people I have, virtual open door policy. So they come and tell you. See, all our lives have really gone through upheavals, right? So imagine employees who are working remotely, don't know what the organization, what's the culture, etc. So the first thing actually, I believe listening actually helps. You make people aware that you're available to listen. And then also not just being a passive listener, but also asking questions, which shows that you are interested. And sometimes the relevant question you ask, right, just strikes that chord of empathy, saying that the person across the table is actually genuinely interested in listening to what I'm actually going through. Be it cases of employees who had, for example, a special needs child, right? And it was so difficult to that you have to log in early in the morning, you're on calls back to back, and sometimes you may not be available for a certain amount of time. And that's a genuine concern. But the ability to communicate that to your manager, because you believe the manager is out there to listen to you, is a huge deal. So asking the relevant questions and also avoiding judgments, right? As we grow bigger in scale, we get employees across the board. We won't get people who conform to what we have as beliefs. We'll get different kinds of people, right, who are going through different challenges in their life. So it's very important to not say that, okay, if I can do this way, why can't that person do it? They are different. So avoiding judgments, and also last is recognizing feelings, right? There are lots of things which are said tacitly, but there are lots of things which are understated. Having that ability to be able to understand also what is unstated is a huge lever for you to make that problem better. And as they say, right, an organization also has to grow leadership across levels. You work for your leader or your boss, right? So you have to have that confidence, and the leader always espouses the values of the organization. So it's very important for the leader there to actually be a proponent of empathy. So this is my summary of the question you asked.
Great, Vanda. Thanks a lot. So keeping the channels of communications open and clear, that's a very valid, very important point that you have put up there. Now, in this question, first question, we have touched a very broader aspect of empathy during these pandemic times. Now, let's narrow focus it a bit and get to the brass tacks of it. We all know how the heavy toll that pandemic has taken on everyone, be it mentally, emotionally, financially, physically. So how do you see women leaders actually using empathy to bring back the energy and the confidence level of their workforce, which has been really battered through these more than 2 years' time? So how do you see women leaders bring back the confidence level? Siddha, would you like to take it up first?
Absolutely. And I think a lot of the things were covered in the examples that everyone shared. But I just share some personal examples. So the current organization that I'm in is like a startup. It's a very FMCG startup, right? So it has people across the board with very different core behavioral traits. There'll be a sales team which will be very outdoor focused, would want to go on the ground, and will try to find out new ways and will find new struggles that not being able to go on the ground as much, or not being able to hit that is a different kind of struggle. And then there will be finance, there'll be marketing. Everyone has a very different fabric of behavior, right? So people who are target oriented versus people who are creativity led, etc. So there are very different spaces that each one is in, and everyone is going through this common thing, but in very different ways. So as an organization, for us, it had become very important to find these localized solutions in these micro groups as well, right? So to be able to hold and hone the needs of the hour. So one was that, of course, there'll be some solutions across the organization, but there are some very topical things that you need to do across, and it varies a lot. So there's two different types of things. One is the day-to-day, and then there are broad-based initiatives as an organization. So I'll cover the day-to-day first, because that's something that you do on a very regular basis. So on the day-to-day, the mandate of ensuring the right messages, the right tone, etc., is spread through the entire organization, fell on, of course, led by the CEO, and then perpetrated very well through the organization, right? All of us have to speak the same language. We used to send out videos of ourselves talking about what we are going through on a very bi-weekly basis, to say, hey, I'm struggling with this, I'm talking about this. So this is one. So this is a recognition of an acceptance of what we are going through. The other is initiating channels for helping each of them. So when it was for health, so we had different task forces that were created in different cities, keeping in mind the needs of each, and we started sourcing oxygen cylinders, everything, when it was sort of the peak of the pandemic part that we want to forget. So creating action, first is the feeling, then the action around it, and the third is on a very morning, beginning of day, end of day, really taking a pulse of how you're feeling. Be it in terms of everyone needs to do it in different way. In my sub team, I used to do it like we play a game of Squircle, or we'll say if I was one emotion today, what emotion am I? And then sort of starting from that, and depending upon, there are days when everyone is feeling very blah, then you would like do certain surprise things just to make them feel okay, right? So there'll be days when we'll just send hot chocolate to everyone, and these are just small things to delight someone on a very day-to-day basis. So this is very sort of day-to-day and team-led, and then there are some very broader initiatives that we took. So one was and I just mentioned one because I'm sure everyone has done a lot of different things. But one thing that we started is something that I like to call as COCO. We used to like, that is like conversations over coffee, where we used to. I started first with taking just women in the organization and talking about specific topics that they are struggling through more. It can be multiple things, like it can be communication, it can be enabling a more successful career, and different topics, and then using those conversations to educate the broader organization. So sometimes it's important to first take micro groups, understand what they're going through, and then educate the broader audience, because you cannot teach everyone if you can't show the right example. So then we used to get external speakers, educate everyone. So for example, one of our sessions was on how every day, one day of the month, we're already in a very bad space, and then there's one day of the month when we sorry, sort of 1 week of the month where we go through menstruation, etc., which is a very different kind of experience. It's not related to COVID, but what this led to opening up is a lot of things that you face on a very day-to-day basis, and then educate the organization. And within the organization, it also included menstrual leave, for example, which is 1 day of the month, no questions asked, you take the time off. So slowly, with actions to suggest that we are empathetic not just to whatever is happening during COVID. Of course, there's a lot of things that all of us sort of hands down do, be it mass vaccination, sending masks, arranging oxygen cylinders, everything, but through very specific actions showing that we are there for you in the long haul is, I think, the broader message that we did a lot more verbally during COVID. Because what happens on Zoom is that we saw this, right? When we entered into the meeting, we all just started, solving the problem. So what happens is even the best intentions get lost in a virtual setup. So it's becomes very important to sort of verbalize a lot of the general good things that you end up doing. So be it hosting virtual parties, hosting virtual disco nights if needed, just playing music. We had a fitness group to just post all of our fitness videos every day. 5-6 of us would just post our fitness videos to inspire the broader audience to start working out, or just say that, hey, I didn't feel like doing this today, so I did this. So just creating a lot of these small interest groups, and then using them to sort of disseminate larger messages to the audience is the other part of the initiatives that we really picked up. I know I spoke a lot, but very passionate about this topic.
Right. So that was like a whole host of initiatives that you undertook. Shweta, as a tech enterprise, so how did Eris manage during this time? How did you keep the entire, keep the things peppy and kept your workforce really confident during this time?
Yeah, so I think, like Siddha mentioned, a lot of activities, yes, they were there. But I think the first thing which we established was communication, and not only for our employees, but also for our channel partners, for our clients, and even prospects. And what we started doing in that communication was, that stating how we are there for you. And since these are the times when, we understand that everything is not in our control, we appreciate you being patient with us, and we being there for you. And we started recognizing our employees. We started recognizing people who were touch basing with partners, with clients, the small executives, call center, people who are making certain calls and all, and inside sales team and all. We started highlighting how each one of them is contributing to to this battle, and we will win. So one was that everyone is getting recognized, and the second one was everyone isn't together. So what this communication, right from, the president coming to do a town hall, a virtual town hall, meeting everyone, open house sessions, to newsletters, which are going every almost, 15 days. We used to send a newsletter saying that, hi, we all are, there for you and you are there for us. So that kind of comradeship was built. And this was through communication. The second important thing which I really believe helped us was we started putting our system of, meetings. And it was given that every meeting which we are holding will not last for more than 30 minutes because we have our own lives and perhaps our family members are also struggling, or our colleagues' family members are struggling. So we mapped it. Right, we had the leadership teams. We used to talk. We used to, bring out the problems, not only what we are facing, but our teams are facing. We used to discuss solutions together, and this is something which gave us a baseline of not only what one department is going through, but the other departments as well. Then the second line of communication, which was again, said through meetings, was the team leaders, the department heads will hold the same kind of meetings with their team members. And then there was another very interesting thing which we started was any one of us could just give a call to anyone and say, this is not business, this is you and me talking personally. This is you and me connecting today, and we would, have a coffee together or maybe luncheon together, or just, listening to music together and appreciating each other's taste. So what happened was we moved beyond our, relationship which we share in the office to a personal level. We could open up and say, that, okay, you said something like this. I would like to try it. So what was the, thinking behind it? Can I, do the same thing? Will you help me? So all these things. And I think another important thing which our company did was we identified all the cost centers. And we saw that what is essential, what is not essential. And we moved all the non-essentials or not to be done at this point in time to the resources which was required the most. So we tied up with hospitals, we tied up with, psychiatrists, we tied up with people who are just good to talk and, feel a little relaxed. We tied up with event management companies who could come and, do shows for us. We also started speaking to family members. So I would call up, someone's mother and say, how are you doing? And what's the best thing, which has happened over a period of time? Now I know your son is, with you. So do you fight more or do you, solve problems more together? So these kind of chit chats, make them feel that my son is not going and working for a company. He's taken care of there, I'm taking care of there, and someone is also thinking about us. So I think these small gestures of recognition, of keeping two-way channel communication open, we are not connecting for work, but we are also connecting, just to say hello and just to find, how are you doing and how your family members are doing. I think these things really helped us. And keeping in mind that the kids, because when we are working from home, I am fortunate, I'm single, so I don't get all the nuzzles and buzzles and cacophony which happens at home with kids around, or your parents around who would love to watch TV when you have a meeting. But recognizing them also and saying thank you. We could hear you and then we could hear you vanish. So thanks for making that happen for your mama or for your papa. So I think that gestures really helped us sail through, and keeping the sanity in the insane times worked for us.
Great, Shweta. So the personal touch to all business communications, that's really a wonderful initiative that you undertook. Anita, I know agency business is always a very high pressured zone. So how have things been during the pandemic times, and how have you kept the entire team at Kara motivated and working through these very tough times?
So, for us, I think during the pandemic, we really had to rewrite the emotional rules at the workplace, right? We had to bring that might of vulnerability. You know, we are a high pressured, high octane business. We do have late working hours. At times, there are pitches that are running the law. Despite the pandemic, there has been a lot more conversations around new business development, going in and getting those extra businesses going. So I think a lot of the larger initiatives that everyone talked about were, of course, things that we did at Denso and Kara as well. But I think I'll take it to a different lens of saying, did I look out for the burnout signs from my team and the team working on it? Went granular over there and said, what is it that I can do? If a team has worked solid and done nights for a certain pitch, can I give them a breather of 2 days off, irrespective of whether the leave is sanctioned or not? And get that much more closer to them by saying, okay, 5 days intense work, go ahead, take the 2 or 3 days extra, rest it out. We also had to really balance between a lot of issues that employees faced. It wasn't about them getting COVID, it was their family members getting COVID as well. So how do you create an ecosystem of collaboration between work teams, where it was so beautiful to see that every employee or every team that worked together had the other team members back? Your mom's fallen down with COVID, you're unwell, you're sitting in the hospital. Hey, I'll double up for you. Don't worry. Don't stress. Take care of your mom. I think those were the things that really stood out very well, because that's when you see the larger collaboration of teams and teams coming together. There was an instance where we had a couple of people from our organization who lost their personal loved ones. And that's a very emotional period, right? You're losing somebody close. It is their personal loss. I think earlier on, we would never have this balance between, professional and personal life. But I think this work-life balance, it became into more a work-life integration. The lines blurred, whether I'm talking about you, your personal loss, your family, what drives you, your needs, desires. I think this entire piece of being empathetic, especially, it came very easily to women, because it almost became our superpower. We are by nature, we are more nurturing, we build relationships very well. And intuitively, when we had to rewrite these rules, and for us, showing our vulnerability always was very, very easy. It's very difficult for the male counterpart to come back and show, I'm straight-faced, I need to do the work, get more authoritarian, right? I think what this 2.5 years has taught not only us, but even male counterparts, is it's such an important trait. If you're not going to be able to build that as a human being, then somewhere you would have lost the plot. So I genuinely feel the nuance of this personal relationship, the blurring of lines between professional and personal, this work-life balance to work-life integration, I think all somewhere fell beautifully in place, because you collaborated as a team together, you had each other's back. And I think that was very, very imperative for me when I saw stuff happening at Kara.
That's a wonderful way. Hope it continues much beyond the pandemic period. These are lessons that will carry forward organizations together. Soumya, what would you like to add from your personal experiences of this time about the work-life balance, about keeping the employee morale high?
Yeah, we're still we don't have a strategy that I would say that, oh, we have nailed it and this is working for us. I think the external environment and everything around us is changing every single day, right? Like from the point that the second wave was over and vaccination was out, we said, oh, it's over. And then third wave came. Honestly, we are still trying to find our feet to find the balance and the best strategy that works for the productivity of the company and yet would keep everybody in a healthy, motivated mindset. I do feel that communication is very critical. As a company, we feel that there's no replacement of the physical presence of all the people that you kind of collaborate with. We still, as an organization, struggle keeping a great balance and integrating people when we are working remotely, even though we have like maybe better processes when compared to 2020, but we still feel that Zoom calls and hangouts, etc., may not just do enough to replace the awesomeness or the contagious presence of, very well motivated, passionate people sitting right next to you and giving you energy. I mean, I need energy from everybody in my team, because I may also be having tough days, those moments when I'm doubting my own strategies, thinking, hey, how do I fight this alone? And it's my need too to actually have people who are very motivated, and I somehow just feel a magical influence of their presence, and I feel more motivated to fight a changing environment, a changing consumer need, to changing, investor needs. And I think it's like a very sensitive balance where you have to just find the right fit that suits your culture, and still, is giving the right space and flexibility to people in your team in such a competitive, complex external environment. So, I mean, we're still finding answers, and our answers are evolving every single day. So, don't have a fixed strategy yet that I can say with conviction is working for us.
Thanks, Soumya. I'm sorry. So, we've heard a lot about collaborations, lot about balance, work-life balance, as Anita said, work-life integrations. Now, there is also a very different aspect to it as to, achieving the right balance. That is, we are all being empathetic to the employees' well-being and their needs, and keeping the sensibilities in the time, of the time in mind. That is on the one hand. And on the other hand, as business organizations, we also have to ensure that our employees deliver on their KPIs and stick to deadlines, and there is no laxity on that part. Now, that's a very tough balance, not just for women leaders, for all leaders during these times. So what should be the strategy to successfully achieve that balance between empathy and performance, not handling your employees with kid gloves, and ensuring that they do deliver what they are supposed to deliver? How do you achieve that balance? Vanda, would you like to try? Go first.
I think when you say that there is an issue of balance, right, it means it is an and or, it's inversely proportional. But I don't think that people are out there to, make excuses and therefore, not deliver. I think kamchor nahi hai log. So you really don't say that if I'm nice to a person, that person will also take advantage of me and, performance is going for a toss. I believe that that's a flawed argument. I think organizations really need to, reach out to employees and say, we are there for you. So if you have a well-motivated employee who really believes the organization is there, results actually follow, especially for in a startup, right? And I was like really shaking my head so vigorously when Soumya was speaking. It is a huge challenge, right? I mean, to say there is communication which needs to be done. And, it's a fallacy to say that I have it all. You'll always have a strategy which gets better on time. And I think it's important to accept it, that there are times when an organization will really not have it, but at least you understand that you're making a move in the right direction. So there are many things you can put in place to ensure that you have the right balance, but it always has to be empathy first, right? It is people first. You want people to deliver. So I think first is to ensure you lend a listening ear. Be very clear on what is the expectation of the employees, right? If your business goals and objectives are not clear, you're also leaving it very open for people to decipher it in different ways, and therefore then the tension actually sets in. So performance also is impacted. You have to ensure that employees are also taken care of, their mental development, whatever needs are actually taken care of. You have to walk the talk and also ensure that you are there to listen to them. So, open doors, lending a listening ear, all these are very important. Scheduling meetings actually is very important, that you have one-on-ones with the team and also with the broader group. So, messages don't get missed in translations. People are very clear on what is actually required. If they're not clear and if everything cohesively doesn't work towards a goal, then you will have these slip-ups, which then you tend to blame, right? That should not happen. And I think overall, a little motivation, a little smile, little happiness doesn't hurt, right? So when you do small things, when a new joinee comes and you give him that hamper, or every quarter you send out a hamper, or you do these Zoom calls where you actually have beer and fried chicken, or you do these small things like appreciations, right? Everyone is sitting remotely, so you send across a hamper with some goodies out there. People also feel that they are wanted. So I think if you do all the right things, performance actually follows. So I think that's the equation, and not and or.
Right, Vanda. Thanks for that. Suman, being a wellness company, a pharmaceutical company, I mean, your hands must have been full, because this is the period where everyone's health came to the forefront. So in such a time, such extremely busy time, so how have you been achieving this balance between empathy and performance?
I think you said the right thing. This is the time when I think we sold maximum number of products. We managed to do maximum number of launches despite the world being in a lockdown situation. I think one thing that happened, like I said, that we were always working. I think having heard so many people say so many things, I wouldn't say that we went out of our way to do a lot more for people, but because at Hamdard, women are really hugely underrepresented. But we have a vertical, which is a P&L, which is a clinic, health and wellness clinic. And interestingly, we have about 9 to 10 lady doctors right there. And one thing that we never forgot was that, for us during the pandemic, our doctors were the frontline workers for us. So they've all gone through emotional burnout, they've gone through illnesses, they've had COVID, and yet they've come back to work right after, they've come out of it. So I think they've gone through a lot. And having said that, I think now after hearing so many people, I can sort of put my thoughts back in perspective. And three things emerged from what we did. And we did some interesting stuff, which is that, we said that empathy actually has three components to it. If you look at it, there's cognitive skill, there's compassion, there's emotion. And all of this somehow resides pretty well with women. I would look at that and say that women doctors make fantastic listeners to their patients. And I'm not saying that men don't, but in our case, because we are Unani clinics, very few women like to come and talk about feminine health to male doctors. So they prefer coming to men doctors. And a lot happened in the space of mental health, right? So what we tried to do was that we said accountability and empathy has to go hand in hand. So we put all the women doctors right up front, and we got them to do an aggressive PR for us. So they became face and radios where they spoke about mental health. They wrote articles, they wrote blogs for us, and we sort of, went all out in the social media, in the newspapers, in the digital platforms, and we leveraged their skills. So the outcome of that was fantastic. I think it did a lot for their morals. They started getting a lot of people walking in, talking to them, and it sort of boosts your confidence, and not just the confidence, but they started believing in the brand Hamdard. And they're always very excited to come and talk to us and tell us that, can we go out of our way to do something? They come with in mind their profitability in mind about creating a better teamwork. So I think that it's an interesting outcome of when we put them right there and we leveraged the three skills that are required. They're learning writing, and the very fact that women make great listeners, and their ability to communicate better with people, we sort of leveraged that. I don't think that we had a strategy behind it, but it so happened that one thing led to another, and then when we pulled back and we thought that our doctors did a great job. So today in the online space, we have women doctors who get maximum number of calls. We also have male doctors who are doing well, but then, this was a group of employees, so to say, who were underleveraged. And I think, the pandemic really helped us to see them in a different light. And that, I think, has gone a long way in keeping their morale as well as the company morale high. So,
Great.
yes, I sort of thought it was different.
Great, Suman. So that's an interesting way of utilizing employees who are not usually at the forefront, and bringing them to the fore, and very important, interesting lesson over there. Siddha, how have you achieved that balance between performance and empathy?
So it's a very having everyone has covered a lot of the things, but it's a very tricky balance, and hence we're having this discussion, right? Many a time, I very honestly feel that the expectation, and again, I'm not being gender biased at all, but the expectation of empathy lies so much, unfortunately, on women. Is that, for example, because I am borderline, if this is my empathy level and everyone else's is this much, so my expectation of performance, if it feels anti my empathy, it comes as such a shocker to my team, way more than someone else who, let's say, whose empathy is generally low, right? So it's a very delta difference. So sometimes the biggest early on, the sort of problem that I've faced, especially with sort of very young teams, etc., is to delineate compassion and that the mandate or the things has no relation. Sort of balance that I had to strike, and I still struggle to strike on a lot of days, is the balance between being known as a generally very open person and open to your this thing, but that doesn't mean that I am like a genie that will solve all your problems also, right? So I think that is something that I have personally struggled with personally a lot. The way at least I have addressed it to some extent is to ensure that on an everyday basis, I communicate the same things. I think cognitive dissonance becomes very wide if people feel that you are changing stance, and you wouldn't be changing stances. You just be focusing on one point or the other. But I think what I tend to do is I always tend to reiterate key messages. So every conversation, let's say if we do a daily huddle, whatever we do, it always goes back to saying, hey, these are our top 3 objectives and priorities, and everything we do we'll solve toward this. In achieving this, of course, there'll be a bunch of roadblocks, personal roadblocks, mandates on the way, but we will solve it together. So I think 2 big things that have worked for me. One is reinforcing the key message very often. Secondly, being a co-problem solver, rather than being, hey, give me an update, or hey, you owed me this, kind of an approach. It's a very tactical thing, but I think these make such a difference on a daily basis, because it's very weird. There have been days when I have felt that I have been judged more harshly by my teams. Therefore, we also need empathy, right? So if we are giving so much empathy on a very everyday basis, the one thing that teams don't understand is we have nowhere to get that empathy back from. So it becomes such a lonely war when you feel that you are doing everything in your possible sort of might to do what is right for the business, the company, the employees, everyone. And bi-weekly feedback mechanism where I force everyone to fill out a survey and then talk about, like, fill out a survey anonymously and then talk about what is it that they need to get done, and then track it, so that yes, the problems are not sitting somewhere and you are addressing them. And yeah, the second is just constantly reinforcing the same message but with the same tone. These are the 2 big things.
Right. So, I mean, I'm glad glad you mentioned that, because everyone empathizes with the employees, who empathizes with the leader. So I believe somewhere, it has to be a two-way give and take somewhere. And thanks for bringing that up, Siddha. Anita, what is your take on this? How do you delineate it? How do you keep the performance level high?
So the ideal balance is something that I would like to call as neutral empathy. What do I mean when I say neutral empathy? I think, where the other person feels listened to, he's getting acknowledged for what he's bringing onto the table. And at the same time, I'm laying down my expectations very clearly with that person as well. So when you come from that place, you are almost navigating like a productive path forward, where both sides know what's in store for the other to kind of perform on the work front. It's a give and take, and there are no surprises, right? Because I've laid out what is my expectation out of you. You've laid back to me what are your challenges. I need to then, as a leader, become an enabler for you so that I can solve for those challenges. So to your point, that you really spoke about, it's the employer-employee relationship is actually a two-way street, right? I have to give some, I need to get some out of it. And that balance, it really, really requires radical transparency on both sides. Integrity and honesty, saying when I'm not able to do something, I'm going to raise my hand and say, I'm in trouble, come and help me. Or there may be situations where I, as a leader, may be feeling vulnerable. I have something that I need to deliver to a client, but I have a team that's burnt out and I have to still get that out, in terms of work for them. So how do I cajole and motivate them into still ensuring, saying, guys, I'm up shit creek as well. And that vulnerability, when you come back as a leader into saying, I'm with you with the same space, and I'm going to equally walk that path with you to kind of solve for you. So I think in this pandemic situation where leaders themselves have rolled up their sleeves, the midnight oil, and if tomorrow I want to reach out to her at an ungodly hour, she's absolutely fine with it, because she is not putting pressure only on us. She's equally pressured and she's seen doing as much as we are doing. I think that calls for a lot. It's not that I want everybody to kind of work late hours, etc. But there are in the agency, background work, where there are some days where we really get pressured into working late hours. I think at that point of time, being available for your teams, I think there's nothing like it. I think they can just reach out to you. They can figure out, I'm stuck here. Can you solve for me? I'm not getting responses from certain team members to close my deck out. I think those are the ones that really, really work. So this radical transparency from the employee and the employer, I think that's where the magic happens.
Right. Wonderful, Anita. So Anita knows where the magic happens. Shweta, you get to have the last word here. So let us hear your inputs.
I think what you asked has been, beautifully explained and elaborated by Suman, Siddha, and Anita. I think what I can do in the honor of time is summarize that yes, empathy is at one side, accountability is at so we know that nobody's cheating on us, nobody's cheating on the timesheets, nobody's cheating on work. There is a negotiable thing, flexibility. Yes, you can be flexible. Don't, deliver at XR, but at YR. But don't, cross the deadline. So that's the non-negotiable thing. So I think respect that, appreciate your employee and your team members and your boss. That, yes, you are there for us. We are accountable for what we have to deliver, and we trust each other. So I think that's the mantra and that's the ingredient to what has been, helping us, sail through these times. And empathy, and more than the empathy, compassion, I think is a magic word. No genders here are important, when these two magic words have to work. I think it has to be ingrained. And if not, naturally, like we women have it, innate, we have it naturally. you can acquire them. So, if you don't have it in you, there are people who can help you out to have it. So just be open to it, that if, I need, to be a little more attuned to others, issues or problems or way of thinking and perspective, at least be open and say, let me, work on this. So I think that is also a trait of a good leader and a good human being for that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Shweta. Thank you, panelists. That was really a very interesting, very heartfelt discussion, I might say. And thank you for being so candid about, so many things, which usually, it's not that much discussed in open forums, but here we've
I must say that this event would not have been possible without our presenting sponsors, Colors Marathi. And the event is co-powered by InMobi and Truecaller. Our gold partners are PhonePe and Sugarbox. Our silver partner is Ride by Red Bus, and gifting partners are Clovia, Purple, and Vedic. So may I request our team to kindly play the AV for our sponsors as well?
लाभले आम्हास भाग्य बोलतो मराठी ऐकतो मराठी जगण्याचे रंग मराठी कलर्स मराठी मराठी मनोरंजनाची नवी ओळख बनलेली आपली एकमेव कलर्स मराठी वाहिनी.
भिवू नकोस, मी तुझ्या पाठीशी आहे.
भक्तीपासून श्रद्धेपर्यंत, संस्कारांपासून संस्कृतीपर्यंत, संघर्षापासून अस्तित्वापर्यंत,
तुझ्या रूपाचं चांदन जीव माझा,
प्रेमापासून नात्यांपर्यंत,
मनामध्ये भरली एक माझी दुर्गा, एक माझी दुर्गा.
लहानापासून थोरापर्यंत, महाराष्ट्राच्या घराघरात पोहोचलेली वाहिनी कलर्स मराठी, जगण्याचे रंग मराठी.
In the age of the connected consumer, InMobi helps brands deliver communication that are timely, personalized, and real. Brands can understand, identify, engage, and acquire customers using InMobi's integrated marketing platform. Understand and identify your consumers using the Pulse and Audiences platforms, and engage and acquire using InMobi's trusted and transparent media buying platforms. Connect with your consumers in ways that matter. InMobi, driving real connections.
लफ्जों की दीवार है, हौसले से टूट जाएगी जब तू आँख मिलाएगी, जब तू कदम उठाएगी, जब तू हिम्मत दिखाएगी। उसकी हिम्मत टूट जाएगी। ये लफ्जों की दीवार है, हौसले से टूट जाएगी।
Just PhonePe.
Sugarbox is an internet enabler that makes the digital experience faster, cheaper, and exponentially better. It uses a patented CDN technology which stores data in localized servers that can be accessed at any time by anyone with little to no connectivity, which means Sugarbox bridges that last mile gap of the internet, making it virtually unlimited and releasing a ton of free and reliable local bandwidth.
What you gonna do when the rain is coming down? Nothing more to do when there's no one else around. Bring it back to the middle, push, take it back to the rhythm. Keep it up for good when the sky's falling down. All you gotta do is to bring it to the ground. Hit it up to your inner move. Stop, start, down. What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it? I'm getting it down. What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it?
सारा का सारा ब्यूटी शॉपिंग कहाँ होता है? पर्पल पे, क्योंकि यहाँ है बेस्ट सिलेक्शन ऑफ मेकअप एंड स्किन केयर प्रोडक्ट्स, इंडियन और इंटरनेशनल। और ये पॉकेट फ्रेंडली है और जेन्युइन सर्टिफाइड प्रोडक्ट्स। और अच्छा नहीं लगा तो 2 दिन में रिटर्न। और क्या सोचना, डाउनलोड नाउ।
Nisha, your hair is lovely. What are you using for your hair?
आयुर्वेदा। हम सब भी तो आयुर्वेदा यूज करते हैं, पर वो कस्टमाइज्ड है क्या?
Customized?
I use Vedic's customized Ayurveda. The next time someone asks you to use Ayurveda, what will you say?
Customized है क्या?
Now we'll Now let's talk about sports and women in our next keynote. As it's a powerful tool to build the skills, friends, sports helps an individual much more than in the physical aspects alone. It builds the character, it teaches, it conquers, develops strategic thinking, analytical thinking, leadership skills, goal setting, brings discipline, risk taking, delivering the best, just to name a few. To discuss about this, we have experts on the matter with us. We have been joined by Ms. Aditi Chauhan, who is Indian footballer and founder, She Kicks Academy. Stage is all yours, Aditi.
I'd like to start by thanking the AdGully team for creating this platform and inviting me to be a speaker and to share my journey in the sports sector as the goalkeeper of the Indian football team and as the founder of She Kicks Football Academy, which is my platform, which is a platform that I've created to empower the girls through a powerful tool of sports through the medium of football. I'd like to share a recent life experience that I had with the Indian national team, where we were supposed to play in January. We were supposed to play the know that playing the World Cup, which is like a dream for every footballer. And we had a chance to make it to the World Cup for the first time in the history of Indian football. And we had a good chance. The kind of pool that we drew, the kind of countries that we had to face to stand a chance to qualify for the World Cup, we were quite confident that we could make it. And we had been preparing for this tournament as the national team for the past 6 months. Traveling around the world, playing friendly matches, playing against Brazil, which was an experience in itself. And only because we believed that we could compete against the top teams and we had the capability of playing the World Cup. So come January, when a day before the tournament, three of our team members, including staff members, had COVID. We played the first match, but by the end of the first match, most of our team got infected by COVID and we could not continue playing the tournament. We had to withdraw from the tournament, which was a very disappointing and heartbreaking event that we all had to go through as a team. But honestly, that is an experience that I wanted to share because that just shows the kind of emotions that we went through, shows how football has really empowered me and why I'm in love with this sport, because it's been a really strong source of empowering me to truly believe that women are capable of doing anything that they really set their mind to. Coming out of this, we believe that this tournament could be like a very important step in the history of women's football to change the people's perspective towards the sport and towards women playing sports. So all the challenges that we went through as as girls in the current patriarchal society, the kind of society that we have to face when we pick up a sport to be your career is not an easy choice to make, because not just for us but for the parents as well. And I personally my journey has been through a lot of challenges. The first challenge that I remember of my journey was convincing my parents, especially my dad, to support me and be okay with the fact that I was playing sports, playing football, and choosing a sport like that and making my way through an industry or a sport. Women's football didn't really have a clear pathway of where I wanted, all the things that I wanted to do and how I wanted to see myself and my career set up. There was no clear pathway, but the kind of love that I have for this game has truly been the reason why I've been able to face all the challenges that have come my way, because all the experiences that I've had on the field, coming out of these disappointments, being strong enough to believe in yourself that you can push through anything that life throws at you, and honestly, all the challenges that you face by just following your passion, and facing those prejudices, those stereotypes, and having that confidence in yourself to make your own way through the whole system. I truly believe that all the life skills that I've able to learn and gather while playing football over these past 12 years has been a major reason why I've been able to, carve my own path in on the field as well as off the field in the sports industry, where I could go be the first female footballer from India to play in the UK in the Premier League, where I played 2 seasons for West Ham United. I was awarded the best Asian footballer at the Wembley Stadium in London. And I've been able to come back to India to set up my own football academy, which is dedicated exclusively for girls as a platform of empowering the girls through football. And through this She Kicks Football Academy, I want to provide this platform for more and more girls across the country to come and experience this beautiful sport. Even if you're not willing or want to play at the top level, play professionally, learn the life skills that this sport teaches, that you learn, and the experiences that you have being part of a team, playing football, a sport like football, is something, the kind of life skills that you learn from this sport, I can guarantee that you will not be able to learn from any other things, no matter how many books you read or whatever experiences that you have in school. I feel football for me has been a very critical tool in shaping my personality and giving me the career that I've had. So and She Kicks is my way of providing that to the younger generation and to the girls, to more and more girls across the country.
So we are having an enriching experience by listening to you. Thank you so much, Aditi, and all of you. Now let's start our next discussion on working in a new environment with work-life balance. What are the challenges? Ladies and gentlemen, lack of resources, unsupportive relationships, high stress levels are few of the hindrances in work-life balance. So how can organizations create a good work-life balance in this new environment? Let us hear from our experts. We have with us Ms. Madhuri Pawa, Chief People Officer, South Asia, Group M. Welcome, Madhuri ma'am. Ms. Nisha Singhania is also with us, who is the co-founder and director, Infectious Advertising. Ms. Tarunjit Ratan is with us, who is the managing partner, Nucleus PR. We have with us Ms. Valerie Pinto, Chief Executive Officer, Weber Shandwick. And to conduct this session, we have with us Mr. Lloyd Matthias, angel investor and business strategist with us. So I kindly request you to proceed with the discussion, Mr. Matthias.
Good afternoon, and great to be with this wonderful panel of women disruptors. The topic we spoke about one of the challenges. And I have a full women on this panel. So we're going to go a little deep into the subject and their perspective. I just want to kickstart by, kind of sharing a little bit of what's happened in terms of to all of us in the context of the pandemic, right? Not roughly, but I think precisely 2 years back at this time, our lives were vastly different. None of us saw what's coming in terms of, the severity or the impact of the pandemic. It has irrevocably changed all of us, both personally, professionally, and our organizations in general. And they say these things happen, literally once in a lifetime, and they change a lot of things in a kind of permanent way, right? All of us have seen the effect 9/11 had on airport security. There was a time you could reason, pretty peacefully, and now, we go through kind of deep scans all through. So I guess some of what COVID has done to us as humans will be here for the long run. I just highlight a couple of areas where I see the pandemic having changed the world. I think one is we all recognize huge shifts in consumer behavior, right? We've all become more hygiene conscious, building up our immunity. The concept of remote working is real, right? Prior to this, we all did the occasional conference call, but now kind of working out of away from the office is a way of life. Travel restrictions, right? We thought nothing about traveling all the while, and clearly in the last 2 years we've seen that come down significantly. Public gatherings, right? Movies, rock concerts, hotels, that's kind of, at least for now, gone out of the window. So a lot of this has changed, including at a personal level, families, right? We've got more time to be with each other. We just realized, in a sense, how little it takes for us to get by. Some of us have discovered new passions in terms of cooking. We've taken our share of entertainment. I think one significant switch in consumer behavior all through the line. The second that I just want to set the context is also an increased confidence in technology. What was at once, let's say, digital wallets were reasonably used. Now they're a way of life. All right. These days, pretty often, when I leave home, I may not have my wallet, but that you can pretty much get by. right? So whether it comes to online payments, whether it comes to video conferencing, whether it comes to just ordering our daily groceries, I think confidence in technology has built up. So much so that a lot of government services, right? So up here in Delhi, you can get your driving license and lots of things totally online. You don't physically have to go anywhere. So online permits, passport services, I think all that's helped. And I think the last element really is, what I would say, a big focus on health. Being closely involved in the startup sector, I'm seeing it. Healthcare startups are literally going through the roof. But just the fact that everyone has kind of started taking charge of his own element. What we will focus on today will really be on the whole concept of how the office has changed. And I think specifically what we are going to dive into is the concept of work-life balance. So I'll kick it off and, first on, want to get Madhavi's perspective. In an organization like yours in Group M, what significant change have you seen in the last 2 years? How has the organization, ensured or worked towards ensuring a better work-life balance for your teams?
So like you said, Lloyd, the change was dramatic. And, I think it's often said that whether it was the whole digital acceleration or the acceptance of remote working, what would have taken us a decade, happened in 10 days. I think it was 14th or 15th of March, that weekend, when, the world kind of just changed. You used to always say euphemistically, what will happen? Will the world come to a standstill? And yeah, it did, right? And then it started again in a totally different way. I think one of our biggest learnings is, I think there are two, if I would put it, which have helped us kind of anchor our whole approach, on people is, one is this whole idea, and the third I think is on hindsight. One is this whole idea of empathy and what's good for people, what's good for business. Nisha, we were chatting earlier and you mentioned that, and I couldn't, totally. So if I pivot and knowing that people need different things, so whatever we are doing, the architecture needs to be broad enough to straddle that. The other approach we realized very quickly in that, we talk about audience segmentation, right? Many times, and you earlier used to think about it as demographics, and you thought about people who are with this skill or people who are with this in this office or in this agency. We started seeing people as cohorts who had a shared context. So some of the cohorts we found that we needed to be kind of mindful who were going through similar things is, for example, mothers. And, if school is starting at 9, the job status meeting cannot start at 9 for the mother, right? So the meeting timing started moving to 11. So, there was one cohort there. There was another cohort we found, which was new joiners. So, you're joining virtually and then you're navigating blind for a little time. So that's a cohort that needs a slightly different way of, because, and it goes back to work-life balance and hours, because if you don't get that right, doing the day-to-day task can just take longer if you don't build that context. The third cohort we called were the flying solos, the people who found themselves living alone and then who went back to their hometowns. So their context, they're almost living in two different cities. It's a very, very different context. And the fourth cohort we found that we really needed to, all of this would come through is leaders and, the language of the leadership. And the other thing that we learned on, and I'll just pass this back in a bit. I think what I notice now when I reflect back, thanks to Lloyd's reprise of the last 2 years, it just occurred to me that the marker of time for us seems to have changed. People describe their last 2 years in the context of, this happened to me in the first wave, this happened in the second wave, this happened in the third wave. So our marker is the waves that came in, and the markers of business are the calendar years or the financial years. And I think the whole thing of what talent and people function and, we as leaders are doing is getting that wave and that cadence to go along with that linearity of the calendar year or the financial year.
That's a great lead in, Madhavi. I mean, I think, looking at it across, 4 segments of, let's say, new joiners, the normal working parents, then of course the flying solos, right? The folks who are just, going to go back to their hometown and work from there. And then of course, the leadership. And I think you also made an interesting point about empathy. And in that context, I think that's critical. I think one is what the organization can do to to make empathy as as something mainstream in the company, but that's also incumbent on people. I mean, just to share maybe a small issue here. I remember in say somewhere in August, one of the companies that would happen to sit on. It started with the CEO making his presentation and diving straight into explaining why business wasn't good. And a couple of people stopped him in his tracks and said, "Hey, this is a 4,000 member company, and we all got mails to the effect that 12 of our colleagues have passed on in the course of the pandemic, right?" And to my mind, and it was a big negative that the CEO didn't even choose to acknowledge the fact that the 14 of fellow employees were no more, right? And that could have been, everyone felt at least the first 15 minutes of the whole discussion and maybe a minute silence. But very often, I think it's the lack of empathy, that comes top down. That's an issue, and some, of course, is policy driven. But I think you made that great point, and I think we'll take it across to the entrepreneurs. Maybe we'll start with Nisha. And Nisha, how have you seen your organization navigate through the last 2 years, through this entire pandemic?
So, Lloyd, I think it's been a learning curve for all of us. I think, like Madhvi said, when it hit us, it was literally something that could have taken years to happen, but we all had to change overnight, And I think from the starting or from the beginning, I don't think at that point any of us realized that business would get impacted or how this would get impacted. But I think as we got into it, the one thing that we were sure of is that we have to keep safety foremost. And everything then needs to work around that. So if it means that, people need to work from homes, people have various challenges. At some places, their homes could be in places where there's not good internet or, where electricity goes off. So how do you ensure that, they can still function in those conditions? So keeping safety first and everything else then work around it and ensure that, people's health and safety and well-being comes first. So that was the first thing that we did. The second thing, we realized that everybody has a different set of problems. And I think, Madhvi, you spoke a bit about that, and that really comes in even the cohorts. Like, for example, the going solos, like you described them, they had a very, very different problem, for people who were living by themselves, not being connected, not being able to go out and meet people. We saw a lot of people were facing severe mental health issues, and which is where we realized that there was a need to have groups which were not just about work, but just connecting, just having people being able to reach out, just sharing jokes with each other, just, so we started online games, online antaksharis. There were lots of such things, because people needed to feel connected. Of course, there were the, working parents, where probably for the first times in a lot of households, the fathers realized, oh my God, there is so much to be done with the children, So there were a lot of working dads who realized that, they needed to contribute as well. So there were different problems that different people had, and I don't think there was one solution to everything. You needed to look at individuals, understand what their problem is, and help them solve it. Yeah. So in our case, there was no standard policy. In fact, even now that we're looking at going into a hybrid model, there is no standard policy. It is extremely open. If you want to come to work, if you feel the need to come to work, then come to work. If you want, and because a lot of people have decided that they will now live in their hometowns forever, they don't want to live in a city like Mumbai or, whatever. So if you feel that you can work from there, it's completely left to people. So that's the way we have structured ourselves.
Terrific, Nisha. Thanks for sharing that. And Tarunjit, how about at Nucleus? How did you guys manage through this? And, do you have kind of T-shaped policies, or you kind of play it as it goes along?
Absolutely. So, it's interesting that a lot of us might be from different industries, but our experiences have pretty much been the same. Yeah. Thankfully for us, we already had a work from home policy in place. When this hit us, we just extended it to the entire team. Interestingly, we started off as a virtual agency when we first came into existence, and spent a lot of time, money, energy, effort into getting the 4 walls and roof over our head and getting the address. And well, we are now back to virtual again. So life comes a full circle. But what we hadn't anticipated, so while we replicated all the work from home policies and everybody was very happy because we just seamlessly fell into it, what we didn't anticipate was the deluge of work that would come to us. While a lot of industries were struggling in the initial phase, we were thankful that we are lucky to be in a job. We are lucky to have, clients who pay us and having a healthy cash flow. All of that was, we were very grateful for it. But by the second or the third quarter, we had to, the entire leadership team at Nucleus had to step in and help clients understand that we need to set expectations. We need to relook at expectations because those boundaries have to be set, where everything got blurred. And while we were happy to be in business, there has to be a point where you have to focus on your own health versus the bottom line. So that was a tough thing for us to kind of, navigate through. But I think with the help of our clients specifically, and our team members, the confidence that team members gave us, we were able to figure out how to set those expectations. And now going forward, even when we are moving back to a hybrid model, we're looking at replicating those expectation parameters across all our clients.
Terrific. Yes, that's true. I think you've nicely brought in the fact that typically, and there's no hard rules, but I think we're all kind of entering into a world of a hybrid workspace, right? We might, some of us might end up going back to the office more often than not, and some might kind of be working remotely as the default option. And I think organizations are working around processes to ensure that. One of the companies that I'm involved with, has dropped from 3 floors to 1 floor in a building in Cyber City, but with the view that teams will at least once or twice a month have a full team meeting, and that could happen either at the office or elsewhere. So they're providing for those kind of things. So I think that's one realization. But moving forward and getting your perspective, Valerie, just want to understand what should typically a good work-life balance strategy be like? How is it in the case of Weber Shadwick, which you lead? But what do you think are expectations of a good work-life balance? And I'm just going to go a little deeper and ask you, is it very different from a female employee versus a male employee?
So thanks, Lloyd, but I so totally connect with what Taranjeet, Nisha, and all my panelists have said today. But the one thing on work-life balance to actually come into play, especially from an agency standpoint, is for the entire ecosystem to play to that work-life balance. So Taranjeet alluded to it to somewhere. If you want to give your people, a sort of space to work and breathe and deliver real good productive work, you need the support of your clients as well. You need to create an infrastructure that allows for them to work wherever they want to work and the hours they want to work so that they can deliver to the asks that they have. But for that, you need the client support. You need the the leadership support. You need to bring everything together. And I think that's going to really be a game changer moving forward as to how you allow the younger generation, especially that mid-tier level, who's now seen that I can use this technology. I don't need to waste 1.5 hours in a train or in a bus getting to work, and I can do more with my life. And it could be that for what a young person coming into the industry, or it could be for a female employee, like you mentioned, who needs that extra time to kind of do various things that or handle various responsibilities. Not taking that away from them. So they're starting to reason that, they're starting to look at that, and for them to be able to leverage that and build that balance in their life, you need the ecosystem to come together. And as we move into this new way of working, I think most organizations will have to think about how we enable those, like Nisha mentioned some time ago, just make sure that they're happy. And if they're happy wherever they are, then work will happen, productivity will increase. But the moment you put the pressures back on, like Taranjeet said, from a client standpoint, I need to see you face to face. I need you to be in my office at this time. I need this to happen. Will you start seeing the pressures build up? So interesting to see how we work as organizations moving forward. Culture, I feel, as a leader of the organization, culture is something that is extremely important to build stickiness, right, in an organization. And I find it extremely hard to keep people connected, having to let them work from different parts of the world or different parts of the country and not seeing each other quite often. That chemistry of when you meet someone, you just emote some like I went to the office and I met my colleagues after a long time and I felt so happy, like my mental balance came back to normal, and to say that, okay, this is great, we're back. But we have to live with the reality that it's not going to be all the time. Like Lloyd, you mentioned, people are going to shrink their office sizes and say, okay, maybe everyone doesn't want to come back. So yes, I think mental balance and keeping that mental balance is all about understanding who we are working with. Like Madhavi mentioned, finding the cohorts who it's more customized sort of approach. It's not one size fits all. It's being open-minded to what's coming up from the talent side as well as from the client side. It's changing mindsets as we go along, from agencies and clients' perspective and the relationships that we share. And it's leveraging technology very differently to empower all of us in ways in which we can still keep that magic alive as we used to have from an agency culture standpoint. So yeah, that's what we're trying to do from our side.
Yeah, I think technology has indeed played a key role, and you've made that point very well. It's just that, and I know for a fact for some of the organizations I'm involved with, is that prior to the pandemic, let's say a lot of conference calling from home and work from home happened at maybe relatively more senior levels of management, right? When you looked at the lockdown in perspective, the first 5 or 6 months, it was like the whole office was working from home, right? So how does one ensure that the rest of the employees have access to good quality, let's say, office equipment, maybe a laptop for a lot of employees who never had one. Not expecting everyone to work out of a smartphone. And then issues, of course, like Wi-Fi. And that also brings us to the next point, was that empathy. At some level, an organization can mandate or can build policies that support empathy. But to some extent, it's also a very individual-driven thing. I know of a specific case that got highlighted in some parts of the media of a manager who kind of, or a senior leader who snapped at his team because in someone's home, the dog kept coming into the room. Right now, these are realities, right? A lot of us sitting in our little home offices with with fiber Wi-Fi may not realize that there are homes in the country where there are 4 people in the house, spouses working, 2 kids going to school, and the Wi-Fi is just not good enough, right? So you won't get that 100% silence. You'll have an occasional child, coming to screen. You'll have Wi-Fi breakouts. So in that sense, empathy will be clearly how the organization supports it in terms of policies. But what do individuals do about it as well? And I want to just come to Madhavi on this context, and possibly probe a little deeper into what Valerie got started on. In the context of an organization, do you see going forward organizations kind of build empathy as a kind of core into their hiring process? So every employee, they look at that aspect in a supportive context. And also, kind of keep in mind that people working from home will not be, in a sense, as ready on call as they are at office. Like the point you made about, if there's a 9 o'clock meeting and that's the time when the parent needs to drop his kid off to school, then can meetings be more accommodating? How do you see policies shaping up in organizations like yours and others to enable a more work-life friendly workspace?
So 2 things, and I'll take your question in a moment, but I'm hoping that the anecdote that you narrated was a 2020 thing, and that we are all well past, where dogs, cats, pets, parents, you're on mute, I lost Wi-Fi, are all now part of meeting norms, because that would be quite worrying if in 2022 we are still dealing with
Madhvi, I'm going to interrupt you and warn you all. My cat has a habit of making a guest appearances in most
Love the
meetings.
cat. Bring her on. Exactly. You know, so I'm hoping that those were the initial things because to your question, you know, how does policy enable it? I don't think policy can enable it, Lloyd. I think culture enables it. And you need culture. But yes, when there is this level of this width of topic and this level of ambiguity, I think some structure is required, you know. And so if I may take a shot at a reductionist view of trying to knock this into a neat and tidy 2x2 matrix, I would say on the one hand is of course the needs of the people or their context. But if you look at the tasks that we are talking about, and if you're talking about flexible, then one way to think about is tasks which are, they can either, you know, one axis could be, it can either be synchronous or asynchronous. So synchronous is, for this, I need everyone there, you know, at the same time. Or it could be an asynchronous, an individual task, a report needs to go. And on the other side, does this task need people to be co-located, or is it okay with this task to be distributed? And if we try and plug some of our tasks into this, then it gives managers of, you know, because we've got to land something like empathy, which is experienced by somebody else, but the person who's giving that out also needs some frameworks. So I think if we can start to look at some of the tasks that teams are required to do, then it helps managers put something into context, you know, saying, so actually maybe everybody doesn't need to be in all the meetings. So some tasks I might prefer to knock off at 5:30 p.m. Somebody may need that time, you know, because there's something for the child and log back on at 8 p.m. So if managers can help people break that up, I think the other structural place where companies can come in, which is on, I notice, and I think we were, that we tend to think of it either in terms of individual or as a whole organization. But actually, this kind of stuff really happens, the rubber hits the road at a team level. And so if we can think of this third thing somewhere in between the individual and the organization, and teams and norms, and what do teams agree to normalize in their ways of working using this 2x2 matrix, then I think
Great. I think that's a great point you make about culture. And like I said, you know, culture could vary within different organizations in a place, or could vary across countries. I mean, to share a small anecdote, you know, HP, where I worked in India, one of the things was they provided for every employee to have 2 work from home days a month. And the unwritten code in India for a work from home employee was, you know, that's a day he could use to, you know, sort out some personal issues. Maybe he has to drop his kids, he needs some time. So we'd never really call that person until there was an urgent need as such, right? He would still be doing what he has to do as he would do in an office day. And, you know, then I moved to a regional role, and there, you know, the expectation was that a work from home was somebody would get onto his computer at 9 o'clock and would be on call till 6. And I've got messages from team members saying, you know, I'm off for 10 minutes, you know, do I have your permission? And I said, like, oh, that's, you know, I would assume that was part of the course. So I think at one level, culture, you know, is clearly what you mentioned. The other point, which I think you brought out, and, you know, I think good to get Tarunjit's and Nisha's views, is that a lot of the variables in an organization are, in a sense, outside of the control of the organization, right? So if you've got a demanding client who, you know, wants to see you in his office at 10 a.m., you know, you might end up doing it, right? Because that's the need of the business. So I think a lot of times there are a lot of issues that are beyond control. At what point do you say that this is good for business but not good for my employees, and when do you draw the line, right? At some point you want to not lose any business coming your way. At the same time, you also want to build a culture that's supportive of your employees. You cannot expect them to, you know, to get a press release into a publication at 11 p.m. because that's the need of the client. So how do you kind of balance that business imperative versus you know, what's good for your people? Tarunjit, you want to go first?
Sure. The buck stops here. Yeah, absolutely. Because end of the day, the leadership team, the top management has to kind of figure out who to prioritize, what to prioritize, profit versus people. And I think very rightly, Madhvi put it, the culture of an organization is what binds all of us together, right? And I think the pandemic, during the pandemic, especially during the second phase, it made, I think it got our entire client roster through a churner. Yeah. You realize which are the ones that actually resonate with the values that you do have. Those are the ones that stuck around with you. Those are the ones that, and you tend to then start attracting the same kind of clients that you want to actually work with. I think everybody has kind of aligned themselves and figured out how much they want to give, how much they want to, kind of keep with them, where to draw the line. I think that's one of the biggest boons of what has, one of the positive things that has happened out there. And I'd like to touch upon one more thing. One of the positive things that has happened is that words like mental wellness, culture, internal communications have come out of presentations and actually become a reality. Yeah, they've actually become reality. People are actually talking about it, right? And being in marketing communication, we know very often that there are various reasons why a brand would say that it's okay, let's talk about it, right? We'll implement it later. But I think there's a huge pushback from the entire communication industry now, which is putting their foot down, becoming adamant about it, that you have to walk the talk. You can't just talk about it. You have to kind of figure that out first before you actually go out announcing it, right? In fact, for an organization like ours, where we had HR who would talk to people and make sure, especially the singles, people staying alone, people staying away from home with taken care of or had somebody to talk to, we actually tied up with a mental wellness counselor and ensured that the first session was mandatory, even if it was just to say hello. The kind of feedback that we got from all the employees as well as the counselor was phenomenal. And now that's a regular practice. I mean, see, if it could percolate down to an agency level, right? I'm sure it's kind of, opened inroads in many organizations where I think this should become a standard practice.
Absolutely. And what was your experience like, Nisha? You're on mute again. Sorry.
Sorry, is that am I audible? Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
please.
So question about, where do you draw the line really, and like I said, I'll repeat what I said, that, if you keep your people happy, business happens. I think that being the fundamental truth, unfortunately, a lot of times the business that we are in, the service industry, even prior to the pandemic days, there were people who were working long hours because there are deadlines to be met and stuff like that. Yeah. So I think you need to be able to take a call saying, is that a reasonable demand in the given scenario? And if that's a reasonable demand, then you will equip the person or enable the person to meet the demands, and it's not just the person's or individual's problem. However, if it is an unreasonable demand or an unfair demand, then you would not hesitate to pick up the phone and tell the client that, hey, this is the situation, these are the problems people are struggling with, and we don't think your demand is reasonable. Obviously, if there are clients who completely understand this because they themselves are going through this, but there could be clients who don't, and then you need to take a call. You need to choose between what is more important to you. So I think that's a choice most people have had to make, and I think most of them have made good choices.
Fantastic. No, good. Thanks for sharing that, and quickly getting across to you, Valerie. There are clients, and there are tough clients, and then there are bosses in large global organizations. And there are late night conference calls, and there are unreasonable demands from some of them. So how does this fit in that context, right? So let's say, we've gone through, let's say, how do you handle slightly difficult clients in a situation, and which side do you kind of err on the side of? How does one, if the need be, push back to a large global organization when a lot of the demands and expectations haven't been tempered, let's say, during the pandemic or even in normal course of business? Because let's say we have a lot of internal hurdles in India that very often we have to surmount, right? Sometimes infrastructure, long commute times, and such like. How do you navigate that, in this context?
So fortunately, I think we've had very great, good global bosses who kind of gave us a early sign warning to say that this is likely to happen. I think that the US felt it faster than we felt it. We saw a lot of companies going around, retrenching people very quickly in the first phase as well. And we were also asked the same question. So for us, the most important thing was to keep people secure, because people started getting a bit insecure at that point in time to say that, hey, maybe I need to find another job or whatever. So the most important task was to, one, build a sort of stronger understanding of the potential of what the business is, keep your people secure, build a context back to your boss to say, this is what I'm going to see and this is how we're going to pan out, over the next 2 years, and give them a longer tail on what the business is likely to look like. And I'm sure when you, as a leader, if you stick your neck out to say, hey, this is what I will deliver by this end of this year, and you have to have that much confidence in your business to be able to say that. And fortunately, we were successful in doing it. But I do know that there was a lot of retrenchment that happened outside. There were people who lost jobs, salaries were cut, etc. during that period of time. But we had to make sure that, our primary, focus was to keep people in their jobs, make sure we kept everyone well, engaged, clients well engaged. We doubled up on some amount of communication that we did with our employees, as well as work we did for our clients. And I think, we kind of tied it through one of the worst years, which was 2020. 2021, we saw things pick up. Of course, we went through the second phase, which then got the world really worried about India. And I think all of you must have gone through this as well. The second phase, like, everyone was ill, everyone was, and Delta sent some really bad signals globally as well. But I think it was also during that period of time we saw more clients being empathetic and supporting us than the first wave. And as a result of which, we again saw a good sort of trajectory as far as business is concerned. But in all of this, I must say that, we've had to build up the case of empathy from our global leadership to India as well, showcase the reality of the situation on the ground, but also talk about potentials of where we would go and how we would build on this together. It required me to do a lot of team building conversations with my people on the ground. Without their support, we wouldn't have been there.
Absolutely.
So guiding them through, getting them to have heart-to-heart conversations, and a lot of, I don't know if all of you experience this, but family got into the work-life balance, right? Family got into the work that we were doing. My mother's telling me to do this, and my husband thinks I work too much, and those kind of things. So we had to do things to even keep the families engaged into the business, to make sure that the people felt well anchored, because without them, you won't make it to the end. And, that's really how you had to keep the balance between the boss and the people and the outcomes that you had to deliver. So it was, yes, one of the most challenging last 2 years. But I think without the support of your clients, people, and your boss, you wouldn't have.
No, that's great perspective. Thanks. Quickly shifting focus. Sure, Madhvi, please go ahead.
It just occurred to me, I'm just hearing everyone talk about and the fantastic, the brave choices that, we've our leaders have made in the industry. And I was just thinking, we're talking about empathy in the context we've discussed, from flowing down from leaders. But equally, our learning is also that the communities that we built, which is also part of the culture, the communities are great enablers of empathy. So like we have a parent buddy council, where if any parents need, advice or guidance, we have that. We've got mental health allies, where we've trained people to just, lend an empathetic ear. We've got about 30, 40 mental health allies, which again, we talked about mental well-being, right? We've kind of brought these out of the shush conversations into its open conversations. We've also got a community around inclusion and diversity. And we find that these councils and communities, laterally kind of go a long way in cultivating empathy.
Got it. Thanks, Madhvi. I'm just shifting focus briefly towards the end of our conversation into what are employee expectations. And I'll do a kind of quick run through with all of you. What are the expectations from the employees for the organization to have a good work-life balance that will benefit both? Are there something that your employees have come back and said it will make things easier going forward? Maybe Nisha, you want to go first?
I think today, and especially the younger lot of employees, I think flexibility is something that everybody is looking for. Like I think I loved what you said, Madhvi, that it's not policy, it's culture. So I don't think policies can be made because every employee is looking for what works for them. Somebody would want to come to work, somebody may not want to come to work, somebody may want to work from, we have someone who's in Mount Abu and she may want to work from there forever. So it's flexibility. The second is empathy, and empathy is a very large word, but a level of understanding of what your specific problem is, and everybody taking cognizance of that and coming around that and helping you as a team. That is the second thing, according to me, what employees are looking for. I think the excuse that, business has been bad and numbers aren't being met, I think that's gone. Now it's back in action, and I think people will want to look for rewards and recognition and compensation, which is suitable to this, their designations and everything. So that is something I think we need to start doing. So these are the three things.
Sure. Valerie, from your context, what were some employee expectations going forward?
So employees, I think like Madhvi said, we've also divided the employees into different buckets because, there are some who can do work from home and some who have to be, who want to also be in the office to kind of of them are asking to actually please allow us to come back to the office and work from the office because we can't do this in our homes any longer. People are like putting added pressure on you. So we have a lot of those who want to just come back and work from the office. Then there are those who say that, I don't need to do this every day. I can do some parts of it from home, and maybe I do 3 times a week. And so there are those flexible options that are available. There are some times which we are considering doing as well, is that work from anywhere, and we may just give you 2 days a month to work from anywhere and support you working from anywhere to go and take that. We already do break days, once a week, like you mentioned, like once a month, you just give people time off to say, reset your brain and come back. So we may just take that and extend it further and say, okay, go work from Goa. I mean, we'll let you go from anywhere you want to do this for 2 days. So, you have to be innovative now in the way you're going to manage this expectation. And they are expecting, of course, we've seen that in the PR industry before any other industry, that they're expecting fabulous, hikes in their salaries and the workload that they're taking on, and they all want to look for newer opportunities who will give them more from what they're doing. So that's happening in all industries, I think, and more so with us. So yeah, I mean, we're going to see exciting times ahead.
Madhvi, on to you quickly, and want to understand key employee expectations. I think Nisha talked about flexibility, and I think yes, across the world, people would expect a lot more of that. Empathy clearly is given. Aside from that, are you also looking at specific areas like life stage, right? So parents of young kids would obviously want a little bit more flexibility in terms of being able to spend more time with them. So are there specific categories that you guys look at, and in the course of an appraisal process, are you going to be flagging off the need for empathy among senior staff?
So the answer to the second part of your question is an unequivocal yes. And it's, again, you just find that effective leaders are empathetic leaders. It used to earlier be called a soft skill. I think we all agree it's a power skill or a hard skill, and it's hard in many ways as well. So unequivocally, absolutely yes. To your point, Lloyd.
But quickly to interrupt you there, so do organizations find a way of measuring it? Let's say we all grow in an environment, particularly me, where the Jack Welches of the world, the big successful leaders were the hard taskmasters who drove their staff to work till midnight and so on and so forth, right? So how do organizations measure this empathy factor? Is there anything close to kind of, how do you rate this? Will there be a 360-degree feedback that talks to his team and says, is he a slave driver, or is he slightly more empathetic?
I think the same way we listen to consumers, right? Which is a mix of qual and quant. So there would be the 360 assessments, etc., and then there is anecdotal.
Sure.
And if there's something positive, definitely I beam it back to the person I hear it about. And if there's something less favorable that I hear, then if you hear it about 3 times, then I would feel okay. That's enough of a pattern to then call that out. So
yeah, that's emerging as a big theme, specifically in the startup ecosystem. Where a lot of investors are actually looking a little deep into, if I could say, the psychology of founders. Right, 1 or 2 issues are making news, as you know, but it's been at the at the backdrop for a while, and there have been instances when, these things can be derailers. Tarunjit, coming to you, any changes in policy to kind of suit what employees are asking for a better work-life balance?
Yeah, before I get to that, I'd like to make an observation to what Madhvi has said. Very interestingly, it's not new that, I've been looking at standing up for my team or drawing boundaries, but before the pandemic, this was labeled as difficult, opinionated, a rude move. Yeah. Now it's seen as empathetic, no more a soft skill, but a power skill. Yeah. I'm glad for that shift. Yeah. May there be more in this tribe. But when it comes to policies and expectations, I think setting expectations is one of the key things that every new employee is wanting, every employer to kind of set for them. I pretty much agree with what Nisha and Valerie have said. And second, very importantly, when you're setting expectations, they do want to be compensated for that. Yeah. Now, while we are looking at, work from anywhere kind of a model, which I think with every agency will have to kind of accept, every organization will have to kind of accept, there's no way around it. As an organization, what we have done is we've reintroduced the yearly holiday. I think that's very essential because working from anywhere, everybody thought, what's the need for it? You pretty much are working from anywhere possible, but you're still mentally at work. You're still there.
The need to disengage.
You need to know that I need to do this by 5 o'clock. I need to submit this report by 3 o'clock. So we've reintroduced that much to the, I think, entire team has been really, really happy that we've kind of reintroduced it. Initially, they did fight it, saying that we don't need it. We're happy working from anywhere. I was like, I'm lucky to have a team like that, but I need to introduce this for your well-being.
Makes sense. No, thanks. That's a great point. That's an absolutely great point.
These smaller, kind of policies or smaller structural policies that will give structure to this entire culture that we are trying to build is what every new employee will kind of look at. And a lot of this culture flag I think the onus of carrying this culture flag has been on the older employees. I think all through 2020 and 2021,
great point.
They were the ones who had to set it. The newer ones never really got to feel that, right? I think now the new employees that are joining in.
One thing going forward that you do differently as opposed to say 2 years ago, now that you've seen the impact of the pandemic in terms of engineering a better work-life balance, either for yourself or for your organization. I'm looking for a one-line answer. Nisha, you shoot first.
I can hire from all over the world. I'm not restricted to geography.
Terrific. Valerie?
I don't need to have people, who work just for me. I can find people from anywhere, like she just mentioned. Can create a virtual bench as well. So that's something that will help me in the future.
Excellent. Madhavi?
So I would say, earlier we used to, I'll do it a little metaphorically. We used to earlier look at this as a plateau, right? There was an equilibrium. And I think now I've started seeing this whole thing as peaks and valleys of the virus. So you play in the valleys of the virus and you hunker down during the peak. If we're doing that in our personal life as well. And the idea is how do we do it together with our people?
Fabulous. Tarunjit, last word.
Talent definitely can hire from anywhere, but the biggest positive part is acceptance of technology.
Fantastic. Absolutely. It's really changed our lives. Thanks, ladies. Wonderful conversation. Really enjoyed chatting with you, Nisha, Tarunjit, Madhavi, Valerie. Fantastic conversation, and all the very best. Hopefully, we'll all engineer better. We'll have better work-life balances for ourselves, for our teams. and have a great day ahead. Thank you so much.
And let's give it up for you, Lloyd, as well. Thank you so much for asking such thoughtful
For being
questions.
patient with all of us.
Thank you.
Now, this one needs immediate attention, and I think all of you would agree to it. I appreciate your thoughts and suggestions. Thank you so much for your wholehearted participation. Now, let's talk about how startups can be the destination for women entrepreneurs. See, startups and indeed all the businesses do better when women are given a chance to lead. Women themselves are realizing that startups are some of the best places to build your career. Now, let's open this conversation with our esteemed panel of experts. We have with us Ms. Archana Jain, Managing Director, PR Pandit. Welcome, ma'am. I feel immense pleasure to welcome Ms. Nandita Lakshmanan, who is the founder and chairperson of the practice. Ms. Soumya Kant is also with us, who is the co-founder of Purple Panda Fashions Private Limited, Clovia.com. Along with them, we have Mr. Vivek Bhargav, co-founder Profit Wheel, and I would request Ms. Manisha Chaudhary, founder and director, Value 360 Communications, to moderate this discussion. Over to you, Manisha.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are discussing today how startups can be the next destination for more women entrepreneurs. India has seen a rapid growth in entrepreneurship in the past decade, and over the last few years, many women have entered the league of leading startups. While pioneers like Kiran Majumdar-Shaw are there to remind us that nothing can come in the way of their fiery streak, New Year unicorn owners like Nykaa's Falguni Nair are taking the torch of inspiration forward. Without wasting any time, I would like to begin with my set of questions. Our panelists here will be sharing their interesting views on entrepreneurship, the role that is being played by female founders in the startup ecosystem, what are the challenges we face, and any recommendations. Archana, my first question is for you. You have been one of the pioneers in the Indian PR industry and a successful businesswoman, and you have closely witnessed the slow but gradual change in the entrepreneurship setup. Please share your views on any specific challenges witnessed by you when you started, both in terms of doing business for women and from perception bit as well. And if you want to, also give some comparison of, the challenges when you started the company a couple of years back and now how the things look like. So any specific learning, that you would like to share with us today?
Thanks, Manisha. And hello to the others, Nandita, Soumya, my fellow female entrepreneurs. I was stung by the entrepreneurial bug about 7.5 years after having been in the PR profession and starting my journey in the sort of late 90s as a female entrepreneur in a fairly male-dominated domain at that point of time was, I wouldn't say very daunting, but a sense of fright that anybody entering into a new domain or in trying to do something on your own sort of witnesses, right? It doesn't come naturally to all of us. There are stomach bugs that you get and all of that. But it was July 1998. Most of the consulting firms had a very corporate focus. So I sort of said, okay, let's look at how is it that we can do some benchmarking work in consumer PR. We wanted to drive true brand preference by creating some sort of meaningful campaigns that would just go beyond creating brand trust, but really looking at how is it that we can move the products off the shelves into customers' carts and hearts. So to answer your question, was there discrimination for me as a woman entrepreneur? Maybe somewhat. I can't say no. International companies and women leaders were more welcoming than conservative organizations, I must say, at that point of time. And even today, many companies that have a predominantly male leadership team somewhat feel uncomfortable working with a team that is largely women advisors. A fair section across corporate India do view advice and insights from women consultants with maybe a slight degree of skepticism, maybe. I'm not saying that there aren't progressive lots around, but that's certainly it. But I think it stems from a real social issue in society. And that is what we need to shake off. Apart from that, really, my struggles were no different from any other entrepreneur. The first 3 years are fraught with frustrations, when you want to do big scale work in your style, but there's no legacy. And, so you kind of have to go through the pains of that, but nothing that belief in perseverance cannot overcome. So I believe that the only thing holding back women is confidence. So my message would be, believe in yourself, believe in your idea, and don't let up.
Thanks, Archana. I was studying in school in 1998. I'm glad that I asked this question and I got to know a little bit about your journey. Moving on to you, Soumya. You are running a successful startup called Clovia, and we have many such examples of successful startups being led by successful female founders. So I want to have your views on the increased presence of women entrepreneurs in the startup ecosystem. I also want you to add some inputs on what Archana mentioned on the social issues in society. What are we facing this today as well, like in today's dynamic environment? And since you started Clovia, so do you think factors like starting young or knowing the field in and out before venturing out really matters now?
A family wherein my parents left me to be independent from day zero. My father made me change light bulbs to telephone to car tires, everything. And his approach to life, or rather my parents' approach to life, was simple, that you have to have equal opportunities and hence equal responsibilities as well. So while growing up, I came from a certain privilege wherein I didn't have to see the gender biases, the gender issues that many women face. It's only when we started Clovia that we realized that, and 70% of our workforce is women. It's that when we realize that so many women working with us have to do the heavy lifting at home, they're managing their households on their own, they're managing their children on their own, and then obviously supporting their households with their income, almost 80%. So that's when we realized the gender biasness that sort of exists in the world. And it was a late realization for me personally. When we started Clovia, I didn't face so much of a gender biasness. I didn't face any hiccups as such. We were lucky to not have faced that. But even today, when hiring in Clovia, or rather a few years ago, when hiring in Clovia, we saw that it's so deep rooted that given enough time will not be suitable, and that behavior was then shut down by us. We told them that this will not be tolerated at all, and it was shut down to the point that you have to give them, if you can't give them concessions, give them equal opportunities, give them a platform to fight fair and square for the roles that are out there, for the jobs that are out there. And so, in my experience, I feel that um, while we don't want any concessions, we would also appreciate equal opportunities. And in that, our country right now is a little lagging. I would say that at least from what my knowledge, the country is going leaps and bounds, and significant headway has been made. But still a long way to go, a lot to be done. And on your second question, that should I know the area that I'm entering? It doesn't matter what you've studied or what education you've had, if you've had education in that industry or not. But I would say that there are a lot of ways to learn about the subject, and one should definitely be well prepared and well researched. So if I'm doing something and if my research is half-hearted or my research is not on point, then the chances of me succeeding will obviously go down. So while in this dynamic environment that we are, it doesn't matter what age group you are in, what gender you are in, but you can make up for all of that by just doing your research really thoroughly. So that's my take on it.
Thanks, Soumya, for your inputs. I think it is a good eye opener, and to listen from a woman entrepreneur that, it doesn't matter what your age is and if you have a sectorial experience or not, but if you have the passion, you can do it. So moving on to Nandita now. Nandita, I would like to discuss, your views on the government and private equity, help that is required to bring in more women entrepreneurs in the fold. We keep listening that there is a need for sustainable growth of women entrepreneurs in India, but what do you think can be done both at the government level and at the private equity level? Yes, over to you, Nandita.
So, well, Manisha, I also, pretty much started the practice around just maybe a couple of years after, Archana did, a few years after Archana did. And at that time, when you kind of launch into, setting up a consulting firm, you're not kind of really aware of, what lies, what is there around you for you to leverage as an entrepreneur. Of course, things have changed so much in the last 2 decades. And, just do a quick search for incentives for women entrepreneurship in India, and you kind of get about, 9 schemes, if not more. You had Niti Aayog that launched the women entrepreneurship platform, the web. There are public sector banks that give loans for women entrepreneurship. So the question is, there is enough, well, you can definitely have a lot more, but there is enough. The question really is there awareness and utilization of this incentives and schemes? So, there was just a few months back, the latest State of Women in Technology Entrepreneurship study by Makers India. It had some startling facts, and I'm going to quote some of the key takeaways. Right? The funding raised by Indian startups with at least one woman founder accounted for just 5.77% of the total startup investments in India for January 2018 to 20. Startups with only one female founder accounted for around 1.43% of the total startup investments in India between 2018 and June 2020. Now, also then, of course, COVID struck, and as it is, we've had women dropping out of the workforce as they kind of go up the corporate ladder, but it's also hit women entrepreneurs hard. And it was found that funding for women founded and co-founded startups actually fell. A lot has to be done, and the good thing is that we're talking about it, and we should continue to do so. But Archana made a very valid point that there are societal and economic inequities that need to be ironed out, and we've kind of lived with them for like decades, even actually centuries, right? And therefore we need to continue to talk about it. And there is a need for more funding to go towards women-funded, founded businesses. So there are steps being taken. VCs like Fireside Ventures or the Kalari-backed, the 10 million CXXO fund are examples. We need to do more. Then there are women networking forums. This is interesting. Women networking forums like Saunders Connect, for example, which is really doing amazing work with early stage women entrepreneurs. And there are Apple, for example, has initiatives for women working in women-oriented businesses, and also Spark, they're grooming and nurturing women entrepreneurs. So I think ecosystem coming together. But sometimes I also feel that it is still a closed network, and perhaps somewhat elitist at this point in time, because we don't know whether the tier 2, tier 3 cities and other than people who have the wherewithal, to access these kind of forums are really, being able to access them and benefit from these. I think it's also important to know that today women representation in India's entrepreneurial pie is only 14%. So, government, VCs, all of, everyone has a lot of work to do, but, even the corporate sector, all of us, for example, I think we need to consciously keep backing women in leadership positions. Today corporate India has an inflated middle, a lot of women managers, but we know that we lose them all as they move up into leadership role. So we need to continuously work at this. And then, of course, as Archana mentioned, the social conditioning, which starts at a very, very early age and also is kind of deep-rooted. And we need to weed some of the negatives of that out
in this panel today. So I want to have your views on the status of women entrepreneurs in the society today. Archana talked about the male-dominated world in the year 1998 when she started. So I would like to have you also come from a very large experience. So what are your views on, how our women entrepreneurs are performing in the industry today? Along with that, I also would like to pick up your brain on the policy bit. What do you think can be done both by the government and the private equity level, or what kind of ecosystem can be created to bring in more women entrepreneurs at the grassroots level?
Sure. So Manisha, I'll just share with you one story, right? So when I sold my company to Dentsu, and then my earnout got over and I was trying to find a replacement for myself, the person who I found most competent, who would actually do the job better than me, was a person called Rubina Singh. And when we got her on board, at some level, I had to, our entire senior management team, unfortunately, that point in time was male. And there was this little bit of hesitancy at some levels, right? So I was very clear that we are going to get a person on board who's the most competent person, in nothing to do with the gender of the person. So it starts at the top, right? Unfortunately, for advertising agencies, we won't have 50-50 ratio when people start off. But if there are 23 companies, maybe 3 of them are led by women and the rest 20 of them are led by men. So somewhere or the other, the drop-off happens. I've invested in 20 plus companies, only 2 of them are in a way led by women. But so the fact of the matter is that if I come across 25 deals, what Nandita mentioned, 5% of the people are funded, but if somebody just looks at number of companies, angel investors or private equity players come across, right, that itself the ratio is 5%. So even if like 2 out of 20 for me is 10%, but the thing is, if I met 100 companies, only 5 companies out of them or 3 companies out of them are led by women founders, right? To some level, I feel that more than policy, right, I think it happens, what Soumya mentioned, is that how progressive we are as parents. So my daughter is 18 years old. She basically made 10 lakh rupees in December being a social media influencer. So now she started a company. So in a way, at some level, she's become incapable of doing a job. But once you start earning 10 lakh rupees a month when you're 18, it's impossible for you to do any job at all, right? Because she has to be an entrepreneur. So she started her own company. And I've always told her what my father told me, that, you have 2 ways of being successful in life. One is take a job or become an entrepreneur. If you take up a job, you have to spend less than what you earn in order to remain happy and successful. But if you're an entrepreneur, you can spend as much as you want. You have to just make sure that you earn more than that. So these are the DNA things that my father told me, which encouraged me to be an entrepreneur. But I think this level, as you said, the problem is very, very deep rooted. So one of my friends is Amira Shah. We were on a TV show together. She shared with me instances where she's met people in large consulting companies. And when she would ask a question, the person would actually reply to her main colleague who was reporting to her rather than reply to her looking at her face. So the challenges are that a lot of these things are very, very deep rooted. At some level, we have to change those things. So partly, I think there were examples like She Capital has been set up by a friend of mine called Anisha Singh, which is funding women entrepreneurs per se. There has to be some incentives given, but I think it's a bigger challenge with the mindset problem. It happens at the parenting level, at the government level, at the employee levels, where in a way I would like to say is that at some level the mindset has to be, there has to be equality, and equality is not do with diversity or gender, as Soumya said, equal opportunities, right? So many times what happens is that when I'm talking to a person, in a way I should forget the age of the person, gender of the person, and I should just talk to them how I would talk to any other human being. As long as there is a mindset, okay, I have to do something special for a woman, then actually, then at some level, there is no equality. Then you are trying to force something out. But I think the opportunities has to be equal, right? So if I want to fund 50% of my angel investments into women-founded startups, so at least 20-30% of the people who approach me must be those people. And this, again, we can discuss it further, but I feel that if a man is 30%, 50% qualified for the job, he'll apply. And the woman could be 90% sort of qualified for that job, she'll be hesitant to apply because she's missing the 10%. Same way with entrepreneurship, right? People with half-baked business plans will approach me all the time. And a person who approaches me as a woman, she would be right up there in the quality of people who would have approached me, but she will come and apologize that she's not prepared as yet. So at some level, the mindset change has to be done. We are teaching our kids, sons, to go out, fall down, hurt themselves is okay. And we're telling our children who are, let's say, girls, that, you know, watch out, don't be careful what you dress, what you say, what you do. So some level, I think entrepreneurship is about having that courage. And as parents, we have to figure out how to encourage women to be more courageous.
Thanks, Vivek. I'm very impressed with your daughter. I think at the age of 18, she's doing really great. Coming back to you, Archana, and both Vivek and Nandita touched a few very important things. They talked about societal and economic inequities. They also talked about the leadership roles for women in startup, and it was a global issue. So I would like to have your views on, what do you think about the gender disparity, which is still persistent? And what, according to you, steps can be taken by the private community or, in the ecosystem to address the issue of this gender diversity? Yes.
Yeah, I think both Vivek and Nandita and you yourself, you're so right. Women occupy such a small segment in the sort of wealth index, so as to speak, right? The Bloomberg Billionaire Index claims that women who make up half of the world's population, right? And self-made make up just less than 5% of the world's 500 biggest fortunes. So there's a huge gap to be filled. I think from what I heard, the others also said, there's just a lack of confidence amongst the women to come forth with an idea to chase their dream. So we need to encourage more and more women to dare to dream for themselves. I think I heard somewhere Falguni of Naika say this, that, why do we shy away from allowing the spotlight to be on our lives, on ourselves as women? Why do we always look at shining the spotlight on, other people in our family, the children, etc.? So if you look at it, if that has to change, where is the change going to come from? I think the rise of the female entrepreneur will essentially come, and we've already seen that happen, right? If you look at Bumble, they've grown because they've found a need that this is how women want to date, right? Or Mama Earth, which looked at, okay, this is how, I need to bring up, nurture my child. Or Slurp Farm, that also said the same thing, that, this is what I want to feed my child. So because they listen, if women entrepreneurs would listen to the ignored what for years have been ignored by the other population. I think there's an opportunity there. There's an opportunity for enterprise. Like you said, right? Nandita, was it you that said 14% of, they're less than that. But I look at it as a glass half full. At least we are 14%. So you're seeing a growth. More and more entrepreneurs. Where are these? And that's going to be a huge source of inspiration. If people look at Nykaa, people look at Mama Earth, people look at Slurp Farm, people look at Fab Alley, Zivame, etc. I think that's going to be a huge inspiration. And women entrepreneurs can shake up the business ecosystem more and more in the future. Because they will find, like I said, if they're going to just look into what is it that women need when they go to the toilet, we need a pee buddy, right? Therein came a solution. When this is something that you need when you're pregnant for caring. So the femtech kind of solution or products which have for long been ignored, or let's say that have been a result of, let's say, the daily frustrations of lives. Somebody will have to fill in that gap, and who better than women who would understand that these are real life problems that need to be resolved. The internet revolution, that will create the same sort of aspiration amongst tier 2, tier 3 rural economy. So suddenly the underrepresented section of the women will have the courage to also come up with certain solutions. I know Vivek may not agree to it, but they say that men are motivated by profit, by financial gain. Women tend to have, yes, but that's lower on their radar as much as profit. So they seem to be wanting to be catalysts of change, more driven by causes, startups that are looking to solve real problems. I think climate change, sustainability, all of these will also be greater, will galvanize interest from women to be part of the entrepreneurial world, because these issues will become core, will become mainstream, and who better than women to sort of lead that. And I think somebody mentioned earlier that, there is, we are in a male-dominated society. Companies, sadly, diversity becomes a very, very key issue that they always keep tabling as part of their governance issues, etc., because they are way behind in bridging that gender inequality. And a lot of women will walk away from those sort of thinking because there may be some inadvertent biases and will jump into entrepreneurship as a way. Now, if you look at it, you've got entrepreneurs coming up in cause-oriented, sustainable organizations, or people who are walking away from corporate thing. Now, these female organizations will become a magnet for more and more women that will want to work for these organizations. So we have, I think, a culture that is developing, which is going to be more women-friendly, which will definitely provide, look at the maternity that has been extended now from 3 months to 6 months by corporate organizations. All of that is kind of changing society. So the flexibility, the autonomy that a woman leader will be able to give the larger workforce, and specifically if they are entrepreneurs themselves, I think will create a more meaningful society, and which will encourage possibly more and more women entrepreneurs.
Thanks, Archana. Soumya, Archana actually talked, she gave a very good point, the rise of female entrepreneurs and the solutions and the services, they can come out with, or how society is changing, cultural, how things are changing to accept women entrepreneurs. I feel in the startup ecosystem, investor community plays a very important role. While access to funding opportunities, support has definitely improved, however, still there is a long way to go. Since you must have been dealing with the investor community for your company, so I would like to understand your views on the challenges which you feel that women are still facing today, if there are any, when it comes to raising capital. And what role do you think an investor community should be playing to address the issues of gender disparity, or the support that can be given so that we are having more women entrepreneurs in the fold? Over to you, Soumya.
Right. So actually, it's a double-edged sword, Manisha. Like Vivek sir mentioned, that only 2 of his companies were female-led. So one is that we need to give women the confidence to reach out to, and that can only happen by when we lead by example. When women like you, women like here on the panel, parents like Vivek, who've given such a great progressive parenting to Ishika, people like us spread the message that you have the skills, you have the right things to actually go out there and make something of your own. So that is one, and that is our responsibility. The other is on the investor side that, and a lot has changed on that front. A lot of their team members are now women, and hence the directive has changed a lot. But I think they also need to give a more conducive environment, a little bit of, I will not say concession again, make concessions whatsoever, but just a platform to parents give equal opportunity to women to present, to reach out to them. Don't reject them because of their genders. Don't reject them because they have a gender-specific issue that they're solving. So I think it's a double-edged thing that both the sides have to solve. Not just investor community needs to be more progressive. Women as a whole, the community as a whole, also needs to gain this confidence and start reaching out.
Thanks, Soumya. Taking the point of the investor community, I would like to ask this question from Vivek again. Vivek, you have been an investor as well. So I would like to understand, if you want to suggest, any steps that should be taken more by the investor community, which can help in having, more female entrepreneurs in the fold. And also, our country.
So Manisha, I would just like to just point out what Archana said for a second, right? So I do sort of agree or disagree with Archana that I think one of the things that we have to learn as men or as well as women is not to generalize. Because even a statement like that, there are more women who may not be motivated with profit, right? You're suddenly alienating a certain set of investors who per se would like to create wealth, right? So I'm not saying that, so let's say put it this way, right? Once a person makes a certain amount of money, like I went 10 days to Arctic Circle and I learned about climate change. So once I've made my basic monies, today I would say I'm going to create a large company, but it's a score. It's not for the purpose of wealth. So somebody gave me $100 million today. I said, okay, take this money and make 10 billion out of it. At the end of the period, the entire 10 billion will be taken away from you. You will not get a single dollar. I'll take that opportunity up because I would love that process of enjoy of wealth creation, of taking a $100 million company and creating a $10 billion company. And I know equally really ambitious women who have created multi-billion dollar company, including, Amira from Metropolis or Falguni from Nika or that, right? So I think basically what we should do is that at some level, the mindset, right? So when you talk about investments, I think women have to somehow or the other given that confidence either from their spouses, from their partners, from their parents, that even if they are 7 out of 10 there, just go and be brave. Like, I think the biggest challenge is that some or the other, this is one thing that I've seen constantly. The women entrepreneurs who approach me for funding, actually most of them will get funded because they are so much far off in terms of preparedness than some of the male entrepreneurs who approach me, right? So I would say that we are living in the age of abundance, very young age where they're told to tear themselves. So I'll give you a simple example, right? My daughter go and meet someone at 8 p.m. in some club, right? The first question my wife had was the groom. And I said, I told my daughter, I said, listen, let's take if there are 500 million men in India, out of which this is the percentage who would be doing something. Out of that, you are a kid right now. So that means you're talking the person who pedophiles is further down. The chances of something happening to you in a club, which is a public place, is almost as rare as a person who be interested in boys. So I don't want you to have this fear in your life ever. But I think if we prepare them to be courageous from day one, and I'm not even talking this is courage, right? But the very fact is that the thought came into my wife's mind. She communicated that thought to my daughter, and she hesitates. Now, opportunities have to be created from the venture and the private equity ecosystem. I think at some level, grassroots communication has to be done that in general, the world is a good place. Because there is 1% of that world which is bad, we have to not let that color their thinking about people whom they've not met. Like I have this thing that I've told Rishika is that trust everyone. Don't ever doubt anybody's intent till the time they give you a reason to doubt their intent. So your first reaction has to be of trust, that never doubt anybody's intent, right? Because you're going to unfortunately deal with people where 90% of the people who fund you, work with you, etc., are going to be men. So at no point in time, you should have this thought coming into your mind that there is some challenge with the intent, right? So again, Manisha, I'm probably skipping your question, but I feel that this is the biggest challenge I think we face in the world, where some or the other, we are conditioning our children towards looking at men differently and telling them that they have to be different. If we can change that equation some ways, and even what Archana mentioned, right? Honestly, that may not be true. That may be true for us, as you as Archana or me as Vivek, but as soon as we generalize it, right? Even a single statement like this, if there is 100 VCs attending to the stock, some of them already have this stupid bias in their mind, right? And they'll take back this bias, and then tomorrow they'll meet an ambitious women entrepreneur who's going to create a multi-billion-dollar company, and they'll remember the stupid statement that they heard, and they converted that into a bias and just reinforce their bias, right? So I think this is something that we have to be very, very careful with. Whereas we can't have biases. We have to start with a zero budget, a completely clean slate, look at humanity and look at the opportunities, and that's how we can take this forward. But again, Archana, my view, I may be wrong, but I believe that unfortunately these are the biases that they build up, right?
No, you make a very fair point. Absolutely. There is absolutely no generalist, but I read a report and we generalized this. So I said, well, yeah, all the more reason, then where will that opportunities, what are the kind of opportunities that women will chase? Women will chase opportunities that they can relate to. And those relatable opportunities will be in problem areas that they can identify with. And that's all I'm trying to say. Well, it won't be purely profit driven. In a way, I kind of buy into that concept. It may not be, well, it could be. I'm not saying that. It's not like saying, people are only chasing, but if you look at even the way most of the opportunity of successful women entrepreneurs is coming from a need gap, right? But so do men chase need gap. We're not generalizing it, but there is going to be growth more because women have been underserved. Opportunities or the need gaps for women are maybe larger at the moment.
See, Archana, the problem is, right, the history is written by the victorious. So when you read reports, when we look at all these things, right, they come with this inherent bias. So my thinking is that at no point in time, either as men or women, we should have any of these biases, right? Because these biases are detrimental to some ambitious women entrepreneur who's trying to create $100 billion company, and she's motivated with profit, which is nothing wrong with it. She's not motivated with purpose, but why should we put that thought in? We may have our views about ourselves. I can say that, okay, Archana, you can say that, okay, I am more purpose driven. That's good enough, right? That's you. But I should not say this about anybody else, whether man or woman, right? So because as soon as you generalize, unfortunately, that's the bias that's being created. Unfortunately, 9 out of 10 or 18 out of or 19 out of 20 people are men who are running these companies that she's already fighting that battle. And then I think we should not make that battle tougher. That's my 2 bits on it.
Thanks, Vivek, for your inputs. I think one statement that you mentioned, that how we have to, tell our kids that world is a beautiful place. I can relate to it. I have a teenage daughter, and sometimes I do have these discussions with her. So, Nandita, coming to you, our panelists talked about, being courageous, being confident. You have been running a successful PR company for so many years. Along with that, I really want you to add some inputs on the skills that one should have to become a successful businesswoman. If you can, add some inputs there. Yeah.
Anisha, before I answer that question, 2 points. One is I have a 20-year-old son. And, equally, as much as we are encouraging our daughters, I think it's so important to sensitize our young men, and not alienate them from this, empowering women kind of, movement that is, ongoing and so important. So I think that is critical. I would say parenting, because, we're also having to raise children who are sensitive to the needs of the world and the universe, and not just, kind of being driven by valuations and, all of that. The second point I want to raise is this, it's a myth. And I've always said this from the time, because, this conjoining of investments and VCs and, with entrepreneurship, is also, is very, very prevalent. But I do feel that we must all reconcile to the fact that many of us have started entrepreneurial ventures without taking a penny from VCs. So, today, we're kind of creating this whole thing that you can't be an entrepreneur unless you take VC money. So I think, it is important to know that you can do that, and you can build successful businesses by investing back into your business and even take it to scale, but to each his own. So those are two points that I wanted to kind of put out there, because I think this chasing VCs or attracting VCs could also be a deterrent for women to take to entrepreneurship. And I just want to say that it is absolutely possible, and you can set up businesses without venture capital funding or, etc. So that's the second point. Now, coming back to your question on skills, yes, confidence, all of that is important. But I want to relate a story. In 2009, I was invited to attend a mentorship program, it's only when that opportunity came to me that I really understood what mentorship was about. Until then, I was kind of, pretty much doing things on my own. I had, very few people I would kind of talk to about the business. And once I entered the mentorship, which was so beautifully put together, where I realized that I have the passion, I have the knowledge, I have an understanding of my industry. What I really needed, because I was 10 years, almost 9 business, was how do I take the business to the next level? And for that, I personally needed understanding of how to scale talent and attract good talent, and also, be flexible about the kind of talent I want. I needed to know, how, various hardcore business principles work, right? That was not something that I was exposed to. So I needed to understand all of that. And I got that from my 2-week mentorship program, which I think has held me in good stead over the last decade or more. And I really believe that while confidence, networking, all of that is very, very critical, I think at some stage it is equally important for women entrepreneurs to be exposed to business planning, how to scale, what it takes, how to manage financial management, talent management, how to create new products and services, packaging, right? All of those elements need to come together. And those are hard skills. So I definitely say that today a lot of emphasis, rightly so, is being put on aspects like networking, changing mindsets. And I also feel that the more we see, I mean, my entrepreneurial journey really perhaps began because I started my career in an entrepreneurial venture. Archana moved on to set up her own. So I've had examples. And so for me, I think would be a step forward.
Thanks, Nandita. We are having a very great discussion, but now I think it's just time to have concluding remarks from all the panelists. I am giving a statement and I would like to have concluding remarks from all of you, starting from Soumya. Why cast a doubt on women entrepreneurs? It is no exaggeration that female entrepreneurs have the power to change the world. Soumya?
My only thought would be the only way to get anywhere is to get started. So whatever be your gender, just get started.
Thank you. Archana, would you like to add now?
I think be the change.
Vivek?
I believe I think it's the best time for women entrepreneurship. Because of COVID, working from home, creating D2C brands, creator economy, flexibility of timing and location, just the safety aspect of it, and the global opportunities, right? You can sit in India and have global opportunities. Like my company is focused on North America. So the fact of the matter is that this is the best time for women entrepreneurship to equalize. So 5% can become 50% or not. The next 10 years, I think, is the most exciting period for entrepreneurship and more so for women entrepreneurship.
Nandita, please.
I agree with that. I think this is, the time is really ripe. Like I said earlier, there is an ecosystem beginning to form. And more and more women into entrepreneurship. I endorse your statement, Manisha, 100%.
But I just feel a few things still need to be addressed in our society. Where is the childcare in our society? Where is even today, I mean, most women drop out of corporate careers and or hesitate in stepping into entrepreneurship because they're managing families. Where is that share the load equation? I think those two also need to be corrected. The moment there is a childcare system, or let's say some sort of support there, we will see a lot more women coming into the
childcare and elder care, Archana. I'd add elder care
too, exactly.
And equal partnerships at home, and that's why I think that becomes so important.
May I give 2 bits of my view, Manisha? Do we have time?
Yes. 2 bits. Yeah.
So I'll give you my view, right? As a male. See, the thing is, asking male in India to change and share the load, it is going to take 30, 40, 50 years. It's not going to happen tomorrow. But I think if there is this age of abundance where we can have a lot more wealth creation for entrepreneurship, I think there is an opportunity that the share the load can happen with different, whether it's, things like dishwashers or things like elder care, somebody helping out, or having somebody as house help, having more drivers. So basically the thing is that entrepreneurship can actually share the load if you are making and creating wealth. Because if we go down this path that, I have to be less ambitious for my daughter or my wife to succeed, and I have to share the load, like I have not been in the kitchen. I'm now 40 plus. I don't think I can go and cook, even if I would like to. But I feel that if I'm a successful entrepreneur and my wife is a successful entrepreneur, we can afford somebody who can help us. So I just feel that changing mindset is very difficult.
Totally, Vivek. But in
fighting the
most,
battle,
an average Indian household, the gentleman will not allow for an extra help.
no, so that's what I'm saying. So what happens is
He doesn't encourage his parents to say, I need an extra help because my wife wants to pursue a career.
As soon
The
as
day that changes, that's a big sharing the load. That's
my
all.
sister-
We don't need them to do the washes.
Okay,
No,
I'll tell you one thing.
it's a huge set.
My first cousin today earns ₹1 crore a month in an MLM company. She now has 2 drivers and 3 people helping her home. And the same mother-in-law who would have been hesitant for her to hire a single person help is now okay with 5-7 people working at the home because she's earning ₹1 crore a month. I'm just saying that if you take care of financial and you realize that if I allow my daughter-in-law to work and she's going to make a lot more money than my help is going to cost, then the mindset will change. So I'm just saying that entrepreneurship is actually a way for creating wealth and making enough money that you get to share a load. I'm just saying the same mother-in-law will not allow you to hire help. You don't want to allow her son in the kitchen to go and cook for the daughter, for the daughter-in-law, right?
Vivek, the reality is COVID, despite all, we talk about work from home and women being able to, actually, the workforce, the contribution of women in the workforce has shrunk significantly during COVID, only because of this lack of equal partnership at home. And, very few of us are privileged enough to be in that brackets where we are able to earn and, do what we have to. So I think, and we can't wait 40, 50 years for things to change. I just feel it's a generational thing. And I do feel that, just the fact that, we are bringing our children in a different way, hope that in the next 7 to 8 years, because our children are going to become young adults and entering the workforce in the next 4 or 5 years, I hope that they will kind of understand what it means quote unquote.
My daughter can't make Maggie. She doesn't know how to switch on the gas. Right? Simple.
Which is fine.
No, I'm just saying that
the mindset, but
that's what
yeah.
Entrepreneurship is the only solution. I feel the short-term solution is creating more wealth, and that will share the load. That's my view. But
it hasn't changed anything in markets like the US. Even though there's enough wealth there, I think there are. It's not as simplest as that is what I'd say.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you, Nandita. Thank you, Vivek. Thank you, Archana and Soumya. I think we need to have another. I would like to just share my concluding remark. Definitely, it is a time of women entrepreneurs in the startup ecosystem. But I do agree with my other, few fellow panelists that yes, we need some changes in the ecosystem to make that happen. But yes, it is a time for female entrepreneurs in India. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you,
Manisha. So thank you so much, everyone, for sharing your insightful thoughts. That was really a wonderful discussion. Now we'll move forward to our next topic, which is on raising the profile of women leaders in the management role. Guys, I feel personally that if a potential woman leader is provided with professional coaching and training, she can be shaped into a successful leader. And that gets me to our next panel, raising the profile of women leaders in management roles. So let's see what our esteemed speakers have to say on this topic. Please welcome Ms. Sanyukta Ganesh Iyer, Vice President and Head of Marketing, Kaya. Welcome, ma'am. We have with us Ms. Pooja Thakran, Senior Director, Corporate Communications and CSR, Honeywell India and HTS Global. I feel immense pleasure to welcome Ms. Ruchika Gupta, Chief Marketing Officer, Luminous Power Technologies, Ms. Sumit Singh, Group CMO, Info Edge India Limited, Mr. Subhash Kamath, Chief Executive Officer, BBH India and Chairman, ASCI. Also, I would like to request Ms. Shalini Gupta.
I'm Shalini Gupta and I welcome you to this very, very interesting panel on the occasion of celebrating this Women's Month, that is March. So today we have a very, very exciting and interesting panel, and we are going to discuss some very interesting insights from their lives. And the topic that we are discussing is also something of great interest to all of you watching this. It is about raising the profile of the women leaders in management role. Now, yes, we have come a lot ahead and we have come this far. And with the changing times today and the request for women leaders in the world of legal, finance, as CXOs, CEOs, and even as prime ministers and presidents of states, I think we have come a long way. And in today's world, perhaps it's the right time to indulge and talk a lot more for a few of the leaders as this panel to take this ahead. So with that, I would like to open this discussion to the panel with some questions, and please feel free to add on your thoughts, whenever you would wish to. My first question goes to Samyukta. Samyukta, organizations today do feel that they would get a lot more open-minded when we have the women leaders at the helm of affairs. Yes, it does call for diversity, and they also bring in a different thinking and a different dimension. So do you think you would like to add on this, and what are your thoughts from your experience?
Yeah. Hi, Shalini. First off, thanks for having me. I think the entire the concept and everything itself, I think, is a great step towards breaking the glass ceiling. So the fact that we're all here together having this shared experience, I think that itself makes for a very beautiful start. I think, yeah, definitely. I mean, having women on board definitely brings a lot of diversity. There is a lot of dimension in thinking and decision making as well, because it just becomes about that human experience of everyone bringing, their own authentic personal selves into the entire conversation. And I think also it helps a lot if you have people. You can't do things alone, right? Like it takes a society to drive change. So if I were to pick my own example, I think I've always been very fortunate, both men and women bosses that I've had, who have always valued my opinion and encouraged me to speak my mind. In fact, if I were to go back in time when I was part of the global team of Vaseline, and we had like really senior people from across the globe because we were part of the global team. And I remember my first 2-3 meetings, I would just keep mum, though, you have like a whole bunch of things running through your head, but I just didn't have the courage to kind of talk. And I remember my line manager pulling me up and saying, I want you to go first. Whenever there is anything to be said in a meeting, I want you to first start talking. I think that just that little nudge, that when you get at the right time. And then I realized that as you are encouraged to talk, you're encouraged to find your voice, you slowly start getting better at it. But my whole point is that you might try breaking the glass ceiling alone. What you might end up making is a little hole in the ceiling, but it won't take too long before it kind of gets covered up all over again. So it needs an entire collective to kind of help each other to finally shatter it. And I think, Shalini, like you said, it's been a long time, right? The entire system has been so lopsided for so long that it needs a massive push, probably a little, larger than life kind of a push in order to create that fair share of opportunities, because it's been so lopsided that to actually achieve any sense of equality or equilibrium, it will need that much more effort for us to kind of get there. And I think, again, another example that I can think of was, my first job at Asian Paints, and I was sent to an upcountry location, the only women in the warehouse. And I had so many things against me: A, fresher, B, my gender. And then I was handling men with 20-25 years of work experience with absolutely no clue what it takes to, drive dhanda or sales in that market, no language skills, nothing. And then that kind of just throws you in deep water and, forces you to kind of find that courage within yourself to find ways and means to bond with the team, to get them to accept you, finally get them to respect you. I think those are the kind of experiences, the more we help, women in the organization, and the organization shows faith in you. I think that's very critical. Literally when they task you with something impossible, it's honestly because they believe that, you can do it. And I think that belief is what kind of translates into your growth as well.
Absolutely. Very well said, Samyukta. And, it is all about your voice and your views, and which, kind of brings me to the next question to somebody from the world of media. I think women have been a little ahead, perhaps in that world of media and entertainment. I myself also, have been there. But I would like to hear it from Sumit, if she could really share as to what are her views, when it comes to women sharing, or are they allowed to really share their views and have a voice in the world of media?
Of media, but because I represent a consumer internet company and not a media company. But I would like to share my perspectives, on the topic. I think just building on what Samyukta actually said is that I think women need to break the shackle as well. She very, very rightly actually said it, that a lot of times we don't want to speak up, right? She gave a beautiful example where she was nudged, by her managers and by her seniors, to actually start taking that initiative and so I kind of feel that in a lot of companies and a lot of sectors, once women reach the right state, if you are in a management profile or if you are handling a profile where the spokesperson can be that person, I don't think it's too much of the company not letting women leaders really speak to media. If you are handling a function or a department where you can be the external face of the company, we see a lot of women leaders today representing their companies when and express views on behalf of their companies. I think the larger question is, are enough women really getting there? And as women, are we kind of ready to, we are conditioned in a very, very different manner, right? I mean, a lot of things that we might feel is aggressive is not necessarily in the man's world, in the corporate world, taken as aggressive, right? So rather than taking it as arguments, are we taking it as discussions? Are we really speaking up? I think a lot of those things also matter, because it's really about taking that leap. So while companies do definitely need to give us opportunity, and I see now when we talk to a lot of companies, we talk to a lot of leaders, we're all kind of also been in different companies doing different roles. A lot of companies actually don't look at it as men and women, right? You want a culture. Women don't want to reach that position because of gender. You want to reach there because of performance and meritocracy. And I think you value companies giving equal opportunities irrespective of gender based on meritocracy. And a lot of the new age companies are doing that. So I think it's also that whole companies need to be very supportive of women when they're moving from the middle to the senior. A woman has a lot of responsibilities. She's kind of got into a family, got children maybe who are at a certain age, in school, etc. Therefore, I think that is where companies need to kind of get in and also do a lot to coach women, because we're just scared maybe of facing the camera or of speaking. So can coaching be kind of, given? So stop judging ourselves and patting ourselves as women on the back as well, because we do that. And I think culturally we need to make that change in ourselves as well. And as Sayukta said, the moment you start doing it, the company's trusting you and therefore sending you to a very, you are, a female fresher, but and keeping the trust that you can do it. So I think it's both folds. Companies, of course, give you that opportunities, but we as women also need to speak up. Companies give us that coaching and also lay that trust in us. So that's my opinion really on this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we also need to reach out, right? Either we speak out or we kind of reach out to the right people, maybe to seniors who are, women or in another kind of a role, perhaps in a very different organization. Yeah, I do agree absolutely. And I so like this point to
Sorry,
please.
sorry, just if I may just add on here, I just wanted to share a couple of very simple examples that I have observed on this question. So I had a lady in my team who went on a maternity leave. And just before she was going on a maternity leave is when the promotions, etc., were due and to be announced and stuff like that. And she had done a fabulous job, in the previous year and things. So when I handed her, when I called her up and I told her that, this is your promotion and everything, her first reaction was, "You're still giving it to me." And it was her reaction. It was nothing to do with any discussion that anybody had with her. And I was genuinely surprised because I did ask her this question that, why did you think you wouldn't get it? Your work has been exemplary and everything. You deserve it in every which way possible. She said, no, but the organization could have thought that I'm not going to be productive for 6 months, at a stretch. And then also when I come back, maybe my productivity may or may not match my previous levels as a perception. They may have thought it. I said, but are you telling me that is what is going to happen, or are you telling me, or that you won't be able to take on enhanced responsibilities once you're back? She says, no, none of that is true. I said, then why would you stop yourself from believing that you deserve what you're getting rather than anybody doing you a favor? And that actually is a for me, it's a very good insight into the way women think. It's got nothing to do with what organizations are doing or not doing. There was nothing from the organization which didn't encourage her, but she herself, because of the conditioning. And then she of course went on to give me examples of how some people somewhere else that she knew of, their promotions were held back, giving this logic, that, oh, you're not even going to be here, and what's the point of enhancing your role, and everything like that. And that's where I think organizations play a role. Don't pre-assume. Have that conversation with the lady in question. Yes, things would emerge. Yes, and those of us who've gone through the whole, rigor of having a baby, it is a full-on job and responsibility on its own as well. So yes, things can change, but don't assume. Don't just take it for granted that, oh my God, she's already, she's not going to be available. She's on a different path altogether. That's one example where an organization, I feel, has a huge role to play. I also want to share another example in a similar scenario where there was a sensitization workshop going on for men, on this whole diversity piece. And what they were doing was that they were just throwing up scenarios and you were expected to react, just talk about how you think it is and So there was one of the scenarios was of two people who were due at a certain level. Both had very good performances, but the organizational constraint was that they could only give increments, and good increments to one person. And the only difference between the two was gender, right? Some of the men instinctively said, give it to the man because he'll be the primary earner of his family. Whereas the woman's earning would be the second earning income to the family. So if you want to do good, you must give it to the man. Okay. Now, this is something which you can debate about it on a ethical or moral.
We can actually go on and on.
Yeah, exactly, right.
But then that is the society that we are in. I think it is,
exactly.
We can't ignore that. Very, very good point, Ruchika. It's a fantastic, example, I think.
Again, the same thing I would just like to say is that this is where organizations need to, because, it's not enough to have that one mandatory POSH committee, one, one policy, one, humko itna percentage diversity hire karna hai, and set it as a benchmark or target for HR. Those kind of things, these are I mean, I honestly think that they end up harming in some ways. Of course, they're needed. I wouldn't say that they're not needed, but they kind of also stop at a certain level. The rest of it is something which, like, as Sumit is saying, I mean, as a woman, if you try telling me that you're going to give me a role because I'm diversity, you're likely to, kind of lose me right then and there, right? I need it on my own merit, and I need it on that rather than anything else. So
absolutely, absolutely. So well said. Thanks for sharing it.
Add to that,
Yes, Sumit.
there are enough women in very senior roles who actually, by their male colleagues within a large organization, are actually given like this over drinks in the evening. Yeah, you are here because we needed diversity. Organization might not be obviously doing it, it might be doing it on merit. Something which is very, very common, So
okay.
Has brought up that point. And women don't want that, right? You don't want something because of diversity.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So I think, Sumit, you also touched upon this entire point of, playing the diverse role where you could be in a certain age in your life, when you become a mom, you have to also, manage your family and yet manage your career and your office. So I think opportunity needs to be given to the women, to really hone their capability and their leadership skills. I would like to hear from Pooja, what would she add here on this context?
Thanks, Shalini, for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. Yeah, this topic is very dear to me, and I've also had with my 3 decades of experience, I've seen the whole space evolve so much in the past, how it used to be for us to what we are today. So while I know that there was a time and in our careers where we knew that whenever there were women who were going out and taking some long leaves because of maternity or family pressures or getting married and all, those opportunities that were lying ahead of them, they were taken away. Like I have seen it in one of the best organizations also. I've seen people returning from maternity would not get the kind of promotions or kind of roles. But I think most of that is, especially from the companies that we come from, or largely the big companies, we don't see that anymore. At least that is what I have witnessed in my last 1.5 decade. Those kind of policies, or maybe practices are no more there. We do feel that women are acknowledged, that they bring something meritorious to the table. It's a lot more about being a top performer, being a great performer. You're given opportunities, not just by by virtue of your status, by being a married woman or having a children and all. I think those are not there largely in the big organizations and shouldn't be there. However, I always have read one statement that I totally believe in. It is by Jack Welch. He said, own your destiny or somebody else will. And that one statement just stick to me so much. And I think that has been the principle or the philosophy how I have personally led my life, that whenever there are opportunities that come your way, we don't have to wait for us to be 100% ready for that role. And especially, I've seen it in women that they would wait, whether I'm really 100% ready for this role, only then I will plunge. Am I really out going, and I'm really going to be able to do it? Do I have everything set for myself? Only then I will take that role. I think we need to just take the role, even if we are 60% ready. I think we just need to take that step and take that role, and make sure that you are capping onto that opportunity. And that's my biggest my learning, that take that role, and as and when you start taking up that role and working on it, you should spend time learning, and you should spend time upskilling yourself for that role. I think that's one. The second thing is I heard the panelists like Sumit and Ruchika both brought up this whole point about women are very self-doubting, and I've had colleagues, I have had team members, they're always self-doubting. And
we are our own I would say.
Yeah, I mean, and not just women. I think I have seen that, that it's about, so much of self-doubt they have. You need constant reassurance. Like I have member ever come to me and say, Pooja, do you think I'm doing a great job? Do you think I need to do something better? Never ever, because they are so self-assured and they're so self-confident that they never ask any question. But I have seen some of the, best of girls, best of team members taking that position. I think that's one thing where I think we all need to have that whole self-assurance and inculcate that, yes, we are doing the right job. Yes, we are making very good strides. We are contributing. I think that will go a long way. And I'm a big believer that, the other thing, I remember when I was a child, my mother was into writing articles and all. And at that time, there used to be this nice women magazines and all, like Greh Shobha and all of those.
Yeah.
And I remember my mother once wrote an article, women are the enemies of women. It's not, I mean, we talk about women, but they are the ones who actually sometimes you feel that they're just really disrupting and not really helping, supporting and all. I think while we ask a lot of our male colleagues to support, we expect, I think it's also important that women should support women as well. So that's something that I feel we need to be a community of women who are supporting. We have to be a community of women who are mentoring, really pushing people, pushing the girls to really move ahead, reassuring them that you're doing a great job. I think that's really, really important. That community has to be there. I have never seen a male colleague pulling the other one down. There may be cases, but I mean, it is really rampant. We have to really come and drive that sort of camaraderie and, make sure that we reassure other girls because they really need it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think I personally like the whole Sheryl Sandberg's, lean in. I would urge.
Yes, that's right.
How you can nurture each other, all about lean in. I don't know if you're aware, I'm sure all of you are.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah, that was one book I would always give it to one of my team members.
I would,
it's so
absolutely.
good. Yeah, I always used to
Same
give
here.
it. I still have a bunch in my house. Anytime I see, a bright girl, I would always tell her, please read it. Yeah.
And I love your future shaper hashtag, Pooja. That's exactly what we are talking about. Yeah. And, it is so true that we self-doubt ourselves, we don't communicate, and, we are unsure of ourselves. But I would like to ask, Subhash, that there is talent. Yes, there is sincere women talent all around us. And I think what requires is proper coaching, proper honing of that talent. So, Subhash, being a part of, ASCII and the industry body, what's your take on it, Subhash?
I have a slightly different point of view, and perhaps being the sole male voice, I might get beaten up by all the ladies here. I disagree. At least I come from an industry where women are absolutely treated as equals. Okay, because my boss is a woman, my head of HR is a woman. I've worked with many women colleagues at senior levels. In advertising,
I think the world of advertising, Subhash has been kind of a front runner.
So I'm coming from there.
Yeah.
Having said that, when I first started BBH in India, I remember in the first 3 years, even though my creative partner was a woman, right? And out of the initial 15, 20 people that we hired, 80% women. Because at that time, we weren't conscious. We just wanted to get the best talent. Let's get a damn good art director. Let's get a damn good executive, whatever. And based on the bioretas that came in, we hired the best after many rounds of interviews. However, one of the things that I started noticing as the agency was growing is that the culture in the office was a little bit like a locker room culture. Boys will be boys, the same, camaraderie and language and, jokes and stuff like that. And in a couple of exit interviews, one of the women actually said this to me that, It's a lovely place, great people. Sometimes it's just be uncomfortable being a woman here because there's so many men cracking those jokes and stuff like that, which is when the, it was like a cold shower on us, right? That while we have not created it with any bias, right? But there is a bias, unconscious bias. So we started after that instructing every headhunter for every one male biodata for the same profile, you have to give me 2 biodatas, women biodatas. Then let the interview process choose the best possible candidate. Today, we are 50-50 in our organization, not just at junior levels, but even at senior levels. Out of the 4 vice presidents or 5 vice presidents report to me, 3 are women. Out of the 4 planning heads, equal, extremely talented, in many cases done a much better job. And I found, for example, there are creative sensibilities and sensitivities. I remember when I was brought in as client services director in Bombay office, I had a team, all girls team on Akai music systems. And I had an all boys team on Lakme. This team was frustrated because they had no interest in the technology behind music systems. These boys were frustrated because they couldn't distinguish crimson from mauve. And that's what the lipsticks and all were being discussed. So there was frustration all around. I just switched the teams. And I realized how much of happiness the girls were so happy to manage Lakme, right? So sometimes you just need to cast the right people on the right end and they'll flush, correct? When it comes to training, however, right, I believe in actually behaving in an equal manner versus, I don't think women require special training at senior leadership levels. So for example, if there is a leadership coaching or a CEO coaching that I want to do, everybody should get that same coaching, men and women, right? I think some of the examples that I heard today is people who perhaps the younger or a middle age who are mid-level management who are struggling with baby, household support, at the same time job, and those kind of things. But the people who come into senior management and CEO levels have gone past that. And they are as kick-ass on a board at ASCII, and I have some very senior women on the council, and they are as powerful as anybody else. So if I were to do coaching for my top level in the agency, I would give equal coaching on what is leadership all about, how to create a great atmosphere in the company, how to embrace and be more inclusive in your working styles, and so on and so forth, right? And not just skills or presentation skills. I mean, I heard that women are underconfident while presenting. I've conducted 23 presentation workshops at different levels. Trust me, men are equally nervous, and the ability to stand in front of people and present is a skill that even men don't have. 1 out of 10 people are good presenters. The other need to be trained. Other 9 need to be trained, whether you're a man or woman, right? Underconfidence, self-doubt is equally a male problem. And that is part of my mentoring process, even with the guys. Come, I'll be with you. You present it. Why are you doubting? Why are you doubting your own performance? This is something that even men go through. They may not show it sometimes, but when you work closely with people, they have equally the same level of nervousness, self-doubt. Am I doing well? Will I get my promotion? That whole sense of nervousness is there equally amongst men. So my experience is that beyond the point, and I completely understand where you're coming from, that successful women need to be celebrated so as to inspire more women to become successful. I completely get that, right? But I also feel that we've done a bit too much of it. There are a bit too many women empowerment awards and things going on all the time, right? At CEO levels, for example, I don't think you should have a separate women CEO award. I think at CEO, they should be competing with the best. They should stand out and be celebrated amongst the best, right? It's not like tennis, right, where you need a separate women's and a separate men's tournament, right, or athletics. I think when it comes, I think women are as powerful. And when you reach that level where you want to be a CEO, I think meritocracy should be the absolute reason to choose somebody, and not necessarily. and not gender, right? So when it comes to training, leadership training, that's where I would definitely. But when it comes to counseling, if you find that one of your female colleagues, because of the new baby, is struggling, or I'll give you another example, comes from a very conservative background, has been married into a very conservative family, is very career conscious, wants to build a career, but her father-in-law and all tell, beta ye sab kyun karti ho tum? Zarurat nahi hai tumhe karne ki. So she is conflicted with family pressures as well as her career aspirations, right? So in those kind of things, perhaps some level of counseling and mentoring helps. And like, Pooja also mentioned, I think this thing about people going on maternity leave and therefore losing out on promotion, I think that time has passed. I think now today 6 months is not only 6 months, you're also now making sure that there is a creche, there's other support that you can help provide for, childcare and things like that. I think going forward, all of this will become very much of a norm, And like I said, again, my views are perhaps colored from the industry that I come in. But I feel, it's not just to speak equality. I think you've got to practice and behave equality.
Absolutely. I think
answer your question?
Yeah. And we need more like you, Subhash, which is why you're in this panel, to kind of encourage.
I'm not some exception. I think that's the way it is.
No, I think exactly about, practicing. It's as simple as that, just to get more female, CVs for the same profile. These things are just some normal practices that one has to, bring in. And very small steps, right? So that is definitely required. And we really do want, more people like you around us. Another...
May I add just one small point?
Yeah.
The other thing I've also noticed is that it's a question of personal choice. If a woman herself decides that she doesn't want the humdrum of corporate life, she rather do her life and look after her child herself, I think that's a personal choice. I think here we're talking about where an organization, like my wife did that. My wife said, no, Aya is going to bring up my baby. I'm going to do it. So she gave up a very promising journalistic career to bring up a kid, right? And I didn't want her to give up a job because she was fantastic at her job. I said, don't give it up, right? But I think what we're talking about is our organizations and the policies that organizations create. Are they restricting that growth? Or is it time to open up? I agree with Pooja. I think that time has gone. I think it's now already opened up. And now it's up to the woman to grab hold of those opportunities and fight in an equal world.
Yes, absolutely. And which is why I also, like your point that coaching is required across levels. It has nothing to do with, seniority.
Yeah, I just want to add a point here, Shalini, if you allow me to.
Yeah.
Two things. One is that, when you look at the entire ecosystem in which when we call out the gender equality gap and all of that, the whole ecosystem needs to be reviewed. When you look at from a primary education point of view, today we are at a stage where from a gender point of view, it's equal, equal number of girls and boys go into primary school. That percentage starts to decline as you go up in the value chain. So, when it secondary education, the percentage drops. Expert level, the percentage drops further. I mean, how many to enter the job market, the percentage is even lower. Then you talk about, mid-level, the percentage is lower, and leadership level, of course, the percentage is way too low. So that entire ecosystem also, if you see, the evolution of how the ecosystem has evolved, women have actually been, that whole pipeline keeps on leaking, and because of various reasons. While we all come from a very privileged backgrounds, and we have owned up our careers, and we've got very good partners or support system at home that we could actually lead very good careers, but that may not be the case for everyone. I have still seen in a majority of households where the expectation assumption would be that the women will compromise on their careers while men will continue. I mean, it is very nice to say, but why should that consciousness only come in a woman, that she has to take care of her children, and why not the other way around? That whole evolution also needs to change. That mindset, that expectation from women has to change. It should not be like incumbent upon them that they have to compromise with their careers. That should not be the case. Now, the second point that I want to make is about feeling that women are very the confidence is something which is a general problem. No, it is not. It is not a general problem. Men are far more confident than women, and there are studies after studies that have shown that. There is a Harvard Review study which was published in 2022, which talks about, if you ask a woman to rate, the average rating that a woman would give herself would be 46. Whereas a man, the average rating they would give themselves is 61. So that's a clear, outline that men always think themselves as more confident, and they always project themselves as confident. Whereas it's always about the women who are always, self-doubting. So I think these are the 2 points that I really want to counter, that it's still not an equal world. We are going to take 170 years to be, bridge that gender gap. And there are a lot of consistent efforts and things that we need to do to be able to bridge that gap. And it should not be just about the corporates. I believe the whole ecosystem, the whole societal, has to change. We need to promote more STEM education in girls, so their gender pay gaps can also be addressed. So there is a lot of concerted effort that one has to do to be able to reach that spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the only point is that it has, started, and we just need to, carry this forward ahead. Yeah, so very, very interesting points, Pooja.
Can I add one? Do I have time to add
Yes,
small
yes.
point? So about 2-3 years ago, I was at this New York, there was a three, right? There, very interesting one, where there's a new trend in America, in the US, where it's men staying at home to look after the kids while the woman's career has gone through the roof.
Yeah.
And there were lots of interviews with these men, right? And they also have their own insecurities about that. They have their own insecurities because they were both working and the women's career went like that. And therefore, then for the sake of children and home, the men had to stay back and look after them. And there were interviews with them, there was videos with them, etc. So I'm saying, look, the world is changing, right? And while I agree with Pooja that certain level of extra focus needs to be given in certain areas, don't discount the fact that at some stage men are also feeling diffident about it. I mean, like you said, men are confident, but at 61, it's not 80, right? 46 or 61 bola aapne na. It's not that men are 100 and women are 41. It's not like that. I mean, insecurity is there everywhere. In fact, now with this whole work from home and pandemic situation, I'm finding a lot of mental health issues across the youngsters, and we are having to counsel them and things like that. They're not unable to cope with life. So yeah, I just feel I think we are in a good place and moving towards a much stronger society. How well it will emerge 100 years later, we'll see. But I think we are.
But the journey has started. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I think
the consciousness has started.
Yeah, consciousness has now come in. It has probably trickled in, but it has come in. Yes.
But we have a long way to go, Shalini.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. And there are. I have seen, women HR heads behave extremely different when they're at the helm of their roles and while they were junior, earlier. But I just want to also I in fact like this point that Subhash mentioned that lack of confidence, nervousness. These are normal human problems. It has nothing to do with men or women. I think that I would agree, which is where I think the HR policies need to play a bigger role. That's where they need to streamline the whole inclusive aspect, and I think that's the question that I have to Ruchika next, though she's been she's already cited some great examples. That do you think that the HR has any through their policies have any big contribution, especially in different sectors, perhaps in the manufacturing, perhaps in the production, maybe in the blue collar jobs? Even they would aspire to be rising up the ladder. Your thoughts on that, Ruchika?
I mean, I come from manufacturing based, so I've had the exposure to meet some of the women who are working in those setups. For example, I had a visit to our national warehouse, and there was a team of 4 girls. So I also lead one of the women initiative, women support groups in the organization. So I just wanted to meet them and ask them about how are they. And this location is about 45 minutes from a main city. So it's not the easiest of a metro location, and which is what ends up happening in a lot of these manufacturing oriented roles, because most of these plants and factories or warehouses are located in areas which are not locationally as conducive this thing. Now all these 4 ladies who were there were single, and one of the things that came up very automatically for them was that, ma'am, I can do this role now, आगे का तो पता नहीं. And there the underlying assumption was that मुझे ही move करना पड़ेगा, बंदा तो move करके यहाँ आएगा नहीं. As and when I get into a stage like that, right? So that is one. So and this is one example that I'm giving you from my own personal observation, but I'm sure all of us who worked in any kind of a manufacturing setup have experienced this across anything, because most of the factories are not located in a urban metro kind of a setup. They're all located for various reasons, mostly tax related ones in kind of far and beyond kind of locations, right? Those do not make for very conducive setups, even for men. It's not just for women, even for men. A lot of men who are located at these areas also then end up leaving their families, for children education, for wives profession, for any of these kind of reasons. Their families are not necessarily living with them. Now in those kind of scenarios, HR policies can actually play a much better, bigger role than anything else that we observe, because again, like I said, posh and maternity leave or period leave or all of these policies are, for me, table stakes. These are just must-haves. These are no longer an optional have, kind of things. HR policies, what they do is, to an organization, they nudge a behavior, but a cultural change is not dependent on a policy, right? So a cultural change of treating a woman like, Subhash gave a very good example. I've gone through it myself. I've gone and complained about a smoking club decision making culture, and I had gone up to my CEO and said that I'm sorry, you cannot go on a smoking break and come back and tell me कि वो तो मेरा discussion हो गया, अब इसको तुम implement कर दो जाके. Those kind of things, those are cultural things. They can't be a policy about it. This thing. However, when it comes to something kind of places is something that a policy can do, an organization can do, right? Which allows more and more women to be a part of these setups, while staying in the family context and everything. And that is something that an organization can and should do. So yes, policies will, you can use the policies the right way to influence, because, okay, so what ends up happening, and if I was to just hypothetically continue the example, there are only 4 women in this entire setup of the warehouse where there were 150 people working. Okay, and 4 women. Now for these 4 women to be set up as a thing of, okay, unko housing bhi dena chahiye, unko shuttle bhi dena chahiye, unko safety wise unki shift duties bhi, wo karna chahiye, and this and that and all, it can very easily be interpreted as you're pampering them, right? By the rest of the 146
treatment.
Exactly.
That's
right. So 146 will not be wrong in saying that why you only doing it for them versus this. That's where the HR policies come in and play a role, that offer it to everybody. You can enter the policy keeping the interest of a group in mind, but don't use it to differentiate, right? And that's something that I feel is a little bit of a cost, or some, it requires a little bit of more mature thinking than normal. Because the easy way out is just to formulate that one policy, and kind of okay हमने उनको support कर दिया, but you will end up causing discrimination feelings, discriminated feelings, and yeah, it won't be long term sustainable on its own. So I do feel that yes, there is a role that HR policies can play totally, but it cannot be just the the table stakes policies. It has to be more evolved and more thought through.
Yeah, absolutely. Perhaps a little more thinking into the entire thing, will kind of help them avoid the future conflict, if any. Great. I think it was wonderful, hearing all of you. As we finish, I would just like each one of you to perhaps share that one thing that you think can, make a difference today towards, much more diverse situation in our organizations. Anybody can start, perhaps Samyukta?
Yeah. So, yeah, hi. So I think it was a very engaging discussion. I think all of us have gone into our own little thought bubbles with various insights that were thrown our way. Like it's just taken all of us back into, I think, various realms that have happened. I think one big thing that needs to happen. I completely agree with, Subhash when he said that, there is insecurity in all of us as human beings. It's not about men, women. There are confidence issues with everyone. But I think the big difference that I think Ruchika, Pooja, and Sumit were highlighting. I agree, Subhash, that there is a collective consciousness happening. The organizations and, kudos to leaders like you who have, started this journey long ago, even before any of this happened. But the issue is that it's happened for so long that the scales are so tilted that, like the New York Times, if you see the, there's an article about the Fortune 500 CEO list. And there's actually a point made that there are as many number of women, with male CEOs named John in the list. And that's just 8.1% of the total list. So that's literally how bad it is. Okay. So it means that there is so much work and there is so much effort that will be required. If it means, Sumit, I agree with you when you said that, you want to be there because of your meritocracy. You want to be there because of your performance. But I think it's okay. The only way to kind of, achieve that equilibrium is when organizations have to go like all out and say, it's okay, we'll create extra opportunities at every given point in time, because that's the only way the scales will tip, because it's so like this right now. I think that is kind of required for that equilibrium. And then, like Ruchika and Pooja made a point of, it's about the society at large. It's about conditioning, and it's not just corporate. And that's the only way, I think, as a human race, we can kind of move forward.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Samyukta. Yeah. Over to Sumit. Yeah.
So I the one thing I'd say is something that we touched upon and some of us very passionate about is what Sheryl Sandberg says, right? So as women leaders, I think it's very, very important to lean in, right? Because it gives you and it gives you a lot of inspiration and courage, when you see from your own gender people at a particular stature at a leadership level, because you feel that I can go there as well. And I'm sure this is true for men, but there are just so many examples and role models for men. Exactly what you said, Sayukta, that it's just so lopsided, the scale, right? So I think it's very important for women in senior leadership roles to lean in. And I think that whole journey from middle to senior, because there's a huge dropout there, and one of the panelists was also talking about it. I think Pooja touched upon it, right? As every level we go up, there is a dropout. And I think that's in the corporate world, that's the stage where it's very important for more women to kind of pass over. And so I think as women leaders, believing in leaning in, and staying there, and creating those support groups within our organizations, big or small, I think is something that we women should do, so that more women can kind of come up. Besides, of course, all the other things that organizations have to do. But I think lean in is what I would like to leave the panel with.
Thank you. Thank you, Sumit. Yeah, Pooja, over to you.
So for me, it is about just having that confidence and making sure that you are really in control of your own life. That is what stands out. I think we have to really go after the opportunities. We don't have to always be 100% ready to take on the opportunities. We have to just go out and grab the opportunities that are shown in front of us. For me, that is really important, I think. And the second one is that we need to just watch the backs of other women. Make sure that you are really watching over their backs, making sure that you are making them more confident and giving them the reassurance that you're doing a great job. I think these two things are extremely important. And I do a lot of mentoring and coaching myself to a lot of women, both internally and externally. I think we all need to do. We've been in these very good roles. I think I feel that this is the only way we can give back to this whole cause, by just making sure that we are going out and giving that mentoring and that assurance to other women. Make sure that you are really helping them and supporting them in the back. Just we are taking care of you. So these are the key things.
Sure, fantastic. Yeah, Subhash.
Okay. For me, it's one line: be the change that you want to see. Okay. Yes, there are 175 million years and centuries of conditioning and social conditioning, etc. As an individual, I can only do that in my sphere of influence. Hopefully, that will become a ripple effect for everyone. It's not just the way I run my organization; it's the way I treat my wife. It's the way I look after my daughter and give her the wings to fly. And I've done that. She's an independent woman. My mother was shocked. Why is your daughter wanting to stay on her own? I said, she's 29, she wants to. And I think that's great. She's chosen the path that she wants to do. Of course, as a father, I'd be worried for her safety and all, but I will never ever come in the way of her wanting to do stuff on their own. So be the change that you want to see. And just want to pick up on one of the things I think one of you all said about role models. A lot of women are my role models too. And I want to be a role model to women as well. And I don't want to take away from the sisterhood that happens, that women have to support each other and be there for each other. But again, if you open your mind, then you stop seeing them as women or men. You start seeing them as role models. And if I want to set an example, I want to set an example equally for the women in my company as well as for the men. Hopefully, I'm trying to do that. So be the change that you want to see.
Wonderful. Yeah. Ritika, over to you.
So I have to say that this forum is one of the only forums that I have attended, and any kind of a women-oriented topic where the most used phrase has not come up so far. And I was actually keeping a track of whether or not it comes up, which is all about work-life balance. It is, and for me, the one big thing, and like the others are pointing out as well, I think at a paid forward is a part of who we should aspire for. It, at least it is a huge part of who I am as a person. And I've, like Subhash said, I've had mentors who were women, I've had mentors who were men. I don't discriminate in who I choose to mentor or counsel, this thing. However, I would still say that there is a difference, and unfortunately that difference, so again, I'm speaking from one of Women's Day, one of these things, 75 women in a room, a moderator standing there talking, says, okay, let's talk about what is the biggest struggle in your life today. Okay, biggest struggle in your life. That's it. There was no context or anything like that. Out of those 75 women, 73 women wrote work-life balance or some version of it, managing this thing. And the only other two who did not one was me, and that's why I remember the numbers, because I mean, I had reached a position in life where I feel that I control my life, and the life this thing is there, so I'm privileged enough not to have that as a concern. But eventually when we got into detail, and the other person she was single and she was having a very good time, so work-life balance was not a concern that entered into her zone. But I'm just simply saying that the whole thing about women leaders, and I would say leaders, Subhash, to add to your point, maybe it's about leaders and not women leaders, but exemplify work-life balance in the way you conduct yourself at workplace. Please set the right examples that you can reach leadership levels without having to, lose any other perspective in life, because that is one big concern that comes in the way of growth of a lot of women, right? Why do we say that they drop out? Because they've had children, because they feel they can't balance the two, right? They end up feeling that they can't balance the responsibilities that are being put on them, and all those millions of years of responsibilities, expectations are not going to change in a, I mean, you have a child. I am a single, child house, but if my child falls ill, nobody even turns around and asks my husband why he's not on leave. Even as egalitarian and as evolved and as everything as I consider, it is my job to make sure that my child is comfortable, and I may push him, and he's reached a point. Thankfully, we've now cracked the code for us. But I know it's a rare scenario to be in. So please don't glorify slogging for 20 hours as the only way to reach leadership positions, because that comes in the way of growth, or just in terms of even setting aspirations for a lot of women. So,
absolutely. And I think it's about being the change. And when we are all leaders in our way, I think we can definitely create and actually, illustrate what we think and, and what we want the world around to be. So wonderful hearing all of you. And I can only say that, continue to disrupt all that you're doing around, and, create a change and transform. And thank you everybody for being a part of this session. Have a wonderful month and enjoy yourselves. Have a safe life. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice meeting all of you.
Same here.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
So thank you so much, everyone, for sharing your insightful thoughts. That was really a wonderful discussion. Now let's move on to our first fireside chat. As we all know, technology has always been a blessing in disguise for us. And now it has also made working remotely or work from home an easy option. And this can be a long-term approach for women so as to avoid leaving corporate jobs for personal responsibilities. To chat over women in technology, we have been joined by Ms. Kritika Saxena, who is the head of corporate communications and public affairs, Tata Consultancy Services. And we have with us Ms. Kanika Mittal, who is the business head Twitter, alongside Ms. Trisha Satra, brand head Sugarbox, who will be moderating this chat session. Please start the proceeding, ladies.
Hi, ladies. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. Okay, kickstarting. First off, let me congratulate both of you all on the commitment that your companies have towards diversity and inclusion. We know, and of course these figures are public domain, but we know that TCS has over 36.5 women in its workforce, and that's a tremendous number. Twitter has 42.5 globally, and these of course are big numbers, right? So I think you all are the perfect sort of panel to have this kind of conversation with. So kickstarting the conversation, Kritika, could you tell us a little about diversity of mind as a part of your overall corporate hiring strategy, and why that's so central to bringing about greater inclusion?
So that's actually an important way to start that, Trisha, because if you look at how diversity is addressed typically, often diversity is just a number, right? Like, okay, we are at 36.5%. Do we want to get to 50% of our workforce being women eventually? Yes, but the second you just make it about the numbers, right? The second you make it about, okay, there's a boardroom, and in a board we need to have X percentage. SEBI has mandated X, Y, Z. It becomes just about the numbers. So diversity of mind is a concept to ensure that this is something that is ingrained in the culture. It's ingrained in the people. It's ingrained in the leaders. If I were to talk specifically about what we have done, so at 36.5%, it's about one of three TCSers is a woman. Now, yes, that's a good number. We want to increase it, but the thing is that you have to nip a lot of things that prevent gender parity. There are a lot of things that prevent, that equality that we want to reach, that sense of equal opportunities that we want to reach, that bar women from reaching the scales, be it in the mid-career level, etc. So a couple of things, if I were to take you through it. Yes, we do a lot of sessions with leaders to engage them, to train them, to enable them to relearn on how to ensure diversity in not just their teams, in the thought process, in how opportunities should be given across the board in an equal manner, not necessarily with a bias towards women, be it either ways. Policies around remote working. Now, I mean, I know we're going to have the conversation about this, but I mean, I think Kanika, all of you will acknowledge that remote working has created a very seamless process for women. It will increase the number of women staying in the workforce, not necessarily entering it. But if you create progressive policies that are supporting this, creating a hybrid work model. So TCS, for instance, since you asked me about my company specifically, we've created a 25 by 25 model where at any given point of time, not more than 25% of people will be required to come to the workforce, or not more than 25% of your time will be required to be physically in the office, and that's largely to inculcate collaboration. So that is a huge part of what we want to ensure. There's a lot of coaching and counseling that is done from the top down and the ground up level to sort of take care of physical, mental well-being. There's an integration and reorientation program process for any women who want to return to workforce, be it after a sabbatical, after a maternity leave, or any kind of a break that is required. Now, one thing that we have realized is that, again, like I mentioned, mid-career is something that, the gap in STEM workforce specifically is largely at that mid-career level. So we've created this program called Rebegin, which encourages women who have taken a break for whatever reason, be it 3 years, 5 years, no bar in terms of how many years of a break they've taken, to get back at the experience level that they were earlier. So it's kind of about starting your career again, but from where you left it off, to maybe if you gain more skills in the process. So matching that up to ensure that that gap doesn't impact your career in the long term. So that is a glimpse of what we've done. There's another thing that we do, which is we've created a diversity maturity matrix to measure, track, and report and review basically the entire progress that has been made. Because the fact is that this is something that has been done in companies for the last 5 to 10 years. Maybe diversity is not a conversation that was had 20 years ago. So it's important to kind of keep going back to the drawing table, keep reviewing, keep measuring. And I think if you create it as a cohesive policy, if you create it as a cohesive strategy, which is ingrained into the kind of culture and the soul of the company, that is really what diversity is all about, and that will help.
And Kanika, from your perspective, right? We know that Twitter has the whole "Until We All Belong" campaign that you guys have been doing globally for a while now. Lift as we rise was a theme for 2021, and I'm thinking also going forward into 2022 to a certain extent, that you all look at from a tweet hiring perspective and sort of retention perspective. Some thoughts from you around that and a perspective around that.
Yeah, no, sure. And this is such a great conversation, first of all. And thank you so much once again for having us here. I think Until We All Belong is super special. It's beyond a campaign. It's beyond an initiative. It's really a commitment. It's a bold step to just sort of make sure that we become the most inclusive, diverse, and equitable company in the world. And the way to do it is to make sure that these very values of diversity and inclusion and equitability and inspiration are reflective through our tweet force. So the idea behind Until We All Belong is to make sure that our tweet force is this amazing group of people that come from all kinds of backgrounds and interact comfortably and safely and really inspire and lift each other. We recently did an amazing summit internally for Until We All Belong, and we had amazing participation, and each one of us felt so proud to be a tweet at that point in time, because this is such a bold step. This is such a bold commitment by Twitter, not just to change things for ourselves, but also to challenge the industry. And we're not going to stop till we make that happen. In fact, our commitment is to bring the number that you said of 42% to a 50% by 2025, so that every second employee in Twitter is actually a woman. So not only are we making a commitment, we're making it boldly, we're going out there and talking about it, and we are walking the talk. We're living up to it by taking taking very accountable steps in that direction. And what you mentioned about Lift as We Rise is another amazing initiative by Twitter in inclusion and diversity. And there's an amazing report that we've published in a very transparent way that really addresses what the company is doing at the core of it to address it. And I would really, encourage everyone to go through it. But ultimately, like for me personally, this is it's a way of life. It's about changing yourself. And if you make it a way of life, you will for sure rub that positive energy off on your employees and colleagues and friends, and we'll all get there until we all belong.
Sure, that's great. And I think stemming from both of those conversations, to the both of y'all, do you think tech companies naturally make for better employers for the female workforce? And if yes, why?
Yeah,
Kanika,
yeah, sure. And let me answer it by perhaps starting with my own personal example, and then coming to the more larger point that you've made. I used to, before Twitter, I used to work with Reebok and Adidas, and I was there for an amazing 11 years, and some of the best times of my career were in that organization. But when I moved to Twitter, what I discovered was this flexibility. The fact that you can work from home as needed, the fact that you can have flexible working hours as needed is liberating for a working mother. And you can actually plan your schedule in such a way that you're able to bring your best self to work on a daily basis. Ultimately, this flexibility that a tech company provides you, and I've seen both sides of it, so I can say that with confidence that for sure, tech companies do provide you that flexibility in a very authentic way. You don't have to shy away from exercising your choice to be flexible. You will be hugely supported and nurtured. And in doing so, you will actually end up bringing a better version of yourself to work. So definitely flexibility is a theme that works better in tech, but also what works better in tech, which I think can be inspirational to women and to help them manage their professional and personal lives in a better way, is the authenticity that comes in tech, right? Like just the way of working, whether it is the kind of tools that you use or the kind of efficiency that you have. You don't waste a lot of time, you get right to it, and you're brainstorming at a very elevated level, and all of that is hugely motivational and inspirational. And it gives a woman to spend that extra time at work while being fully committed to it. So there's excitement and passion that you're able to bring in an elevated way when you're working in a tech company, and that keeps you going, right? Like any working woman needs that, because they're multitasking. They need that extra passion and they need that extra reason to have that extra energy to go through their absolutely big day. And I think the tech companies do provide that. So I think the elevated passion that a tech company provides, along with the flexibility, is the holy grail that can really help more women to get into tech.
Nice.
Yeah, I completely agree with that as well, because I think, remote working in general is something that not many industries can do by this luxury of what the work and the products that they provide, right? So if you are a tech company effectively, and that's basically why TCS set up this whole 25-25 model. All companies are talking about hybrid work models, flexibility, but the topmost in the list are tech firms. So it's as simple as you're connected with a laptop and you have a world that you can access. So be it a working mother, be it there are many areas which remote working can provide, which we don't think about as clearly. There's diversity, there's sustainability, there is cohesive well-being of a workforce. There are several areas that you end up tackling with just remote working. But it's not just about remote working, it's about empowering them. It's about creating those kind of cultures. It's about creating that work environment. It's where you have collaborative units in a tech or a remote space. Like we are talking in a panel which typically would have been either in a hotel where we're meeting each other. So there are some things that you miss out when you're doing a remote work. But yes, tech companies have that advantage. But having said that, Trisha, if you actually bring in diversity at the core of the workforce, at the core of leaders, and if leaders are trained, considering the fact that the last 2 years have changed the way we work, have changed the way we interact. I have done live. So in my previous avatar, I was the corporate bureau chief at CNBC TV 18. I have done live shows for 3-4 hours, sitting in my shorts at home with, obviously a blazer on top. But you can actually do that. Never before could you think that, a television broadcast can happen for hours at a stretch at the comfort of your laptop. Or I had actually gone live from my phone. So you can imagine, just, calls coming in the background. It's a very interesting model. There are areas like metaverse, there are immersive virtual workspaces that are coming in, which are giving you that opportunity. So, when you talk about skill in tech, allied sector is also there. So everything is kind of merging and blending into technology. So be it retail, be it, I think the only sector I think that won't have that is manufacturing. That also has opportunities of connectedness. So as long as tech is the pervasive layer everywhere, there is that comfort of remote working, which organizations can thereby give their women to empower them and to, motivate them to stay.
Yeah, that makes sense. And the next question, sort of first to Kritika, why would women, in your opinion, make for better STEM resources? I know that you come from a non-tech background, but I'm sure you've sort of immersed yourself in enough of the STEM conversations at TCS. So why do you think women are naturally better STEM resources, perhaps?
Okay, so I was sitting with my team a few weeks ago just to understand, a couple of these subjects, and we were, working around a few policies. So what we realized is that, as of 2020, roughly, I don't remember the latest statistics, but 43% of STEM graduates in India are women. So this is pretty much the highest in the world. In our country, yes, STEM is something which is equal for women in terms of the interest and in terms of the opportunity. The gap is really at that mid-level that I was talking about. So if you say that, I don't necessarily think that it's about your capability. It's about, are you fit for the opportunities? So, these questions come up, Tisha, that, do you think that women are better leaders, right? I'll never say that women are better leaders or men are better leaders. It could be XYZ personality, one particular personality may be a better leader than the other. So opportunities and skill sets are not centric to gender. What I feel is that in STEM, be it the job of an engineer, of a coder, or of a scientist, companies like Twitter and TCS, for example, employ a complete diverse workforce. It's not just about engineers and coders. You have domain experts, and at the core of it, there is a pervasive understanding that yes, women are change agents, and hence it is important for them to be, at the core of everything. So, will you make for better STEM employees? Not really. You're equal. It's just the same. But yes, there are some things that women need to bring to the table to create that cohesiveness in our workforce. Like I said, women are change agents in this day and age. It may not happen 10 years from now, but the fact of the matter is that the kind of mentorship, the kind of representation that women get has to change, and hence that is very important to kind of create that equal layer.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kanika, sort of to you, right? While I think the fact that Kritika spoke about in terms of STEM and women STEM graduates in India being at about 43%, we have seen sort of computer science graduates within that sort of cohort actually coming down. So from 1997, where we had 26% women graduates in computer science, we've reached 19%, I think, as of 2020, right? So with that sort of background, what, in your opinion, are some of the lowest hanging fruits in terms of opportunities that women could focus on when looking at building careers in tech, whether at starter levels or at mid-career and senior career levels?
No, that's a great question. And thank you for also sharing that stat. I was actually, to be honest, under the impression that nearly 36% of our workforce in tech is women, amounting to almost 20%. Felt like a decent number, but I'm kind of taken aback at the number that you've just shared, and the fact that there's a decline that too in computer sciences. And I'm not too sure why that's happening, but I think something that I can say with confidence is the fact that the awareness that is there when it comes to roles in tech is huge today compared to what it was even a couple of years ago. And the pandemic has accelerated that. Even the most traditional industries, like Kritika just mentioned about manufacturing, even they are looking at connectedness. Even the most, I would say, archaic ways of working are looking at adapting into digital, into tech, and adding that layer. So I think there is enhanced awareness, which is accelerated because of the pandemic. And I think that definitely is a low-hanging fruit today because if a woman wants to pursue a career in tech, the opportunity is very much out there, whether it is for her to learn and skills or whether it is mentorship. Would more happy to have and commitment to try and help somebody break through, irrespective of what career level they are at. And the third is also, financially, which is such a huge consideration for women. Tech is paying well, and there are conversations about pay parity taken a lot more seriously today than before. And that motivation is also a low-hanging fruit for someone to understand that this is also a way to a better life. So I think if you look at it, there is a very interesting confluence happening. There is learning and enablement on one side. There is mentorship and support and community building on the other side. And then there is the economics of it, which is putting it all together and really telling women that, look, you just need to take a step. And unlike in the past where opportunities were opaque or not enough, that's not the case anymore. And with the pandemic cost acceleration, it really, the world is your oyster. So there cannot be a better time for women, personally, if you ask me, to break through in tech than today.
Absolutely. What's interesting is both of you all in your last answer sort of touched upon mentorship. And I think that is a very key sort of topic for us to cover, right? So to the both of y'all, do you think mentorship is critical in ensuring greater inclusion and sort of women staying in career paths beyond sort of the initial sort of starter phase, right, of their careers? And if yes, what are you personally or what are your organizations doing towards enhanced mentorship specifically for women?
I'm personally, sorry, go ahead, Kritika.
Yes, Kanika. No, Kanika, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I'm a huge fan of mentorship. I don't think I could have taken certain steps in my career without the kind of mentorship that I was fortunate enough to have. I'll take a very quick example of someone who's not directly been a mentor, but has in Really You're Not a Man, in which she talks about everything in a very authentic manner, whether it is dealing with male subordinates at work, whether it is about understanding how you get back to work after taking a break or a maternity break or any of the other stereotypical things that you deal with in the workforce. But, right from people like her who influence you with their voice and writing, to other women at work who simply talk to you and inspire you with their presence. And here I'll take the example of Sarah Personet, who heads the global TCS org. She's our Chief Customer Officer. And I remember there was this time when she came all the way from US to India to meet all of us, and she had a 2-day schedule, which was super packed, but she found the time to speak to someone like me and encourage and inspire me and mentor me in that really short duration of time. And it's been 3 years, and even now I am positively impacted by that interaction. So I think mentorship through to help women who are just getting back to the workforce after having a baby. And streak really means a group of tigers. And I feel like women getting back to work are nothing less than, after having a baby, are nothing less than a tribe of tigers, and we all need each other to sort of roar through. But I think these little things make a difference. They just give you that extra courage to navigate through very tough corporate waters.
Sure.
That's such a beautiful initiative, Kanika. Trisha, if you were to, I mean, Kanika rightly put it, mentorship is sort of at the core of any diversity agenda becoming successful, because the fact of the matter is that, women leaders or women executives to turn into leaders, there is a lot of mentoring, hand holding, confidence building, empowerment that needs to be given. And that has to happen at a very core level. So, you asked specifically what our companies are doing. So, there's an interesting initiative that TCS has set up, which is the TCS Network of Outstanding Women. It's kind of an employee resource, pardon me, group of women where women help each other. They share learning, they share their challenges. So imagine when you're talking to the topmost executive in a company, and you hear them struggling just as much or having struggled just as much when they were trying to come back to the workforce. So they were trying to juggle a 9 month or 10 month old crying baby, or they were trying to juggle in-laws being there and the husband's locked up in a room and they're taking their calls, and they have to figure out whatever familial and society kind of concepts that they have to do. They have to be there in the kitchen, etc. So yes, while things are shifting, it is very, very important for the next at least 2 decades for mentorship to be pervasive across, and for women leaders to step up in that mentorship. We also have a program called IXL, which is an organization led program to prepare women for leadership positions. It's not just women, it's across the board, but there is a special mentorship and counseling, coaching given to women to ensure that these gaps are not met. So all in all, in a nutshell, answering your question, mentorship is very, very critical. Women leaders today have a monumental responsibilities of creating an ecosystem of future leaders, and the only thing that can be done is at the core level of imbibing this across the board and ensuring that all of us are mentors. And something like what Kanika is doing personally to ensure that this is something that everyone can cheer on, and creating I love that term that you use here. It's literally like being a tiger when you have to come back, and you have to have the same enthusiasm, same passion for work after whatever your body has gone through after maternity leave, whatever your mind has gone through after sabbatical. So I think reintegration of women on a break back into work is another thing that companies are doing. TCS, Twitter, a lot of these companies are actively getting into, and that is a policy that we follow to integrate people into a very, very cohesive, very clear manner. So yes, that is a very important question, Trisha.
That's amazing. And Kanika, you mentioned sort of Apurva Purohit as one of the women that you look up to and sort of take inspiration from. But Kritika, to you, who are some of the women or female leaders that you look up to or take inspiration from?
I've had women leaders always. I mean, all my bosses have been women. I was Shireen Bhan, who was my previous boss, was so to speak, which is more of a friend and a mentor. She was one huge example of a woman who's broken stereotypes. You'll be surprised at how much stereotype there was in television news just 10 years ago. So that's one example from a personal level. To be very honest, what I would say is, yes, there are a lot of women within TCS who I find very, very inspiring. But from a personal way, this is something that's very personal to me, and that maybe many people may not have. And after growing up, I sort of realized that people don't have that. At the very core of it, I had parents who just, I never knew what a man or a woman is and what's the distinction. I was just told that you can be whatever you want to be, and I was literally given the support. I was in a career that at 21 when I started, I was coming back at 2 a.m, and up until I reached my mid 30s and met in-laws and sasural and whatever. That's when I realized that, oh, that is not okay. I didn't realize that. So there are worlds that don't prep women from day one, and that is so critical when we are bringing up our children today. The second you can break those gaps, the guy needs to be picking up the dishes just as much as the girl. These little things, and just the very fact that you can be whoever you want to be is just something that sky that you get to fly on. So for me personally, I'm amazed at how my parents had set these things into my head, and I never it just didn't It was never a difference for me. So that is a huge, I think that's my core of diversity, is the upbringing that I had. I was lucky enough to have that across my personal life. But you what Indira Nooyi had shared in her book. I mean, she literally talked about it's rubbish that women can do everything. They can't. They struggle at every step. And oh my God, you relate to that. No, this is not, there's no equality. You are constantly facing guilt. And I don't know how many decades it will be. And I'm sure Kanika and even Trisha, all of you understand that. There is always guilt pervading at,
Sure.
having to choose.
Sure.
At 10 p.m. when you have to take a call and you have to finish a presentation up until 2 a.m. and there are kids crying, there's several society conventions that have to be followed, and no, you choose your work and you feel guilt, and that is not something that has shaken in a long time. I feel that despite, I'm very certain that one of the, I don't have those differences in my mind, but I feel that guilt. And that is something that it was beautifully inspiring listening to. Indra Nui has gone through that as well, so I'm fine. I can probably do it all as well.
If I may just add to that, I think that's so true, right? Like we're all struggling in our little ways. But I think here is where I'm really grateful for Twitter. Twitter has an amazing internal ecosystem that can support you through the times where you feel challenged or you feel guilty. So for example, we have something called BRGs, or business resource groups, where tweets actually get together for common passion points to inspire the culture that they want to co-create. So for example, you have something like a group called Twitter Women that gets together from time to time for exactly topics like these. Or you have a very thriving community called Twitter Parents that come together, discuss challenges, and support each other. Sometimes we even have something called Stories by Staff, where we have our staff leadership actually recite beautiful stories to families and their children, and giving even the children in the family a feel that their parents are working in a really special place, or whether it is the kind of policies they have around paternity and maternity leave and things like that. So there's mentorship and there's upbringing, but there's also the role that companies play. In that sense, I think we're fortunate to be at Twitter and have this PRG culture. And I just want to use this forum to say that as much as you can co-create the culture that you want to be a part of is what will really make a huge difference as we go along on this journey together.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, I totally hear sort of the theme of guilt, right? I mean, do you make breakfast or do you get ready for a presentation and a meeting? Those are the kinds of things that I think most of us struggle with on a daily basis. But even beyond that, right? As women, especially in a largely male-dominated workforce in the tech industry and even other places, especially those of us at leadership levels, etc., we have moments of self-doubt, right? And we have moments of what am I, etc., etc. And I just want to understand from the both of y'all, how do you manage those moments of self-doubt? Is it how do you sort of deal with it? Because that's something that I think women who watch this and even perhaps some men can actually take inspiration from. So Kritika, Kanika.
So I think it's a matter of speaking out, because self-doubt is something, I mean, just like any kind of fear, right? It is something that cripples you, and it can take over sometime. It can be something that percolates into your entire existence, and obviously that will reflect in your work. So I think it's important. It was really heartbreaking for me. Someone I really look up to in my life, a cousin, doing beautifully well. I mean, she was one of those examples that we heard while growing up. Her son was very unwell, and at I think 10 months or 12 months, and she finally, because he was in such a bad state, one person had to stay back, and eventually it was her, even though she was doing better than her husband. So I just feel that those examples are always going to be there. What's important is take help, reach out to your people, reach out to counselors. If you are a part of a company, and TCS has this, there we have mental health, we have well-being, at the core of everything. a very, very strong way. We have TCS Cares, which is a counseling support system. At the end of every month, we get a report of how many lives have been saved, and that's obviously a different subject altogether. But what's important is that reach out, speak, take counseling, speak to the leaders that inspire you, speak to your people, you speak to your partners, speak to your parents, get that help that you need to ensure that your mental well-being is strong and is balanced. And I feel that there are, again, we come back to the point of mentorship. What can companies do to ensure that these gaps are not there? Engagement, mentorship, and constant awareness building. This is something that has to be brought in for a inclusive future, and to really drive that gender parity agenda at the workplace.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You couldn't have said it better, Kritika. In fact, when I just look at the stats from a Twitter perspective also, we had done this Twitter trends report, which actually showed that there's an increase by about 150% in conversations on mental health. And there is an increase by over 84% in conversations around self-identity, which is just going on to show how much people need positivity and empathy, not just in their personal lives, but in their professional lives as well, and how much they want to really bring their authentic self to work and really embrace their identity at work. So I think all of these trends are showing and are a reflection of where the society has reached. And for us, I think as leaders, it's all about how do we contribute to these in a more positive way so that we are also, doing our bit or paying it forward. And I think I will go back to exactly what you said, Kritika. It boils down to mentorship and open and authentic conversations to be able to battle these things at work. And also, I would just add one more thing to it, and which is to say that, find time for passion and self-care. I think women wear so many hats, right? You're a mother, you're a wife, you're a daughter, you are working. You have your job, you have your day job, and you probably have your night job as well, because today there is so much of emphasis on the way you present yourself in corporate culture that you just don't have to do your job. You just also have to be on point on social media, and you have to do maybe 5 other things just to make yourself look better at work and really present the best version of yourself. So in all of these hats you wear, you find the time to wear your own hat, which really speaks to your soul and to your passion. I think that can be immensely healing. And hopefully, addresses the point that you raised earlier as to how to really make it happen and get over the guilt. I think that's the way to do it. Wear one hat for yourself. Very, very hard to do. Easier said than done. But kudos to everyone who can make it happen.
And that could just be, watching Netflix for an hour inside your bed and just refusing to get out for some time. There are actually days in, work from home where you just can't get up for a certain time or period of time. If you can work it out, I totally agree.
Yeah. Hear you guys completely. Okay, just to wrap things up, and because the both of y'all are from marketing, communications, etc. kind of backgrounds, if you were a brand, what is the brand that you would be similar to? So fill in the blank. If I were a brand, I would be similar to dash, and why?
Rika, you want to go first?
You go first. You go first. I need to think. You try.
Not that this is a plug or anything, but really it's coming from the heart. But if I were a brand, I would.
Kanika, you're taking my answer. You're taking my answer. I was about to say.
Okay.
No, really,
continue. Continue.
No, I think Twitter is ultimately unfiltered and real and raw. And that's how I would like to be. I'm not sure if I'm there yet, but I'd love to be that person. And I think because I aspire to be like that, and Twitter is exactly that, is why if I were a brand, I would be Twitter. But also because Twitter is serving a purpose, and it's nice to do something in life which is beyond your various hats that you wear and have a sense of purpose. So I think because Twitter has a sense of purpose, and because Twitter is so raw and unfiltered and really what it is I really genuinely relate to this brand the most.
Okay, so I had the same answer because I was seriously thinking, and it's not because I mean, yes, I don't want to be talking about other brands when I'm in the process of brand development, guys. But yeah, I was really thinking about it, and I came down to TCS itself because I have been in the process of building the brand right now, and or I've been a part of a beautiful team that is doing so, and I keep seeing these in elements that come out in brand TCS, which is something really, really different. It's resilient, it's inclusive, it's transformative, it's cutting edge. And at the same time, it holds down to core values. So be it TCS, be it brand Tata, it's socially responsible. So am I fully there as a cohesive unit? I think I agree with Kanika, maybe not. And somebody who just stays on for a really long time at an organization. And when I had to shift my career and or rather accentuate, augment my career to the next level, this brand made beautiful sense. So yeah, I think I'll relate to my own brand with myself.
That's brilliant. Okay, I think thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for the pearls of wisdom. They were brilliant. And yeah, lots of learnings for me personally, and I'm sure everyone who watches the session.
Thank you so much. It was a great conversation.
Pleasure.
Very authentic.
So thank you so much, everyone, for sharing your insightful thoughts. That was really a wonderful discussion. Time for our next fireside chat on cyber harassment and call harassment, which is taking a more and more aggressive route in India today. And education and awareness building are two crucial factors in empowering women to tackling such harassment through technology. For deep diving on this, we have with us our speakers who have years and years of expertise in this field. Yes, I'm talking about Ms. Pragya Maharishi, who is with us. I feel immense pleasure to welcome you, who is the Director of Public Affairs, Truecaller India, in conversation with Ms. Sairi Chahal, who is the founder and CEO, Shiros. Over to you both.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm really excited to be here with Sari talking about the new campaign that Truecaller has launched called It's Not Okay, and that you need to call it out. So, Sari, I'm looking forward to the discussion, and please tell me and then, hand it over to you to take the dialogue forward.
Absolutely. Good to be here, Pragya, and I'm excited to learn about this very important campaign. And of course, I think one has had these conversations both with the team at Truecaller and elsewhere. We've done a bunch of collaborations in the past, and I think there's the idea of safe and free internet for everyone appeals to us, and the idea of safety and privacy for every user appeals to us. At least that's very fundamental to what we are building in the entire Shiros ecosystem. So yeah, I think there's a lot of common ground there, and I think this couldn't be more timely given some of the recent developments, and given the uncertain times we are in and everything that we've seen in the last couple of years. So for sure, happy to be here, and of course happy to learn about all the work you guys have been doing, especially on the product side and on the policy side. So would be great for you to sort of
fantastic. Yeah, no, thanks so much. And I think I would want to begin with what we're trying to do specifically around women's safety. So, at Truecaller, we take online safety very seriously, but more so women's safety. And that's because it's a cause which is very close to my heart, of course, and you can imagine the reasons for that. But also to our founders, both Alan and Nami, they feel that women's safety is something which should be at the forefront of what we're doing at Truecaller. And just to back this up, right, we recently did a survey and we found that 80% of women in India did receive investment calls, and therefore they the number. And only actually 12% went ahead and reported that to law enforcement. And so our campaign this year, which with the key messages, call it out, is because we don't want only women to report it and block it on Truecaller, which is a great first step. But then beyond that, the only way harassment stops is when you go and report it on the national helpline number, like the 112 or 181, or go and report it even on the cybercrime portal. Because what typically happens is I might block that number. And so now I've made myself safe. But until you actually go out and report it to law enforcement, that person just moves on and harasses 10, 15, 20 other women. And so it's not really solving for what we're trying to do. And that's when a collaborative effort on this topic comes together. So our goal this year is to bring policymakers, law enforcement, civil society, mental health experts, lawyers, also victims who've recovered from this and actually have stories to share about how they've coped with it, is what is going to be the focus for us this year. And also, I think with an increased dependence on digital technologies, as we saw that during the pandemic, that we were literally using only our phones to connect with our friends and family because we were all socially isolated. It's also bound for misuse to take place. And so I think we believe that there is an urgent need for better mechanisms to really tackle harassment. And again, the only way that can happen is we join hands and do this in a really collaborative way. And I guess the first aspect to this was around building awareness, which we've been doing in the last 5 years. But this year, I think enough has been spoken about. We've also highlighted enough real stories. This year, our main focus is what can we do to raise, some amount of awareness around digital safety, and also, I would say outlining and arming women with the right set of tools to at least report this in the real world. I hope this gives you a sense on what we're trying to do this year.
Absolutely. No, I do. And I'd love to know, look, I think you guys are clearly invested in this, have been for a long time, and it's very intrinsic to your line of work. You have chosen this, you're solving a hard problem for the internet. And of course, I think, you are definitely very well aligned. What can other organizations do? Organizations who don't do this, as their line of sight, how can they enable this mission more? How can they make this stronger? Because this is not just your problem or my problem. I think it's internet's problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's internet's problem, of course, but I also feel there's an incredible amount of social conditioning that comes along with it, right? And I think maybe what organizations could do, and I'm no real expert in that, but I can say that some of the things that we have done at Truecaller is bring in a lot more diversity in our employment. And when that happens, I feel that you're able to be a lot more empathetic. And when you work with many more women colleagues, you realize what they really go through. And when you see that there is harassment, whether that's online, on the phone, on SMS, or in the real world, I would encourage that everyone within the organization comes together to literally call it out. Because if I, as an individual, don't feel like the organization or my team is backing me in tackling an issue like this, then I would obviously not talk about it or feel shame. And those are the reasons why most women don't go out and report it. And so I think just making sure that it does not get normalized, I think the way it has in very many ways, where we almost take it for granted that if I'm going to be getting onto a metro or a bus, that there is going to be some amount of harassment, or if I give my phone number to somebody who I don't know, or I call, an unknown person in a restaurant, or somebody who's delivering, that there is an opportunity that that person's going to come around and harass me, and there is almost no accountability for him to stop this. I think we can all come together to actually say that this is not okay. And if the right support system can be created, whether that is within the organization or within society or even within our own homes, then I think that more and more people will be deterred to actually do this kind of harassment. Because Seri, as you know, it almost cripples us. For somebody else on the other side, it's just a message or it's just a call that they sent, right? But for us, it plays on our mind through the day. And that is what we want to highlight even through this campaign, that let's not normalize this anymore. And let's not say, oh, it was just one other thing that happened in my day, and now I'm going to just move on. But actually have the courage to go out and take action.
Yeah, no, I think very well said. And we work with a lot of first-time internet users, and we are a women-only platform. And the reason we are a women-only platform is because safety comes first, and a lot of women uh, are are very hesitant about trying new platforms, or even if they do, I think nobody comes to a new platform expecting harassment. Nobody comes to social media expecting any form of abuse or trolling, or I think just a lot of unsolicited things thrown at us. I would love to understand from you, how do you view this for a large number of first-time internet users, and of course, I think including some of us, what are best practices? Like, what do I do as a user to really make sure I'm safe? Because the truth is, even today, safety is still my job, right? Like, I think as women, we're always watching over our shoulder. What is your advice here?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think that with technology, there is a lot of empowerment and positive positive stuff that comes with it. And I think we particularly saw that during the pandemic. But I also feel, like I said earlier, that there is the flip side of it. And we have created a very strong online safety curriculum with our civil society partners, Cyber Peace Foundation. And as part of this campaign, we are taking that curriculum to about 5 regions in the country in local languages, and we want to impact about 15 to 16 lakh people across the country. Now, if you look at it in a broader perspective, this is hardly, this is just a drop in the ocean, because we have about 750 million, smartphones, and therefore this is really nothing. But we hope that through our partnerships, we are able to bring this to as many people as possible, and specifically also bring it to women. And the curriculum actually covers, what you just said, the tips and tricks to make sure that you are safe online. If you have a social media account, what can you do to make sure that you are staying safe? And specifically in the context of Truecaller, the service that we provide is around caller identification. And if you're receiving a call from someone you don't know, don't take that call, right? Or we have about, I want to share an interesting stat here. About 50% of our Truecaller users in India, which is about 10 crore, is actually women. And that's because they use this as their first line of defense. Because when I know who's calling me, I'm able to take a more considered decision around whether I want to take this call or not. And even then take a step forward, where if I'm feeling vulnerable in that conversation, I can actually go ahead and block that number. And so, you're absolutely right. We want to take this safety curriculum all the way to the hinterland, talk to first-time digital users, make them aware of the risks that come with the internet, and that what are these almost hygiene tips that you can keep in your back pocket to make sure that you're staying safe, no matter where you're communicating using the phone. So those are some things that we're trying to do. And we also have a partnership with Network 18 to really amplify this a lot, right? I think most people are going to be watching television, and they also watch it in local regional languages. So we want to meet our users where they are, whether that's on television or on digital, or even through our own platform, our own Truecaller app. And then I think the second thing I just wanted to talk about is, with our Truecaller app, we've been able to address a lot of the, I would say, safety elements of it through on calls and SMSs. But we've also gone ahead and launched Guardians, which is a location safety app. And so it's almost a way for you to stay safe on the move. And a lot of us now, hopefully when the world normalizes, we'll be back on our feet, going to offices, traveling at 10 p.m. or 10:30 p.m. at night. And we want to feel like there's somebody who's watching over us. We do have this, I'm sure you've done it, right? I've done it a lot, where I hop into a cab or an Uber or anything, and I pick up the phone and, I'll tell somebody that, look, I'm on my way, just to make sure that I feel safe, like someone's watching over me. Now you can just start that on the Guardians app, and they know where you are. And in case you feel like you're vulnerable, you can click on the emergency SOS button, and the volunteering community, even within the Guardians app, can come and help you. And now we're also making an effort to do an integration with law enforcement so that they can also find where you are. And, I think time is the most important thing in these kinds of challenges. You don't want any delay. I'm in trouble now. I need help within 5 to 10 minutes before things get worse. So we want to be able to have the Guardians app also work with law enforcement so that you can get help when you need it in almost, I would say record time, because that's what matters.
No, super interesting. I think, and this is a process. We are a large country with so many variables, so I can only understand how hard this is a problem to solve. But fascinating to learn about this for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the complexity is what makes it interesting, right? I think if it was easy to solve, it would have been already been done, and we would have been a far safer, both on the internet and in the real world. But that is not the reality we live in. And so I think hopefully initiatives like this will allow people to come together and, make the effort to, of course, call it out, but not just not know what to do with it. We want to, through this campaign, arm people with the right kind of resources, whether that's just our curriculum or telling them what numbers to call, but also creating awareness around the Ministry of Home and the law enforcement initiatives that they have taken. There is a whole campaign that they're running around safety. They have about, I think, around 8 cities where there are women only police stations, Delhi being one of them. So I think a lot of us feel apprehensive in going out and reporting a crime because, you're like, you don't know what you're walking into. But if there is a woman only police station, you feel a lot more comfortable in reporting that. And then, of course, the law does take its own time, but at least you have done your bit of going out there and reporting it and taking action.
I think I'm really fascinated by this because I think the approach you guys take is exactly the approach we have taken. As a company, we use tech to solve a lot of hard social problems, and of course, I think a lot of these problems exist because we are a patriarchal society where men have a natural superiority embedded in many different ways. And of course, I think there are many other variables that come in. But I think the solution is still technology, and that's the only way you can take it to millions of people. Talk me through the product a little bit, and a little bit around how your team's back, when they're at the drawing board, how they're thinking about this.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question because, Guardians was something that emerged with global research that we were doing. I know we do this every year around I think 5 or 6 countries. And we realized that, constantly, countries like India and others are really top of the list. And so therefore, actually, Guardians emerged from a lot of that research, because we felt that it's good that Truecaller is doing its bit in, being the first line of defense for women by giving them context on who's calling them. And so they're able to block and report within the app. But then what are we also doing for women who are on the move? And that's a big part, like I said, of us not just surviving, but literally thriving, right? Because if I don't feel safe when I'm on the move, I'm going to fall off the workforce. I'm not going to go out and live my life fully. And so we felt that we could do our bit in empowering women in even on the move situation, when they're really traveling. And so again, we took a little bit of research. We went and spoke to a bunch of women in these countries. And last year, when we launched our It's Not Okay campaign, which I hope you did see, and, we had a lot of real stories. We had outside, hoardings of women really talking about the standard lines, that you get you get over SMS or over a call, for people to almost look at it, or even for men to almost look at it and say, okay, that could be me, or I have done that in the past. It's like a wake up call. But at the same time, I think, we also want to make this conversation very inclusive. I think this is not about men versus women. I think it's a conversation about how can we bring in some amount of societal change where the issue is perceived differently. And so I think, we bring a lot of this learnings that we get in market into our product features. So like I said, whether that's launching Guardians or also doing a lot more work on our internal app, which is, like pegging these or almost pinning these important helpline numbers on our dialer. So if you use Truecaller as your default dialer, you'll be able to see a number of these women harassment helpline numbers on top. Because, like I was saying earlier, when you are in a vulnerable situation, you almost panic, right? Like my instinct is not to keep this 112 number, memorized. But when I have it available right in front of me, I can actually make that call that I need to in that moment and get the help that I need. So, these are some of the product integrations that we're trying to do. And I think also, cyber fraud now is becoming a big issue, and that's very wide. And it's a little bit outside fighting harassment, but it's not like women don't get duped, or it's not that, the other scams and frauds that are taking place during the pandemic, women are in any way protected by that. So, through our curriculum, the true cyber safe curriculum that we've developed with Cyber Peace Foundation, we're also talking a little bit about that, because impersonation is again a big issue. People claiming to be, I am from the police station, or I'm this, or I'm that, or I'm going to get you a job. And we all have been, vulnerable to this, or at some point, tempted to say, oh, if I'm winning this lottery, why don't I just call this number if I've got an SMS, right? So even creating wide education around that is also something that we want to do as an agenda. So I would say pinning numbers on our dialer and our smart SMS features really allow for a lot of these scam and spam messages to go into the spam folder. So you almost don't see it when you open your SMS inbox, and if you don't see it, it's probably a higher probability that you're not going to fall for that fraud and scam. So these are some things that we have on our platform, which drive safety.
Super. I think very, very inspiring work, and I wish the campaign all the best. I'm very excited, and I hope to learn more about your work as we go along.
Yeah, thank you so much. And, I'd love to know a little bit about, the online safety work that you've been doing. You're a power in the women's internet world on your own, and Shiro's is a very well-known name and brand. So could you just help me a little bit about the work that you're doing in this space?
Absolutely. So I think for us, two things are very important. One is, I think the fundamental of our work is safety. I think safety is a core value for us. And therefore, we do a bunch of things, whether it's verifications, whether it's making sure the platform's absolutely spam and abuse free, a very high degree of agency for every user, and very strong KPIs. I think we're the only platform that invests very strongly in making sure spam and abuse control is very, very high on our list. But I think more recently, we've been investing a lot in our community, and since we had 2 years of pandemic, I think a lot of women are rebuilding their lives. They are looking for standing back on their feet. So 3 things are very important to us at this point in time. One is employment, second is entrepreneurship, and third is access to capital. In fact, we started a neobank for women this year, and the idea of the neobank is to just put more and more access to capital in hands of women. And but it's interesting, even when we're building a financial institution for women, safety is important. And it's amazing how this plays out, because like one of the core features we ended up designing is being able to use the pin on every feature on the app. Basically, if you want to take a loan, or you want to check your balance, or you want to buy a financial product, it's really controlled by you. So safety of usage is coming through. And again, it's being built like a community. So again, a lot of safety and spam control, very, very similar set of, I think, product values for sure. And yeah, I think, but what we realize is, if we compromise on safety, we compromise on every other value we deliver to the user. So I think that is now hardcore embedded, baked in our DNA, baked in our product, baked in our processes. And of course, I think we hope that we increase the impact we make on women. We're a community of about 25 million women. And I think as the internet grows and as the first time digital base of women continues to grow, we know that more and more women will transact online, they will build their business online. They are now, remote work is bigger than ever and growing. And of course, access to capital. All this is happening here. So the use cases are getting even more richer. And all these cases need a massive investment in trust and safety. So we continue to go deeper with the same thesis.
Great, great to hear that. And you're right. I think our, at least at Truecaller, our vision and mission, of course, is to build trust in communication, and we do that, through our services. But, just one thing I would like to say to what you mentioned is, if there is one bad experience that a first-time digital user as a woman has around safety and she doesn't feel safe, the whole entire world of opportunities that the internet provides almost gets lost on her. And that just means that it's just tougher for women to keep coming back and being also contributors to the economy, because they're around 50% of our population in our country. And so, we want to bring them in as much as possible. So I think safety on the internet and in communication is really critical to even generally economic value being created in the country. So yeah, it was really nice chatting to you. And I just want to say to everyone as a last message, which is, please, report harassment if you see it. This is what we're trying to do with It's Not Okay. And so just, call it out, call the helpline numbers that the government has provided, and also go check out our online curriculum on itsnotok.in.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Pragya. This is great, and all the best to everyone and the team who worked on this, and look forward to learning more about your work.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. Stay safe. And thanks so much for AdGully for making this happen. And that was it. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Stay safe.
Thank you so much, beautiful ladies. That was a quick and useful session for all of us. Thank you once again. It's time to start our keynote 4 now. As the past 2 years have been very, very difficult for everyone, and all of us learned a better way to handle a crisis. Challenges turned into opportunities. This is exactly what happened with MediaSmart. This brings us to our last discussion of the day. Yes, the MediaSmart story. Challenges turned into opportunities in the recent past. And to share more about this, I would now like to invite Ms. Noelia Amoido, CEO MediaSmart. Over to you, Noelia, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Noedo, founder and CEO of MediaSmart, which for the past 2 years has been part of the AFL Group. Let me start by thanking AdGully for giving me the opportunity to talk to you today and to be part of this great forum. For the next 10 minutes, I'd like to talk to you about the challenges that MediaSmart has faced in our most recent past, and how we've been able to not only overcome those challenges, but turn them into opportunities for our business growth. But before I go into those stories, I thought I'd give you some context by providing an introduction to who MediaSmart is. MediaSmart started about 10 years ago, and we've developed a programmatic advertising platform for advertisers and media buyers. That is, we're on the demand side of the ecosystem, and we enable advertisers to maximize the incremental impact on their advertising campaigns, and we do so by using extensively data and technology to allow them to target the right user with the right message or ad at the right time and in the right place. And the mention to the place is important because MediaSmart is a mobile-first platform, therefore very much location aware, always trying to bring together the online and the offline worlds. And this is a good segue into the first challenge that I wanted to talk to you about. And that is that up to March or April 2020, one of the MediaSmart propositions that was growing the fastest was what we called our proximity campaigns. Or drive-to-store campaigns more specifically. Basically, our clients using our platform could run mobile campaigns and measure the incremental footfall traffic that went to physical places around the world, often stores, thanks to the mobile campaigns. Of course, at a moment of lockdown in most of the world, nobody had any interest in driving footfall traffic to stores that were closed. So we're like, okay, what do we do with that part of the business, right? And it was out of our control. So what we thought to do is to think about, okay, how has the end user life changed? How has their experience changed? And we saw that they were not going to stores, but they were staying at home and consuming a lot of entertainment content on their connected TVs. And we thought, okay, how can MediaSmart bring value to this new experience that is being more demanded in the world today? And we thought, why not bring together the connected TV world with the mobile world, which is in our DNA, and so we did. That's how we came up with what we called our household sync solution for connected TV advertising. Basically, advertisers, thanks to this solution, can advertise on connected TV and in synchronized campaigns on mobile devices that target users on the same household where the connected TV ad was served, right after they've seen it, right? So advertisers can bring together the best of both worlds. They have a big screen where they can tell their brand story, they can generate brand awareness and brand impact, and they can use the mobile channels to generate engagement and actually drive to a call to action, which is something that the connected TV channel is not set for. These new proposition helped us grow quite a bit at a time in which, you know, the proximity campaigns continue to be stalled, and well, now hopefully or luckily they're coming back in the past few months, and they continue to contribute to our growth. But it was a great example, I thought, of a challenge turned into an opportunity for us. Pandemics hopefully will only come once every 100 of years or so, but in the ad tech space, as I'm sure most of you know, there are challenges every day. And there are challenges, again, that we cannot control because things in the ecosystem change that prevent us from, you know, offering a solution that we were offering or running a business model that we used to run, right? And we faced many of those at MediaSmart, but I thought I'd touch upon what we faced in the past few years with the changes regarding privacy and user privacy. As a company headquartered in Spain, although we have now offices all over the world, we were exposed to GDPR, which is the privacy regulation in Europe back in 2017. It actually came into effect in May 2018. So we were there, we didn't have the option, as many companies, to just, okay, we'll exit Europe because this seems complicated. And we actually made a lot of effort turning our processes and upgrading our platform so that we could you know, drive the company through a privacy-first approach in everything we did. That took a lot of work, like I said, a lot of development, a lot of time, which back then we saw as a challenge because we had met so many other things that we'd like to invest on that we thought were a lot more innovative, right? But we dedicated all that effort to that. It was hard also because some of our customers who, unlike us, luckily had built their business on data coming from end users went bankrupt, sorry. So that indirectly affected us. So it's not a time that I remember as being very happy, but again, I think we managed to turn that into an opportunity because we were able, thanks to the approach that we took to privacy and becoming a privacy-first company by approach, we managed to attract many customers in Europe, but also beyond Europe, because eventually many other regions in the world embraced privacy regulations that, thanks to our support for GDPR, we could easily support, right? So that winded up giving us a good competitive advantage. And it's since then that obviously the audience proposition, targeting audiences, personalizing messages based on who the audience is, or building audiences so that our advertisers can do ad sequencing, for example, has been an integral part of our business, but only when the end user has provided express consent, right? And then it came more recently that Apple decided to change their privacy settings and require another step for end users to provide that explicit consent. And the result of it was that most of the inventory coming from iOS publishers in applications did not come with a user identifier, an advertising identifier, right? So all of a sudden, again, part of our value proposition, which was around audience management, couldn't be really used in all this inventory where the publisher could not tell us univocally who the user was. So again, okay, what do we do? So we invested, again, a great part of our efforts in the past year or so to ensure we can provide the maximum value to our advertisers in an ecosystem in which publishers do not allow us to identify users univocally. So we've supported contextual targeting beyond user targeting. We have set up universal IDs and household IDs that are proprietary to MediaSmart, but we've also partnered with a lot of third parties that allow us to, again, identify users and audiences without relying on the unique advertising ID provided by the platforms. We have done a lot of work of going back to basics, which the ecosystem had sort of started to forget, like, you know, let's measure that the ads have actually been seen in and optimized toward maximizing that viewability in real time. And the truth is that all of those features and platform capabilities that we have invested on, I have a lot of confidence that are gonna are already giving us a great competitive advantage because the ecosystem is going that way. We just had the announcement of Android actually also planning to deprecate their advertising IDs. Obviously they had already announced the deprecation of cookies a while ago, but being mobile first, luckily we were never using those. So basically, again, another example in which the challenges that are being thrown at us, if we identify them early and are able to adjust or adapt quickly to innovate in the new ecosystem that we perceive is coming, you know, can make us a lot stronger. Because if we're able to embrace those changes faster than our competition, we're able to turn those into opportunities. Of course, all of these great features and capabilities have helped us grow already, and we expect much farther growth from them, but none of this would be possible without our team. And I could have another 20 minutes just to talk about how challenging it has been for the team to work remotely. We've hired a lot of people without meeting them in person and all that, and we've been able to succeed and use those challenges also to our advantage. But I don't think I have enough time. I hope I have been able to inspire you a little bit to, again, take those challenges and take them into opportunities for yourselves. Thank you very much.
We appreciate your observations and opinions, Noelia ma'am. Thanks a lot for this discussion.
Thank you, Namita, for hosting these discussions so wonderfully. Hello everyone, this is Nehal Shukla from team AdGully and I will be your host for the words. Well, this is the most awaited moment which all of us have been waiting for. And I am sure that you all are eager to watch who the winners are for the Women Disruptors Awards. But before that, I request my team to please play the event TV. Thank you, team. Women Disruptors 2022 is presented by Colors Marathi, co-powered by InMobi and Truecaller. Our gold partners are PhonePe and Sugarbox. Our silver partner is Ride by Redbus, and our gifting partners are Clovia and Clovia Purple and Vedix. Team, can we have the sponsor AV, please?
लाभले आम्हास भाग्य बोलतो मराठी ऐकतो मराठी जगण्याचे रंग मराठी कलर्स मराठी मराठी मनोरंजनाची नवी ओळख बनलेली आपली एकमेव कलर्स मराठी वाहिनी संस्कारांपासून संस्कृतीपर्यंत संघर्षापासून अस्तित्वापर्यंत
तुझ्या रूपाचं चांदन जीव माझा
प्रेमापासून नात्यांपर्यंत
मनामध्ये बनली एक माझी दुर्गा एक माझी दुर्गा
लहानापासून थोरापर्यंत महाराष्ट्राच्या घराघरात पोहोचलेली वाहिनी कलर्स मराठी जगण्याचे रंग मराठी.
In the age of the connected consumer, InMobi helps brands deliver communication that are timely, personalized, and real. Brands can understand, identify, engage, and acquire customers using InMobi's integrated marketing platform. Understand and identify your consumers using the Pulse and Audiences platforms. And engage and acquire using InMobi's trusted and transparent media buying platforms. Connect with your consumers in ways that matter. InMobi, driving real connections.
हम भरोसे के रास्ते चलते हैं, इसलिए घर से निकलते वक्त पलटकर See you in the evening वाली नजर से देखते हैं। इसलिए बहुत से जाने पहचाने चेहरों में एक अननोन नंबर को डाउट की नजर से देखते हैं। फिर चाहे विल यू मैरी मी पॉप अप हो चुका हो, हम आज भी मम्मी पापा के आई डू का वेट करते हैं। हम तो भाई ऐसे ही हैं, हम हर चीज जान समझकर ही करते हैं। ये बात ट्रू कॉलर समझता है। इसलिए हम 20 करोड़ भारतीय इस पे भरोसा करते हैं। देश का ट्रू कॉलर।
Just PhonePe.
Sugarbox is an internet enabler that makes the digital experience faster, cheaper, and exponentially better. It uses a patented CDN technology which stores data in localized servers that can be accessed at any time by anyone with little to no connectivity, which means Sugarbox bridges that last mile gap of the internet, making it virtually unlimited and releasing a ton of free and reliable local bandwidth.
What you gonna do when the rain is coming down? Nothing more to do when there's no one else around. Bring it back to the middle, push, take it back to the rhythm. Keep it up for good when the sky's falling down. All you gotta do is to bring it to the ground. Hit it up to your inner move. Stop, start, down. What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it? I'm getting it down. What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it? I'm getting it down.
सारा का सारा ब्यूटी शॉपिंग कहाँ होता है? पर्पल पे, क्योंकि यहाँ है बेस्ट सिलेक्शन ऑफ मेकअप एंड स्किन केयर प्रोडक्ट्स, इंडियन और इंटरनेशनल। और दिन में और कुछ ना
Nisha, your hair is lovely. What are you using for your hair?
आयुर्वेदा। हम सब भी तो आयुर्वेदा यूज करते हैं, पर वो कस्टमाइज्ड है क्या?
Customized?
I use Vedic's customized Ayurveda. The next time someone asks you to use Ayurveda, what will you say?
Customized.
Thank you, team. I would now like to thank our esteemed jury members who took out their time and have put many efforts for selecting the winners for these awards. Team, can we have our jury members? Sorry, audience, for the technical difficulties. Sorry, audience, and now we are back after a small glitch. I would like to thank our jury members who have taken out their time to help us select the winners for the Women Disruptors Summit and Awards. Elizabeth Venkatraman, Joint President, Consumer, Commercial and Wealth Marketing, Kotak Mahindra Bank. Gitanjali Chuk Kothari, Head Marketing and Corporate Communications, Bharti AXA Life Insurance. Hina Jaffrey, Vice President and Head Corporate Communications Times Network. Ipshita Chaudhary, CMO Valvoline. Jitendra Dabas, Lara Balsara, Executive Director, Madison World. Madhu Chibar, CEO, Madison PR. Malini Agarwal, Founder and Creative Director, Miss Malini Entertainment, Girl Tribe, and co-founder of Good Creator Company. Pragya Mishra Mahershi, Director of Public Affairs, India, Truecaller. Rohan Mehta, CEO, Connect. Ruchika Thamija, Head of Digital and Partnership Marketing, Sugarbox Networks. Samta Datta, General Manager, Marketing, Sooth Healthcare. Shifali Khalsa, Head Brand and Marketing, Corporate Communications and CSR, SBI General Insurance. Soumya Mohanty, Managing Director, Client and Quantitative Insights Division, Kantar. Surja Kishore, CEO, BBDO India. Tarunjit Ratan, Managing Partner, Nucleus PR. Thank you so much, jury. And now, audience, is the time for the much awaited thing. Yes, the awards. The award for Women's Day Best Social Media Campaign to Look Out For Gold winner goes to PhonePe, which is nominated by Divyo Digital for their campaign Stree EO. Congratulations, PhonePe. The award for excellence in the field of Best Business Head in Media Sector goes to Abhisha Srivastava, Senior Director, Growth and Strategy Content, Trail Experiences. Congratulations, Abhisha. The award for excellence in the field of Best Business Head in Media Sector goes to Dina D'Souza, Vice President and Head of Monetization, Trail Experiences. Congratulations, Dina. The award for excellence in the field of Content Game Changer of the Year goes to Nimisha Pandey, Chief Content Officer, Hindi Originals, ZEE5. Congratulations, Nimisha. The award for excellence in the field of new business development goes to Maya Venkatesh, Managing Director, Asia Pacific, Affinity Answers. Congratulations, Maya. Audience, show some love to these winners by tweeting us and sharing your comments on our chat box. The award for excellence in the field of new business development goes to Neha Pandey, Head Business Partnerships, Adlift Marketing. The award for excellence in the field of Content Game Changer of the Year goes to Prerna Uppal, Chief Partnership Officer, Kidzania, India. Congratulations, Prerna. The award for excellence in the field of Content Game Changer of the Year goes to Sangita Vij, Vice President, BPC Bags Home Decor, Trail Experiences. Congratulations, Sangita. The award for excellence in the field of Content Game Changer of the Year goes to Sri Devi Saravanan, founder, Sri Snehidi Fashion Institute. Congratulations, Sri Devi. The award for excellence by women-led organization that work towards the cause of women empowerment goes to Shipali Taklakar, Executive Creative Director, Magic Circle Communications. Congratulations, Shipali. Audience, show your love on our chat box. The award for excellence by women-led organization that work towards the cause of women empowerment goes to Shweta Iyer, Heetal Datani, Priya Jayaraman, who are the co-founders of 9 Yards Communications Consultancy. Congratulations to all three of you. The award for excellence in the field of account planning goes to Ankita Kulkarni, Head Account Planning and Strategy, Cheers Infotech. Congratulations, Ankita. The award for excellence in the field of account planning goes to Namrata Arora, Strategic Planner, Unconventional Craft Ideas and Digital. Congratulations, Namrata. The award for excellence in the field of account planning goes to Prerna Singh, Director, Client Operations, DBO Digital. Congratulations, Prerna. The award for Women Agency Head of Account Planning goes to Sabiha Enis Khan, Executive Vice President, Creative Strategy and Account Planning, Watt Consult. Congratulations, Sabiha. Audience, keep showing your love to these winners by using hashtag Women Disruptors 2022. The award for excellence in the field of account planning goes to Sunita Natarajan, Associate Director, Digital Strategy, Social Panga. Congratulations, Sunita. The award for excellence in the field of art director goes to Kshitija Dyaneshwar Pradhan, Senior Art Director, Cheers Infotech. Congratulations, Kshitija. The award for excellence in the field of art director goes to Priyanka Misri Soni, National Design Head and Senior VP, Connect. Congratulations, Priyanka. The award for excellence in the field of branding and packaging design goes to Deepthi Shirsagar, Founder, Director, Strategy and Design, Tricycle, Tribe Creative Ventures. Congratulations, Deepthi. The award for excellence in the field of branding and packaging design goes to Heetal Datani, Chief Creative Officer, 9 Yards Design Consultancy. Congratulations, Heetal. The award for excellence in the field of client servicing goes to Amrita Mane, Group Account Director, Abbas Life Sorrento. Congratulations, Amrita. The award for excellence in the field of client servicing goes to Manika Juneja, Executive Vice President, Operations Work Consult, Dentsu International. Congratulations, Manika. Audience, keep showing your love on our Twitter and Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram. The award for excellence in the field of client servicing goes to Radhika Sangtani, Business Unconventional Craft Ideas and Digital. Congratulations, Radhika. The award for excellence in the field of client servicing goes to Sanya Raina, Business Director, Jack in the Box Worldwide. Congratulations, Sanya. The award for excellence in the field of client servicing goes to Tanvi Bosmia, Associate Account Director, Brand Experience, Cheers Infotech. Congratulations, Tanvi. The award for excellence in the field of content writing goes to Bushra Sheikh, Manager, Corporate Communications, India First Life Insurance Company. Congratulations, Bushra. The award for excellence in the field of content writing goes to Prerna Sood, Head of Content Ad Lift Marketing. Congratulations, Prerna. The award for excellence in the field of content writing goes to Shivani Kamdar, Associate Creative Director, Cheers Infotech. Congratulations, Shivani. The award for Women Agency Head of the Copywriting goes to Ghazal Jain, Associate Creative Director, Avis Group. Congratulations, Ghazal. The award for excellence in the field of content writing goes to Koil Chakrabarti, Associate Creative Director, Copy, Unconventional Craft Ideas in Digital. Congratulations, Koil. The award for excellence in the field of corporate communications goes to Achal Jain Gupta, Public Policy Communications, Amazon India. Congratulations, Achal. The award for excellence in the field of corporate communications goes to Akanksha Jain, Head PR and Communications, Bharat Pay. Congratulations, Akanksha. The award for excellence in the field of corporate communications goes to Arushi Avasti, Director, Brand Communications, Hero Wired. Congratulations, Arushi. The award for excellence in the field of corporate communications goes to Aitri Chandra, Head Public Relations, Tata Play. Congratulations, Aitri. The award for excellence in the field of corporate communication goes to C. Lekha, Director, Corporate Communications and Brand Reputation, Indigo Airlines. Congratulations, C. Lekha. The award for excellence in the field of corporate communications goes to Krishma Solanki, Director, Corporate Communications and PR, Publicis Group. Congratulations, Krishma. The award for excellence in the field of corporate communications goes to Manali Ajmera, Head Corporate Communications, India First Life Insurance Company. Congratulations, Manali. The award for excellence in the field of corporate communications goes to Michelle Francis, General Manager, Corporate Brand and Communications, Godrej Industries. Congratulations, Michelle. The award for excellence in the field of corporate communications goes to Neha Iyer, Head Corporate Communications, Lazy Gardener. Congratulations, Neha. Audience, keep tweeting us using hashtag Women Disruptors 2022. The award for excellence in the field of corporate communications goes to Preeti Benoy, Head Corporate Communications and Government Affairs, Kimberly-Clark, India. Congratulations, Preeti. The award for excellence in the field of corporate communications goes to Priya Bendre, AGM, Corporate Communications, Fortis Healthcare. Congratulations, Priya. The award for excellence in the field of corporate communications goes to Sangamitra Bhargav, AVP Corporate Communications, Byju's. Congratulations, Sangamitra. Audience, show your love on our chat box. The award for excellence in the field of finance goes to Sucheta Mahapatra, Managing Director, Branch International Finance Services. Congratulations, Sucheta. The award for excellence in the field of human resources goes to Bansi Raja, Chief Happiness Officer, Gozup Group. Congratulations, Bansi. The award for Women Agency Head of Human Resources goes to Chetali Anuj Dave, Chief Executive Officer, Aptita Consulting Partners. Congratulations, Chetali. The award for excellence in the field of human resources goes to Maya John, Chief People Officer, Worth Innovation. Congratulations, Maya. The award for excellence in the field of human resources goes to Nupur Pradhan, Head People Operations, So Cheers Infotech. Congratulations, Nupur. The award for excellence in the field of human resources goes to Subhra Patnaik, People Enthusiast, Regional HR Manager, APAC, UK and Israel, HTTP Pool. Congratulations, Subhra. The award for excellence in the field of influencer marketing goes to Aarti Vijay Raghavan, influencer and social media consult, Toot Consult. Congratulations, Aarti. The award for excellence in the field of media buying goes to Meenakshi Mohan, Director, Avis Media. Congratulations, Meenakshi. The award for excellence in the field of media buying goes to Ruchi Tibari, Investment Director, Avis Media. Congratulations, Ruchi. The award for excellence in the field of media planning goes to Ashmita Dhingra, Managing Director, Digifish. Congratulations, Ashmita. The award for excellence in the field of media planning goes to Himadri Garg, Digital Marketing Lead, Z Media. Congratulations, Himadri. The award for excellence in the field of media planning goes to Kritika Arora, General Manager Performance Marketing, Silver Push. Congratulations, Kritika. The award for excellence in the field of media planning goes to Sabrina Khan Verma, Business Director, Starcom India, Publicis Media Group. Congratulations, Sabrina. Audience, show your love to these beautiful winners. The award for excellence in the field of media planning goes to Swati Kardak, Senior Manager, Media Planning and Buying, Sochiers Infotech. Congratulations, Swati. The award for excellence in the field of media planning goes to Tejaswini Gandhi, Account Controller, Group Head, Madison Media. Congratulations, Tejaswini. The award for excellence in the field of operations goes to Neha Chub, Chief Operating Officer, Unconventional Craft Ideas and Digital. Congratulations, Neha. The award for excellence in the field of production, CG Graphics, Camera, Editor, Storyboarding goes to Ria Ahuja, Associate Creative Director, So Cheers Infotech. Congratulations, Ria. The award for excellence in the field of public relations role goes to Achal Kohli, Head Corporate Communications, So Cheers Infotech. Congratulations, Achal. The award for excellence in the field of public relations role goes to Darshita Srivastav, Senior Marketing Manager, Smart Shift. Congratulations, Darshita. The award for excellence in the field of public relations role goes to Paulami Roy, Chief Marketing Officer, RSH Global. Congratulations, Paulami. Audience, keep showing your love to these winners by using the hashtag WomenDisruptors2022. The award for excellence in the field of public relations role goes to Prerna Dalakoti, Senior Manager, PR Professionals. Congratulations, Prerna. The award for excellence in the field of public relations role goes to Rajni Chalam, Group Head, Ad Factors PR. Congratulations, Rajni. The award for excellence in the field of social media goes to Gauri Avasti, co-founder and managing director, Digital Edify. Congratulations, Gauri. The award for excellence in the field of social media goes to Swati Bhatnagar, Senior Manager, Social Media, AdLift Marketing. Congratulations, Swati. award for excellence in the field of meta measurements and leads goes to Archana Roche, Meta Measurement and Analytics Lead APAC HTT Pool. Congratulations, Archana. The award for excellence in the field of technology goes to Prachi Garg, Senior Program Manager, Adobe. Congratulations, Prachi. The award for excellence in the field of technology, DevScops Automation Organizational Change Adoption goes to Shilpa Afale, Associate Vice President, Information System, Infosys. Congratulations, Shilpa. The award for Women Technology Head of the Year goes to Noelia Amoido, Chief Executive Officer, MediaSmart. Congratulations, Noelia. The award for excellence in the field of sports goes to Aditi Chauhan, Indian footballer and founder, SheKicks Academy. Congratulations, Aditi. The award for Women Technology Head of the Year goes to Sneha Tenwala, Director, Redmi Business, Xiaomi India. Congratulations, Sneha. The award for Women Brand Manager of the Year goes to Maria Bilkis, Vice President and Head of Brand Trail Experiences. Congratulations, Maria. The award for Women Marketing Head of the Year goes to Deepthi Karthik, Senior Vice President Marketing, Dimension. Congratulations, Deepthi. The award for Women Marketing Head of the Year goes to Hani Tala, Group Business Director, Client Leadership, Densuex. Congratulations, Hani. The award for Women Marketing Head of the Year goes to Merlin Cotino, Head of Marketing, Lemma Technologies. Congratulations, Merlin. Audience, keep showing your love to these winners and use hashtag Women Disruptors 2022. The award for Women Marketing Head of the Year goes to Shravanti Roy, Vice President Marketing, Z Bangla and Z Startup. Congratulations, Shravanti. The award for Women Marketing Head of the Year goes to Bharat, Head of Brand Partnerships, Hero Wired. Congratulations, Sushma. The award for Women Marketing Head of the Year goes to Suvarna Goel, Senior Director, Marketing, Capgemini Technology Services India. Congratulations, Suvarna. The award for Women Marketing Head of the Year goes to Vartika Verma, Vice President Global Marketing, Yellow AI. Congratulations, Vartika. The award for Women Branch Head of the Year goes to Arunima Singh, Vice President Health Digital, Avis Life Sorrento. Congratulations, Arunima. The award for Women Branch Head of the Year goes to Hina Pandey, Vice President North Connect. Congratulations, Hina. The award for Women Branch Head of the Year goes to Kejal Techchandani, Vice President Influencer Outreach Connect. Congratulations, Kejal. The award for Women Branch Head of the Year goes to Neha Kulwal, Country Manager, Admitat India. Congratulations, Neha. The award for Women Branch Head of the Year goes to Ritika Malhotra, Vice President West, Connect. Congratulations, Ritika. The award for Women Agency Head of the Year goes to Dijisha Shah, founder DSPR. Congratulations, Dijisha. The award for Women Agency Head of the Year goes to Divya Karani, Chief Executive Officer, Media South Asia and Board Director, Dentsu Advertising and Media Services. Congratulations, Divya Karani. The award for Women Agency Head of the Year goes to Hiru Dhingra, Chief Executive Officer, iSupar India Group. Congratulations, Hiru. The award for Women Agency Head of the Year goes to Lavina Amarani, Director, International Business Head, Unconventional Craft Ideas and Digital. Congratulations, Lavina. The award for Women Agency Head of the Year goes to Lynette Satish, AVP, Vibrant Advertising. Congratulations, Lynette. The award for Women Agency Head of the Year goes to Upasna Dash, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Jajobar Brand Consultancy. Congratulations, Upasna. The award for Women Agency Head of the Year goes to Rajni Daswani, Director, Digital Marketing, Sochios Infotech. Congratulations, Rajni. The award for Women Agency Head of the Year goes to Sangeeta Barde, Managing Director, Avis Life Sorrento, India. Congratulations, Sangeeta. The award for Women Agency Head of the Year goes to Shraddha Agarwal, Chief Operating Officer and Strategy Head, Grapes Business. Congratulations, Shraddha. The award for Women Agency Head of the Year goes to Sunanda Rao Adam, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Seraphim Communications, LLP. Congratulations, Sunanda. The award for Women Agency Head of the Year goes to Vrutika Davda, Director, ID8 Labs. Congratulations, Vrutika. The award for Women Startup Entrepreneur of the Year, less than 5 years, goes to Amrita Gadam, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, The Tribe Concept. Congratulations, Amrita. The award for Women Startup Entrepreneur of the Year goes to Aisha Desai, co-founder, Cornucopia Concepts. Congratulations, Aisha. The award for Women Startup Entrepreneur of the Year goes to Kaveri Utreja, founder Just Like That. Congratulations, Kaveri. The award for Women Startup Entrepreneur of the Year goes to Neha Bahri, founder, director, B Connect Communications. Congratulations, Neha. Audience, keep showing your love to these winners. The award for Women Startup Entrepreneur of the Year goes to Shalini Gupta, founder and brand consultant, Secret Sauce Communications. Congratulations, Shalini. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year goes to Aditi Handa, co-founder and head baker, The Baker's Dozen. Congratulations, Aditi. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year goes to Akshara Lalwani, founder, Communicate India. Congratulations, Akshara. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year goes to Anuja Chaudhary, founder, Wisp Communication and PR. Congratulations, Anuja. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year goes to Dr. R.P. Mehta, Chief Executive Officer and co-founder, Tutsi. Congratulations, Dr. R.P. Mehta. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year goes to Manisha Chaudhary, Founder, Director, Value 360 Communications. Congratulations, Manisha Chaudhary. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year goes to Mukta Kumar, Director, Communications Connections, IMAG. Congratulations, Mukta. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year goes to Nikki Gupta, co-founder and Chief Executive Officer, Teamwork Communications Group. Congratulations, Nikki. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year goes to Pallavi Agarwal, founder and Chief Executive Officer, Gostops Hospitality. Congratulations, Pallavi. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year goes to Pooja Pathak, co-founder and Managing Director, Media Mantra. Congratulations, Pooja. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year goes to Ritika Sharma, founder and Chief Executive Officer, Bodice House of Beauty. Congratulations, Ritika. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year goes to Shivani Gupta, co-founder and Managing Director, SPAG and D Yellow Elephant. Congratulations, Shivani. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year goes to Vaishnavi Rangarajan, co-founder and Chief Executive Officer, The Nest Tree. Congratulations, Vaishnavi. Now, audience, before I announce the winner for the Lifetime Achievement Award, I would like to thank her for her tireless efforts in the Indian media and entertainment industry in various ways. The past 3 decades, as a true and sincere media professional, she has significantly contributed to the advertising and media industry, which will always be remembered. She held several leadership roles in leading advertising and media agencies, demonstrating her skills and shaping up the companies in diverse disciplines. Starting from traditional media to digital, she also adapted very well to the changing media environment and helped the industry grow from strength to strength while actively participating and sharing her valuable views and insights at various forums. This award is in recognition of her outstanding vision and for demonstrating her leadership and management skills at a time when the whole world was disrupted by the pandemic. I guess you all must have guessed already. Yes, the award for Lifetime Achievement goes to Anita Nayar, COO, Media and Communications, Patanjali Ayurved. Congratulations, ma'am. And a hearty congratulations to all the winners and awardees. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you, jury members, and a lovely audience. Your participation has truly made this event successful. We hope you all had a great time. Before I leave the stage, I would also like to give a special thanks to our presenting sponsor, Colors Marathi. The event is co-powered by InMobi and Truecaller. Our gold partners are PhonePe, Sugarbox. Our silver partner is Ride by Redbus. And our gifting partners are Clovia, Purple, and Vedix. We truly appreciate your association with us. This brings to an end for today's event. Stay tuned for Digix 2022, which will be held in March end. For more information for upcoming events, you can check out our website adgali.com. Please follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Till then, stay safe, stay healthy, and stay connected. Thank you so much.
लाभले आम्हास भाग्य, बोलतो मराठी, ऐकतो मराठी, जगण्याचे रंग मराठी. कलर्स मराठी, मराठी मनोरंजनाची नवी ओळख बनलेली आपली एकमेव कलर्स मराठी वाहिनी.
भिवू नकोस, मी तुझ्या पाठीशी आहे.
भक्तीपासून श्रद्धेपर्यंत, संस्कारांपासून संस्कृतीपर्यंत, संघर्षापासून अस्तित्वापर्यंत,
तुझ्या रूपाचं चांदन, जीव माझा
प्रेमापासून नात्यांपर्यंत,
मनामध्ये भरली एक माझी दुर्गा, एक माझी दुर्गा.
लहानापासून थोरापर्यंत, महाराष्ट्राच्या घराघरात पोहोचलेली वाहिनी. कलर जगण्याचे रंग मराठी.
In the age of the connected consumer, InMobi helps brands deliver communication that are timely, personalized, and real. Brands can understand, identify, engage, and acquire customers using InMobi's integrated marketing platform. Understand and identify your consumers using the Pulse and Audiences platforms. And engage and acquire using InMobi's trusted and transparent media buying platforms. Connect with your consumers in ways that matter. InMobi, driving real connections.
हम भरोसे के रास्ते चलते हैं, इसलिए घर से निकलते वक्त पलटकर See you in the evening वाली नजर से देखते हैं. इसलिए बहुत से जाने पहचाने चेहरों में एक अननोन नंबर को डाउट की नजर से देखते हैं. फिर चाहे Will you marry me पॉप अप हो चुका हो, हम आज भी मम्मी पापा के I do का वेट करते हैं. हम तो भाई ऐसे ही हैं, हम हर चीज जान समझकर ही करते हैं. ये बात ट्रू कॉलर समझता है, इसलिए हम 20 करोड़ भारतीय इस पे भरोसा करते हैं. देश का ट्रू कॉलर.
जस्ट फोन पे.
Sugarbox is an internet enabler that makes the digital experience faster, cheaper, and exponentially better. It uses a patented CDN technology which stores data in localized servers that can be accessed at any time by anyone with little to no connectivity, which means Sugarbox bridges that last mile gap of the internet, making it virtually unlimited and releasing a ton of free and reliable local bandwidth.
What you gonna do when the rain is coming down? Nothing more to do when there's no one else around. Bring it back to the middle, push, take it back to the rhythm. Keep it up for good when the sky's falling down. All you gotta do is to bring it to the ground. Hit it up to your inner move. Stop, start, down. What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it? But I'm getting it down. What you gonna What you gonna do with it? But I'm getting it down.
सारा का सारा ब्यूटी शॉपिंग कहाँ होता है? पर्पल पे, क्योंकि यहाँ है बेस्ट सिलेक्शन ऑफ मेकअप एंड स्किन केयर प्रोडक्ट्स, इंडियन और इंटरनेशनल। और ये पॉकेट फ्रेंडली है और जेन्युइन सर्टिफाइड प्रोडक्ट्स। और अच्छा नहीं लगा तो 2 दिन में रिटर्न। और क्या सोचना, डाउनलोड नाउ।
Nisha, your hair is lovely. What are you using for your hair?
आयुर्वेदा।
हम सब भी तो आयुर्वेदा यूज करते हैं।
पर वो कस्टमाइज्ड है क्या?
Customized?
I use Vedic's customized Ayurveda. The next time someone asks you to use Ayurveda, what will you say?
Customized है क्या?